Just jack with me. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack with me. Jack with me. Just jack. Just jack with me. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack with me. Jack with me. Just 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 jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack with me. Jack with me. Just jack. Just jack with me. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack with me. Jack with me. Just jack with me.
pass across to Eusebio. And they secure their spot.
The Johannesburg regional final is up next.
Oh, David Ginola. 3-0.
Thank you. I'll take my spot at the Team of the Season Cup. Thanks for coming.
Regional finals in Port Miami. Brilliantly worked too, Eusebio.
Mexico Open is coming up.
Mbappe steps up, he misses.
It's going to be the Washington Open.
All post wide. Load!
Bracket resets, extra time, penalties. We have had it all. Well, hello and welcome to day 2 of the FGS Open presented by PS5. Day 1 yesterday was awesome. We were well and truly treated to some epic FIFA. But if you guys are just joining us and didn't actually watch yesterday, well, don't worry. I'm going to bring you up to speed of exactly why we are here. So we're here for 3 days to bring you some great 2v2 FIFA action. We have 16 regional qualifiers from all across the globe who are trying to qualify for that Team of the Season Cup in April. And where are we bringing you all the action from? Well, we're bringing you from this awesome studio at the Twickenham Stadium in London, which is actually the home of English rugby in real time. But this weekend, of course, is the home of 2v2 FIFA action. Look how awesome this stadium looks. I went for a little run around it this morning, a couple of laps just to see how pretty it was in real life. It's got a 82,000 capacity when it's full, and it was actually host of the Autumn Nation series a couple of weeks ago, and it actually had a crowd of about 81,500 people there. But of course, this weekend we're playing FIFA here, not rugby, which I'm pretty happy about, and I'm sure you guys at home are as well. It's the FGS start of the season, of course, so let's just bring you guys at home up to speed on exactly how this season will play out. 2022 brings a new game, a new season, and a new way of competing as the FIFA 22 Global Series see the world's elite FIFA players put aside past rivalries and pair up as FIFA Esports goes 2v2. The new cooperative format will put teamwork to the test as players compete for the $1 million season prize pool. We kick off the season in December with the FGS Open with 16 individual qualifier tournaments covering the entire globe. 16 teams will emerge victorious from their regional qualifiers and book themselves a flight to the Team of the Season Cup in April. The 16 qualifiers will then head to the Copper Box Arena at the Olympic Park in London to be joined by our 16 Masters teams featuring past champions such as Fnatic Tex and Falcons MS Dasari. The season finale will also be the first ever live FGS event to feature an open bracket, allowing the best amateur players out there a shot at taking down the pros for the $500,000 prize pool. So now you need to know the rules. All FIFA Global Series 22 matches will take place on the Ultimate Team game mode. Each fixture will take place across 2 legs, as you can see right now on screen, home and away, with each leg taking place over 12 minutes. Aggregate scores across both legs will be used to determine the winner of a fixture. If both teams are still tied at the end of the second leg, we'll head to extra time and then penalties. FGS teams also carry restrictions. You can see them on screen right now. And that's everything you need to know to enjoy the FGS 2022 season. Yes, it is indeed, and we hope you guys will enjoy this season as much as we're looking forward to it. Okay, well, let me introduce to you guys a good friend of mine and our resident FIFA expert all the way from New York City in America. Of course, it's Mike Clabell, back for day 2. Mike, have you recovered from yesterday? We saw, 4 bracket resets? We saw a couple penalty shootouts. We had it all, didn't we?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm here for more of it, actually. I like to see upsets. I like to see resets. All that tells me is that everyone cares. It's super competitive. The matches were very close yesterday, and we saw some mixing and matching. I'm good with it. I'm not playing in these games, so I'm happy to partake on my duty right here.
You're a fan and an expert, of course. But Mike, we had some awesome games, like we just said yesterday. We kicked things off in Tokyo before we went to Joburg, Washington, Miami, etc. We had lots of awesome teams. Who do you think was a standout for you? We'll get to that in a second, actually. We'll go to highlights first. So this was Tokyo, and this was Kawasaki Frontale and Sadler. That was a Eusebio goal for them to round things off. Before we headed to Joburg, we have Saf and Goliath and Yoga Bonito. This was a Militao goal there. Before we went to Miami for RF Esports CA. This one went to penalties, if you remember. They were against Falcons there. That went the distance for sure. Then we went to Mexico, and this one took a little bit of a time, didn't it, to sort things out there. Again, it went to extra time and penalties. In the end, though, it was Timbers coming out on top. 4-3 on pens, a lovely Ronaldo goal there. And then let's go to Washington, our final open of the day. It was New York City FC and Lujo Sway, where the result goal was a massive upset. So we had to reset, but the first match it was 8-5 before the bracket reset. Then it went 4-2 to Lujo Sway with an Mbappe goal there just to round things off. And actually, we had Footwiz Jamodo, didn't we? He was taking us through that one, which was great to have him all the way from Adelaide. But let's just catch up then on our qualifiers. Mike is still here as well. Kawasaki Frontal from Tokyo, Saf and Goliath. Miami went through RF Esports. Timbers Esports went through from Mexico. And Lu Zhou Sui from Washington, D.C. They rounded up our 5 yesterday. This is what I wanted to ask you, Mike. Before the highlights rolled in and disrupted my flow, I wanted to ask you, out of those 5 teams that are now going to the Team of the Season Cup, who were you most impressed with? Who's a real standout in your mind?
Well, the most impressive and the most dominant is Saf Goliath, or Goliath Saf, as I'm liking to do a little bit of a rebrand here. Top 2 players from that region when you're looking at Beast Bianchi and Kylan being able to team up. And that collective, that partnership, it wasn't even close. Every other game, you talked about it. We saw bracket reset on reset, penalty kicks, 1 goal, late game, missed it, converted it, you name it. A lot of drama. I like the drama. Again, I want to reiterate, I'm just stirring a little bit, but I think that's got to be the takeaway of how dominant they were top to bottom.
Yeah, I can just reflect on the scoreline, 4-0 in the end. So they really were just a one-way ticket for Saf and Goliath. But let's go to Washington. I know you didn't actually join us for that one, Mike, but it was kind of an upset, I'm going to say. New York City FC that we thought they'd go through. They had some really standout performers, but you were messaging me actually throughout the day saying, you know what, Lou had an awesome season last year, so maybe you weren't surprised, Mike.
Based on how the day was going, we had this theme of resets and close matchups and reversals and players being able to face adversity and kind of battle. Every match felt like a battle. It doesn't surprise me necessarily that we saw another bracket reset, but I did think with NYCFC having that advantage, the 2-for-1 basically, if you're just tuning in, if you're undefeated and you're sitting pretty in that regional final, your opposition has to beat you twice. They have to do this in 2 separate matchups, which, of course, percentage-wise, it's much lower that that's going to happen. So I was surprised to see that Squirrel and Gustavo weren't able to get the job done, but that's the name of the game. That's FIFA.
Mike, I actually had one more question because you weren't here. What did you make of the narrow formation they were using? Jamie, I think Jamie was a little bit surprised. They didn't go wide. They obviously did for the second reset to counter that. But were you surprised at the fact they used that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In FIFA 22 in particular, I just haven't had that much success, whether I'm playing in 2s or I'm playing a 1v1 with narrow formations. I enjoy using narrow formations. It's fast. You've got some of the tiki-taka. You got the through balls. You have that triangle up front often if you're playing a 4-1-2-1-2 or a 4-3-1-2. However, with all that being said, I just feel defensively I always am giving up passes, and I don't get to control the game the same way. I don't get a lot of possession.
Well, we might see more of that now that it's had such great success, obviously, with Lou and Josue and New York City FC. Anyway, Mike, let's get into today's schedule, shall we, and see what 5 opens are coming your way. So to kick things off today, we've got the Sydney Open at 1 o'clock, then Dubai at 2:30. These are all GMT times, of course. Sao Paulo at 4 o'clock, then Stockholm at 5:30. And to round out the day, we have a really tasty one, the Madrid Open at 7 o'clock p.m. GMT time. But we're kicking things off in Sydney. Mike, it's, 10 past midnight over there? So we're already on Sunday. So it's super late for these guys. But I'm always going to say these esports guys, these FIFA guys, they do grind out the game to early hours. So are you thinking that's going to be much of a problem for them, Mike?
No. If anything, a lot of these guys are grinding later at night. They'd probably prefer to avoid when I'm up right now. It's 8 a.m. in New York. They don't want that. They don't want to be playing at 8 a.m. But if they were playing Europe, you're at what, 1 p.m. now? I
We're
think
1
in the
p.m.
UK.
Totally are.
Yeah, 1 p.m. midnight for the guys that are competing in Australia. I don't think they're gonna mind. I think that's okay. A lot of guys don't even get started playing till about 9 or 10 p.m.
No, exactly. I thought that, but you gave me the definitive no, Rachel, as if it was a silly question.
They
Mike.
don't want to play in the AM. They don't want to play in the AM, Rachel. That I can confirm.
There we go. Well, we've cleared that up. They don't mind playing at midnight. Okay, well, guys, I hope you're joining us from wherever in the world you are as well. Welcome, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. You can also get rewarded for watching, which is awesome for you guys. So, how you do that is, if you watch 60 minutes with a linked EA and Twitch account, you can get an FGS swap tokens, and these tokens can actually be exchanged for packs, but save them up to get better player packs. And you can only earn 1 swap token per event, so make sure you set your calendar for future tournaments as well. And if you watch for 90 minutes, you can earn 4 team kits, which you can see right there on screen as well. Okie dokie. Well, shall we just go to Sydney because we're keeping them up past their bedtime or past my bedtime? Mike, I'm going to enjoy this one. It's Dire Wolves and Order Army. They've already played each other in Swiss. That result went to Dire Wolves 2-1, so it's pretty closely contested. Mike, I'm going to get your thoughts after that, so enjoy watching it because I'm going to hand over to Chris Tunn and Lisa Manley to take us through this one.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Thank you very much, Mike. Very excited to jump into this one with Lisa. Good morning, everybody. It's Saturday. We're getting into the nitty-gritty now and over to the other side of the planet with Sydney. And as mentioned, getting late at night, though, Lisa, but I hope the energy is still going to be there from these two players.
The energy is definitely going to be there. As Mike actually stated, that most of these people aren't up in the morning, and this is when they're grinding, especially me. I'm I guess a night owl. I'm always up late hours.
We were talking about it. We were talking to have this conversation. You were like, I would like to get a dog, but I lie in bed until 11 a.m. And it's like, well, yeah, if you got a dog, you wouldn't be lying in bed till 11 a.m. But I get their sentiment as that we're staying up late, we're grinders, and that's what these guys are. That's what we're going to see from them in this game, and it should be a cracker. To be fair, I think a lot of people will look at these two teams, and maybe one of them wasn't the one to be expected here. Of course, Order Army went on a hell of a losers bracket run. 3-0, 5-0, and then 3-2 in the losers bracket final against Melbourne. So Marcus Gomes, all those kind of guys have been kind of put to the wayside by Order Army. So very interested to see how this one goes. Dire Wolves, of course, though, sitting there from the winners bracket, as Rachel already mentioned, won their game against Order Army 2-1 previously in double elimination. From left to right, though, is the Dire Wolves, and right to left, we have Order. Very interested to see how this goes, though. As the day went on yesterday, we were kind of getting to a bit more of a grips with 2v2 and how well it's been working. Defensive frail, at least for some teams, and some people really starting to pick up and figure out which is the best way to play it. I think it's all very well playing division rivals and co-op, etc., but when it comes to actual competitive FIFA, it is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a complete kettle of fish. I mean, if you look at it yesterday, there was a lot of tight games. When you play division rivals, there's not any money on the line. It's just you and your friend against someone online, and for this, you're earning money, £15,000, as we mentioned, and obviously a spot in April, and that's a lot on the line, and it will put these guys in a pressure situation.
It's a good ball into R9 from Mbappe, but didn't get much further. First chance particularly here for Order Army to get themselves out and try and play a little bit of FIFA. I wonder if we'll see some lazy gameplay with it being late at night there, but I think Mike is very right. Gamer hours, indeed, in full effect in Sydney right now.
It's definitely prime time.
It is. Prime time, I'm not sure. I'm more of a... I get my weekend league games done on a Friday. I'm there at 9 a.m. I'm getting amongst it. That's fine. I ain't a midnight kind of guy. I'm getting old. Mbappe, down this left-hand side, somebody who's not getting old, still very much in the twilight of his no doubt magnificent career that we are going to see. He's on the ball now inside the box. The ball to R9, not quite ready for it. Was the Brazilian, but De Jong on the edge, looking for the pass inside. Can't quite find it. A little bit of a mistake here, though. This one is going to be recycled back to De Jong. Now to Messi. Looking for that little bit of room. It's a little bit more difficult when there's two to get past, and very well defended from the side of the Dire Wolves. They're going to play this one out.
It's very interesting. We mentioned it yesterday to see Mbappe actually on that left side, and it's mainly obviously because of his pace. We mentioned yesterday 96 pace, and in general he's obviously really strong as well, and I think that's probably why he's used there. And most players are using R9 as well up front because he's strong as well, and he's got 5-star, 5-star. So maybe that's why they are using. We saw a lot of Ginolas yesterday as well, being 5-star, 5-star, but he was the main man of the show yesterday, scoring quite a lot of goals for these competitors.
Mbappe now. This left-hand side is going to just recycle this back, being a very tight game. And just to remind you guys once more, these did play in double elimination. Direwolves took that over 2 legs, only 2-1. So very strong defensively. Seems to be the vibe between these two. There definitely seems to be some good setups. Very, very strong in this area. It's making it hard to find chances. And I think the thing is for them, though, when these chances come, they're going to have to take them.
They sure are. Chances don't really come that often in competitive mode. I mean, depending on how good they are at player switching and marking passing lanes and marking players in general. And at the moment, we haven't seen a shot yet.
It's an opportunity here. Neymar's just going to recycle this one back. Or is he Messi pass inside looking for R9? It is just about going to be blocked out. Very well worked. Kind of faked it to roll it back towards the edge of the box, but then goes for the pass inside. But R9 really nowhere to go. Ball's going to be played short to the Brazilian. Back now to Lionel Messi, skips inside, looking for that pass once more. R9 inside the box, 5-star. Which way is he going? A good save from the keeper. This one will be played away. You expect R9 to maybe make the keeper work a little bit more than that, but that's the first big chance of the game.
Massive, massive chance there for R9. And as you mentioned, 5-star. He probably should be making the keeper work a lot harder for that. And great reverse elastico there and got into a great position, but great save from the keeper.
Here he is in the other side of things, surely going to pass this one off to Kylian Mbappe. Atal seems to have been a big choice for a lot of people this weekend. We've seen a bit of a mix-up between himself and Hakimi. I mean, which side would you lie on? Of course, Atal has the 5-star weak foot, which definitely helps. I think definitely going forward, Atal seems to be the pick, but who would you personally pick in your team? Would you rather have that signature sign in Atal or Hakimi?
I mean, personally at the moment I'm using Hakimi. I haven't actually brought Atal, but as we saw yesterday, he was a big impact for one of the teams. He came on at right winger, like you mentioned, and he's just a great player going forward. Hasn't really got the best shooting, but he's got a lot of pace, especially off from that bench.
5-star weak foot, never a bad thing to have in any position, really, is it? It's one of those. We'll no doubt see some sort of promo card later on in the year. We always love the 5-star Atals. They do come out every now and then, and is very much a mainstay. But he's one of those players you can bring on so many different positions, can't you? CDM, right back, full back. I mean, full back. It's exactly the same position. You can bring on winger, full back, etc., etc. So there's so many different spots a player like that can be utilised in. We have seen him in a couple of those roles. Interesting to see if anybody uses them that way. But starting this time for Order, not really many chances to speak about in this first 40 minutes. Just the one coming in from R9. It's been a very tight, cagey game between these two, but that's going to be ball lost out from Atal, actually. R9, is he going to set Mbappe down the line? Not quite. Looks to recycle, and I think for the last chance of the half, it's exactly what Direwolves are playing for here.
I think they're just trying to work out how each other play. Obviously, they did mention they played in Swiss before, and it was a close game. And I think going into this now, they're trying to work out how each other play. Going into the next leg, they might change something differently to work out if they're using the wings. Maybe they'll try and stop that and try and make them go into the middle of the park. But so far, not much to talk about. Maybe the one opportunity that R9 probably should have done better with. But I mean, as you mentioned, it's just the first half. Anything can happen in the next half.
Plenty of time. Direwolves, they're just trying to build for this final attack. Mbappe now into the feet of R9. He's going to get running, facing that attacker, just running towards defenders, skipping inside. Mbappe now to Neymar, to Messi. Don't want to get him on that left foot. That's just where he's trying to get. Not going to happen this time around. This one will be played out, and that will be the end of the first half. Cagey is the word I would probably use between these two. Not really too many chances to write home about. It's very much been a possession-based game, trying to break each other down. And well, you can see on your screens from that expected goals front of things, only on the side of Peekaboo, we hadn't actually, also from the other side of things, have we actually had shots, but passes from the other side, from the Direwolves. More possession from their side of things, more passing, more going forward. But the chance, really, only on the other side of things from Order.
Yeah, I mean, they're keeping the ball really well, Direwolves, and, you know, it's quite hard to break down teams, and they're just trying to make sure they get it to the right person, because as we saw yesterday, a few really strail passes, and the other team are scoring from it. The other team, on the other hand, obviously one shot, and to be honest with you, it probably should have been a goal. R9 in that position, 5-star. He should be putting it in the back of the net, and it was a great save. Not too much power on it as well, so you do expect to keep and save it. And we've got to talk about Alisson yesterday, making some flying saves for people, double saves, everything. I wonder who these two have in goal.
Donnarumma's my G. He's my guy. Potential opportunity here for Direwolves. They're now shooting from right to left in red. Order from left to right. Draxler now plays it into Mbappe. A little bit of room. The German on the edge as well can strike it. Back to Mbappe though. Draxler not quite turning as quick as he would have wanted. Looking for the fizz maybe into somebody like Neymar. Oh, it's the roulette. Was maybe a little bit over the top, but it was a chance that came and was maybe expecting to have to beat a defender. goes for the roulette. The chance kind of goes away, and it's a decent enough save from Van der Sar nonetheless. But another really big opportunity this time for the Dire Wolves.
Another massive opportunity, as you saw there. A great roulette in that position. Sometimes a skill move that you don't really expect in the box, but it's a great way of getting, I guess, a speed boost out your feet, and almost scored.
Oh, R9, he's found Messi at the back post in absolutely acres of space. He's going to just about be closed down inside. Draxler can't get anywhere on the other side of things. Game's starting to open up just a little bit, but look at the run from R9. Is he going to get the touch onto this? Yes, he is. He bullies his way through. This usually results in one thing only. There's 1-0 from Dire Wolves. It's that man, R9. May well have missed some chances this game already. That one only ever had one outcome.
A great through ball in the air, we got to mention, and obviously when R9 gets into that position, he barges off the player. He's got great strength in FIFA. He barges the player off the ball, and green times the shot. Obviously, he's got 5-star, 91 pace, 88 shooting, and 93 pace, 93 shooting. You actually expect him to score from there, and he did, especially when it's green time. It's always going in from there.
And the green time is one of those things, you know, we've seen it before. Majority of the time the pros are hitting them. I don't even have it on because I'm bad and I don't like to try and mess up any of the opportunities I get, but it's that thing that can just about solidify a goal for you the majority of the time. Just gives it that extra chance of going in. The accuracy, the power was there, but is the accuracy and power going to be there from Neymar? Not quite. Who's going to retrieve this ball though? It's R9 in the box. Look for the pass across to Neymar. He's in dangerous position. The corner is not going to come. Actually, that will be a goal kick. That's an annoyance for Order, who were in a nice little spot there. But Dire Wolves, the team coming from the winners bracket, just to remind you, they only need to win one game, albeit from every other single game that we had yesterday, -1. We did have that bracket reset. Order are the team that we need to see win if we want to see that again. Mbappe now. Back into Draxler. And he's an interesting one. I like the idea of him, but I mean, with PSG being so good this year, it's a nice little link. You got Neymar, you got Messi. Messi on the ball right now. Mbappe, obviously, there. The links are very important. Ronaldo Sanchez as well. Ligue 1 really at the forefront of things, but somebody who could be at the forefront for the Dire Wolves is R9. Not going to quite squeeze through. Will just about get this one out. Potential counter-attacking opportunity, but there's just not men up the pitch for Order here. Feels like they're sitting quite deep.
It's hard for them, really, obviously, when your opponent's doing really well in keeping the ball when going forward. You get sort of pressed as such, and as you see here, they're doing really well going forward, especially with the R9. 10 million coins, you've got to remember, and it's quite hard for these players to get these type of players, but he's the main man that you're going to want in your team.
Draxler, plenty of room on the edge of the box. He can hit them, chooses to not. Now Sanchez just waiting for that opportune moment. You'll quite often see the pros wait until the chance is basically secured to be an open shot at goal. Yes, okay, you will see the finesses from the edge, etc., but for the most part, they wait for those 100% chances to come. And is there going to be one coming here for Order? Not this time around. Dire Wolves just about get the defensive work in there. I think Dire Wolves, you know, they get plenty of possession, plenty of passing around, but their defense has been so strong so far as well.
Sure has been very strong defensively. They've obviously worked out between each other who's going to cut the passing lane and who's going to sort of press the player, and they're doing that really well, and they're stopping chances.
Neymar into the box here for the Dire Wolves. Now back out to Mbappe a little bit more central. R9 reverse elastico, well stepped in from the defender. And the reverse elastico, you know, we talk about it quite a lot. It's one of those moves that's always been strong. It feels especially strong this year, though, doesn't it?
It's definitely a strong skill move. You see it quite a lot in and around the box. It's really quite hard to defend against, especially the ball roll scoop as well. It's a skill move. You go one way and then you go the other way, and you just don't want to dive in, because if you do, chance of giving away a penalty.
It's just all about creating the angles, creating the space. Can R9 do it here? Draxler looking for somebody in space, finds Lionel Messi in the box, turns onto his left and well defended. The defender committed to that, though. I think if Messi had turned that onto his right, 4-star weak foot, he can bury them. We know he can. Committed to that left foot to just close down that gap. But we're 80 minutes in, and if you're Order Army, you've really had one chance to talk about. Just a singular chance. And it's one that probably should have been scored in the first half. But can they create one here in the final 10 minutes of the first leg? Mbappe now. Left-hand side, pass inside to R9, looking to twist and turn where he can, looking to create that room, finds Draxler, back to De Jong, and just trying to recycle this ball around, looking for that little bit of space. It's a nice clip ball into Mbappe. Ball rolling back inside to R9, just recycle. Dire Wolves are not giving an inch, although Lionel Messi not quite giving the mile. Defenders coming on through and getting that big tackle in. 5 minutes to go. Dire Wolves have got possession once again.
You might see him try and keep the ball here, try and
Yeah.
take the next leg of FIFA as a 1-0 win. Of course, 1-0's, anything can happen. You can concede within 3 minutes, but going into that next leg will give them quite a big boost of confidence.
It's final attack as well, isn't it?
They'll definitely try to play for the final attack because,
Yeah.
especially in the 90th, 91st minute, because if they lose the ball, there's a chance that the other team cannot score.
Of course. Mbappe, though, can they create one more opportunity? That pause has been queued for quite some time. That's going to be a free kick as well. This is a dangerous situation. I'm curious if changes will come on through. If anything, it's a time where if you're the attacking team in Dire Wolves here, you can make some big changes, get somebody like Fellaini on or somebody like that for this instance, and then that's where we're potentially going to see them come through, because then you don't have to worry about the defensive side of things. But having a look at the overall possession here, it's mostly been camped, of course, in Order Army, I should say. It's been in their half, hasn't it, for the most part? Let's be honest. Really, really well played by the Dire Wolves boys. Fantastic game from them so far. Nearly 60% possession. And they are going to have the possession for the rest of this game. And the final chance to take a 2-goal lead potentially here. Is this going to be whipped in? No, it is going to be played short. Cancel. Can't go backwards. There's not going to be enough time. Is this one going to be whipped in? Are they looking for a corner? They will not find it. The opportunity is wasted. And that will be that after one leg. It will be Dire Wolves to take the lead heading into that second leg. A very, very good performance. It was a game of very few chances, albeit. But Dire Wolves, the possession was there. The intent was there. Very, very hard to break either one of these two teams down, though, both defending very, very well.
They both was, but Dire Wolves in particular, for me, they defended really well. They went forward really well. They kept the ball as well, but they weren't wasting time. They were trying to actually make chances. And for me, that sees a great team. And obviously, next leg, anything can change. We saw yesterday that the team that was dominant in the first half of the legs, they weren't in the second, and it ended up going to a bracket reset. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. You know, FIFA can change very, very quickly. The possession was there. The intent was there from Dire Wolves. The lead is there heading into that second leg, which is going to be coming up after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
My striker is in between or behind two defenders, and I'm giving a little double tap pass. You will see the ball goes up, so it won't be intercepted by the defenders, and I will have a good chance to score a goal. Hi guys, I'm Levi. I'm a FIFA esports player for Ajax. I'm also the champion of the playoffs of last year, and I'm here to give you a FIFA 22 passing masterclass. First I will teach you how to use the lofted through ball. It's really important, especially when you're countering and there's a lot of space behind the backline of your opponent. As you can see, I will pass it to the first striker, my left striker, and my second striker is running in the space when you're free with the keeper. My central midfielder is having the ball, and I'm already triggering my striker to go deep. He's going into space, and this is one of the most important things about the lofted through ball, because I will know he's going into the space, but my opponent isn't so far yet. At this moment I will give a pass to my left striker, and as you can see, my opponent is switching as well to his right center back to cover the pass to my left striker, and I will give the lofted through ball by using L1, R1 and triangle about 2 or 3 bars, depends on how much distance the ball has to take. My striker who is already in full pace and having the free space to go with the keeper and score and goal. Okay, so the second thing we will talk about today is the driven pass. The driven pass is one of the most important things in FIFA 22. So let's break it down. As you can see in the clip, I will send my striker into space. I will give him a lofted through ball, and he is one-on-one with the defender. I'm running down the line with my left striker, and I'm cutting it back. At this moment, a driven pass is the perfect solution. With an R1 plus X, if I was to use a normal pass, the pass will be too slow and too easy to read. That's why I'm using a driven pass, which is much harder and much more accurate, and it's easy to tap in afterwards. The last thing I want to talk about is something us pros are using a lot, which is the double tap pass. My striker is in between or behind two defenders, and I'm giving a little double tap pass. You will see the ball goes up, so it won't be intercepted by the defenders, and I will have a good chance to score a goal. Let's break it down. In this clip you will see that I'm having the ball around the box with one of my striker, and the other striker is inside the box behind the defenders. I'm giving the double tap pass here because it will avoid the defenders to intercept the ball, and it also will pop the ball a little bit up and give you a perfect chance to volley the ball, which makes it easier to score the goal. Okay guys, that's all. That's my FIFA 22 passing masterclass. I hope it will improve your game, and I will see you all on the pitch.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the FGS Open. My name is Chris Tunn, joined by Lisa Manley, and we have the Sydney Open qualifier coming in here right now. We have already a lead for Dire Wolves after the very first leg. Their team coming from the winners bracket side of things. Looking good for the Dire Wolves as we're about to head into the second leg. Lisa, it was a game of possession from the Dire Wolves, a few chances, very close game of FIFA, but Dire Wolves definitely looking the stronger outfit, I would say.
Definitely looking the stronger team for me. Obviously a 1-0 lead for them in the first leg, and of course they're going to be confident coming into this, not being actually unbeaten so far in the tournament, and they haven't actually lost a game, so they've got to remember that, and they're 1-0 up, so they just got to try and sustain the way they were last game, and they could come out with a win here.
Order Army shooting from right to left, Dire Wolves from left to right. I think that's right. We'll double check that, because kits sometimes change around, don't they, and we get things maybe mixed up just a little bit. Draxler now playing this one forward to Mbappe. Look at the run from R9. Draxler back to Cancelo. Now Dejalo. It was the other way around. Look, I'm on top of things. It's fine. Here we go. Order from left to right and Dire Wolves from right to left. And I tell you what, Dire Wolves are going to have a chance here. It's the nutmeg with the ball roll. Big pass in. Not going to happen. And that one is now going to go to a goal kick.
A great ball roll there as well, and to be honest with you, the ball roll scoop as well, the cut back across the box. To be honest with you, I think he probably should have scored that, Ronaldo. I think it actually was a shot, but very unfortunate. And as you can see here, they're switching the play, trying to keep the ball, trying to make that 100% chance, not wanting to rush things, because if they do, they don't want to lose the possession and have a chance of conceding.
Ball's going to go out for a goal kick, sorry. Ball played across now from the Dire Wolves. And now Sanchez and back. Just trying to play a little bit of possession here. First attack came in from them, and Neymar was the one that was trying to create that little bit of space. Messi now has room to stretch his legs here and hasn't had that much from the Dire Wolves. Pass inside to Neymar, just trying to build. But again, look at the defensive work coming in from Order Army. Cancelo now. And he's somebody we haven't seen too much of either, is he? Very, very solid player. Back into Draxler, a little bit of room, pass inside to Neymar, though. Which way is he going? It's left! Finds that little bit of space. It's the Brazilian show for the Dire Wolves. In form Neymar, in the box. Which way is he going to go? And he can't make the decision. Neymar makes the right one, though. Top left corner, the Dire Wolves. Cruise control.
Great play there from Dire Wolves, and as you mentioned, Neymar in that position, in form Neymar as well, 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot, 95 agility, so you're not really sure which way he's going to go, and he did that there, and the keeper had no chance as well.
Really good goal, and now it is really time for Order Army to start turning it on. Pass inside, not going to find its way through Marquinhos. Really well worked. Tatal will get this one away. It was a big, big, big moment in this tie, you feel. 1-0 cagey game. I think if you're Order Army, you sort of say, yeah, okay, well, we got probably outplayed, but it's only 1-0. They find that early goal, though. You really have to come out. You have to do something. And will it just play into the hands of Dire Wolves? That's the question. Messi now. A little bit of room, and that was somewhat what created the goal in and around Messi as well, finding room and then changing the side of play. Neymar now, a little bit of room being made by him as well. R9 making the moves in the box. Messi back to Ronaldo. They have to push out. Are they going to leave any space? Potentially ball into Messi. It's just going to be a wonderful goal if it finds its way in. But Dire Wolves just playing some really, really good FIFA here. That one, though, doesn't result in a clear-cut chance, but they are continuously knocking at the door.
Knocking at the door, indeed they are. They're doing a lot of ball rolls in and around the box as well. It's a great skill move to use in your locker, because it's such a basic skill move to use, and it gives you that additional space away from the defender there. And as we saw there, a lot of ball rolls into players to get extra space, and we almost got a goal there, but very unfortunate. They're dominating here 2-0, and like you said, the extra goal is huge to boost their confidence. And as you can see, it's not phasing them. They're keeping the ball, making sure that they're making their opponents work, and congratulations to them so far. They're playing the best they can.
Playing really good FIFA. Look at the run from Renato Sanchez in the middle. He may not be the pass, but he might create the room for somebody else, like R9 on the edge of the box, twisting, turning. The fake drag back's there, but Frankie de Jong is also just about getting in the way. Messi now into the feeder Neymar. If you are Order Army, you absolutely need a goal. 34 minutes. There is still plenty of time. We've seen games of FIFA change in a lot quicker times than 40 to 34 in-game minutes, haven't we? And could this be the time now for it to change for Order Army? Mbappe. That touch was slightly wayward, so he has to slide. The animation comes out, and was that a shot or a pass? Who knows? But it is a corner kick. Could this be their route back in? Keeper movement is there. And what's the route for this corner? We've done so many different ways to formulate a plan when it does come to corners. You look for the run, you look for maybe some player switches coming on through. Have Order Army worked on this? Marquinhos now into R9. Yes, they have worked on it. Is it going to result in a goal? No, Renato Sanchez gets in the way. Second time of asking. Corner to go in again. Proposing some sort of danger here. Order. Oh my God, I can't speak. Order Army. That's very hard to say. Anyway, nonetheless, that corner results in very little. Messi now. Back to de Jong, and this one's going to have to be recycled. But that first corner, it kind of shows that the danger is there, and there's some more here now as well. Mbappe getting away from Renato Sanchez, if only momentarily. This one is just about going to be played out, but Direwolves haven't necessarily sat back, but we've seen Order Army come forward a lot more now.
They know they need to. Obviously, they are 2 goals down. That was a well-worked corner as well, of course, whipping it into the box and sort of the flick onto R9, and it was a great save. Quite a few blocks from that as well, but it's showing that they have something in the locker, and actually, if they do get a goal here, it could change it completely.
Just keeping hold of the ball here with that final attack for the Direwolves. Pass inside now. R9, he actually has a little bit of room in front of him. He's going to get his legs stretching. Mbappe now. Oh, he tries to get past, not going to quite work out, but he actually managed to win the ball back. The pass, though, puts him in a little bit of trouble. The touch is a bit too hard, and that will be the end of the half. Direwolves, I mean, they're in complete control here. This is very much their game to lose now. 1.6 expected goals, the more possession, the more passes. Be interested to see the kind of zones they've been making these moves through as well. But it has to be said, chances have fallen to the side of Order Army. But look at that. I mean, Order Army getting most of their attack, going down that left-hand side. Majority of the time, that possession is with, of course, the Direwolves.
We're seeing quite a lot of chances from both sides, as you see there. 2 shots. If they're clinical, maybe do they have 2 goals for either side up there? But, I mean, going into this next half, I don't know who's going to come out on top, because can we see a goal, a couple of goals, or maybe a goal within the first 10 minutes of the game to maybe set the tone for them?
Possibly. I think, you know, you look at it, they've got that expected goal. They had a really big chance with R9 from that corner. If that goes in, it's almost like, you know, it feels like there's a huge difference between 2-0 down and 1-0 down. 1-0 down, when you score that goal to reduce that deficit, that can maybe just give you that little bit of momentum to possibly follow through and find a second.
Momentum indeed, of course. When you get that extra goal, it gives you a little boost of confidence. Actually, 100%. I can do this. And it's massive as they win the ball here.
Here we go. Order Army may be offered an opportunity from a Direwolves mistake. Pass inside. R9 now. Trying to find a little bit of room. Can't quite find that pass into Draxler. And that's where you maybe need the runners to be coming from somewhere else and not Julian Draxler. You'd like that to be a Neymar or a Mbappe, somebody along those lines. Now the Direwolves can attack themselves, keep a hold of the ball. They've done that so fantastically over 2 legs, so a leg and a half for FIFA at least anyway. Cancelo now down this left-hand side, waiting for the run of Mbappe. Which way is he going? Is he dropping? Is he running? Cancelo still running. Gets past the defender, back to Mbappe, and acres of space. Now out to Draxler. Really good challenge coming through from the other side of things with Draxler. Is the counter-attacking opportunity there? Look at Lionel Messi. Lots of room, lots of space. Ball roll inside. Now back to Draxler. Looks for the pass, but he's forcing it. There's nothing on there. That's one of those, and I do it myself. You try and force the pass. You see the player you want, There's somebody in the way, but you think, you know what, we'll try it anyway. Forcing the pass, not working out there.
In this position for Order, they just have to make these risky passes as such to try and get that goal. And obviously there, it didn't end up working out. But they're playing really well this half. They just got to try and get that extra goal.
They really do have to put the pressure on very, very quickly. They're put in a bit of a bad spot here, though, are the Dire Wolves. Well, one back. R9 again, that pass, it's forced. Just cutting off every single angle if you're on the Dire Wolves, who, for all that you know, you can say our Order Army are forcing those passes. The defensive work from Dire Wolves looks very, very well drilled, if anything. They know when to cover, they know what to cover. And right now it's been a very difficult ordeal for the Order Army to try and even find a goal, never mind get themselves back into this tie. Messi trying to find that little bit of room, but again, it's that end product is not quite there. They're finding the space occasionally, but that final pass is left wanting multiple times so far, Lisa. I mean, it has been wanting though from Dire Wolves. That's a great ball through to Neymar, to Messi to try and kill the tie. Not going to happen. Really well worked. And at what moment though, he said, do Order Army sort of say to themselves, we need to go for this?
To be honest with you, if I was in this situation, I'd be doing it right now, because I've only got, I mean, depending on obviously at extra time they've got in this game, but they've got around, what, 20-ish minutes depending on extra time. And I think for me, I'd be pausing it now, we'd making a change, going constant pressure, because maybe press off the possession loss for 10-ish minutes. As you can see, a pause coming in now, but they've got to change something, send a few players forwards, changing it, for instead of being stay back while attacking, they put it on balanced, or they put it on stay forward on every single player in the team. Constant press, like I mentioned, because they need to send everything forward and maybe press off the possession loss, but they got to get a goal first. And as you can see, they are trying to work the ball, but they're defending so well. I
think that's the worry with 2-0, isn't it? It's one of those that, well, okay, if we grab a goal back here, we're right back into it. But if we leak another 3, it's that stick or twist, isn't it? Do you make the risk? Do you find those goals that you need to try and make it a competitive game? If you lose one more goal, you may well be out. Mbappe, oh, he's actually done so well to skip past. Messi is there for the pass as well. Mbappe keeps it on going. Twists and turns back into R9. Renato Sanchez in the right place, the right time, every single time. It's just been a real pain for the boys of Order Army to get past. R9 now. They need to start putting this pressure on. You need to maybe start taking some risks. Maybe some shots from the edge, but Mbappe in the box now. Trying to find that little bit of room, finds it. R9, this could be the chance that they need to find. Reversal has to go back onto his right! And that is maybe the route they need back into this game. A big, big goal for Order Army, and it's game on all of a sudden.
Game on. I did mention to you they needed just that one goal. We saw them piling on pressure for the last, 15 in-game minutes. And as you see there, R9 twisting and turning, reverse elasticos, skill moves galore, and as you can see, they actually are. They've had loads of shots this half, and finally green time shot as well. We mentioned that if you green time it, more power, more chance of it getting past the keeper, and it sure did that there. And what a game on we have here. They're going to change something in the custom tactics. Are they going to maybe go constant pressure, maybe press after possession loss?
I would stay what they're doing. They've had their chances. They don't. If they lose another goal now, though, that's the problem. That is the issue they have. That one goal back, it creates a game that is now a little bit nervy for the Dire Wolves. And it's just Junior getting away down this right-hand side. And I tell you what, there is plenty of room for R9 in the middle. Oh, it's a good chance. It's not clear cut, but you expect that to at least hit the target. Dire Wolves, that could have been their chance to put this one to bed. And now it's an opportunity, 10 in-game minutes of opportunities for Order Army to maybe find something themselves. Messi now into Vinicius Junior. Back to Ital. Messi. Vinicius Junior down the right-hand side, trying to get away. Back inside, R9 can't find the pass. 8 minutes remaining, Dire Wolves retain possession once again. Well, I'll tell you what, R9's been sent on his way down this left-hand side. Does he keep a hold of it? Or does he go for the goal? Does he go for the throw? Well, yeah, I mean, the ball's going to go out. Oh, nervy moments for the Dire Wolves here, Lisa.
Very interesting there from Dire Wolves. As we saw it yesterday, Crow Esports were keeping the ball, but they went down that side and they actually whipped it in which you expect R9 to actually at least get it on target. And as you saw there, they did go down the line, they did try to keep it, but there's a chance here.
That's a hell of a pass into Mbappe. The touch was not the best offside. I was wondering with the position that he came from. 86 minutes. Time is running out, but once again, Order Army have a hold of the ball. De Jong Into Messi, into R9. He's got room on his right and his left. He's went for the reverse and the defender is there in the way. He had room on his left-hand side. They get the ball back. Not long to go. Messi. Back to Vinicius Jr. The run from R9 is going to be there in a second. How does he wriggle his way in? 1 minute of added time. Oh, there's not going to be any more attacks though. If the Dire Wolves can keep a hold of this, Order Army have won the ball back. Vinicius Jr. has got options in the box. He can't get it away. That clearance is bad. Which way is it going to go? This header is crucial, and it's not crucial enough for Order Army. The referee cruelly blows his whistle, and Dire Wolves will walk away as winners in this tie. They will qualify for the tournament in April. A fantastic performance from them. It got a little bit nervy towards the end, but a really well-worked game from the Dire Wolves. They will qualify.
What a performance from them. Defensively, attackingly, they were just so good. And we can see how they went unbeaten in this tournament. Obviously, they played them before and it was a close game. And we saw that there. It was such a close game. They actually probably could have scored in the 90th minute there. But overall, congratulations to them winning 15,000 and, of course, the spot in April.
Yeah, that is a really, really big game from the Dire Wolves. And if I'm honest, one of the more impressive performances I think we've seen. Yeah, okay, look, there wasn't a load of chances. Everyone at home, like, oh, okay, right, okay. But it was a good game of FIFA in the sense that it was back and forth. It was all about the defensive work that was being put in. And how many times have we talked about that defensive work and how important it is? Yes, it's great to be somebody who's skillful and can score loads of goals. That's what it's about. That's where the fun is, admittedly. But to be a good player, you have to be good at defending as well. It's kind of one at the back a lot of these games. Dire Wolves just seem to have that locked in, and I believe they'll be looked at as a team to watch out for. These Masters teams will be watching that game and thinking they looked impressive. Yes, okay, it was a tight win, but at the same time, a very, very good performance, I think.
Impressive indeed, in my opinion. The most defensive performance, great performance from them as well. I think overall, in my opinion, they weren't conceding. That's how good they were, in my opinion. And going forward, obviously, they were great as well, doing loads of different skill moves in and around the box, a lot of ball rolls, a lot of elasticos, a lot of reverse elasticos as well. And overall, a great performance going forward and also defending. Yeah,
very well-rounded performance from the Dire Wolves. I think Mike and Rachel will probably agree. Fantastic performance from the boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Lisa, for breaking that down. Mike's going to take a deeper dive into the breakdown as well. But, Mike, firstly, Dire Wolves, I guess, best on paper, ranked third, though, coming into this. Second were Order Army, but they got the job done. We didn't have to go to a bracket reset, which shows how great they were out there today.
They closed out the game. I think the best way of looking at it is a very professional performance. I see this work inside R9. What a beautiful save, though. We've seen a lot of goalkeepers really step up throughout the matches yesterday, and I'm sure that's going to be something that's a reoccurring theme today as well. Takedown, you isolated R9, R9 with the ball roll, the time finish. There's a lot of small details in that goal that are maybe missed by the normal consumer in terms of that extra touch, aligning that angle, as you see Neymar with the turn, the finish, top corner, best corner, gives them a little more leeway to work with. It was late. I don't know if I'm going to go as far as saying it was great, but we did see a push a little bit later on in the matchup here. Again, with R9 working, you're seeing a lot of elastical work. The resurface is beautiful there, the recycle. And then from there, it's just a matter of them closing it out, or were we going to see another one of those comebacks as you see the missed header again from R9, who's been the main target man and will probably continue to be a theme. R9 just gives you something special. And at the end of the day, you're looking for any level of separation that you can gain some sort of competitive advantages. You have the 2-1 final, and the best walkaway there is very professional. As we heard from Chris, where he was saying the scoreline maybe doesn't show the dominance or show the control levels. I would agree with him in many regards. They didn't feel, when I watched that, when I'm analyzing, I didn't feel as if they were feeling that much pressure on the back end, that they were worried or that they were concerned or they had to deal with a lot of havoc or a lack of composure. It was all there. It was just another day in the office.
Well, I guess that's kind of a proof in the pudding of what Lisa was saying as well. And you were just saying there, Mike, they had time, because if they have enough time, they can do the skill moves like the elasticos, reverse elastico, the ball rolls around the box. That shows they're not just rushing to try and just find space to get a goal. They're making space.
Even more defensively or in the build-up play as well, where you're not rushing your over-the-top passes. You have a plan and you're sticking to that plan. And you also, maybe more importantly, you believe in the plan that you have and how you're executing in the biggest of stages. I mean, we're on a live broadcast here in front of thousands upon thousands of people. And this is the decider. It's really win or go home as well. There's not a second or a third place prize for the most part. Everybody's trying to get that final qualification.
Yeah, totally. Well, let's quickly clear up Zach result then. So it was 2-1 in the end to Dire Wolves over those two legs. Legs 1 was 1-0 to Dire Wolves, and then it was obviously 1-1 for the second leg, but meant on aggregate 2-1 Dire Wolves. They are our Open champions, and we'll see them at the Team of the Season Cup in April. Mike, though, we just saw all 3 goals. You've now just picked one for us to break down in your analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
And it's the opening goal. And they just do such a lovely job of, once again, being able to isolate your best player or your best offensive player. Actually, we're going to rerun this, and you're going to have the recycle here looking at Neymar. I thought we were going to see the first example where we had the over-the-top pass. Neymar, of course, beats his home, gets a little bit of space on inside the box, and he's going to finish from there. He's going to convert. And having that 5-star weak foot is so important for being able to finish in these types of scenarios. And that's why players stress it heavily, where they're looking for their attackers, not only the skill moves, but to have the weak foot, because it gives you that added element of creativity.
Yeah, Lisa's been talking about that quite a lot. She's been 5-5 across the board is what she looks for in her players. But obviously, you've got to have quite a lot of coins to do that, or you're just very good in the game as well. So it takes quite a lot of time, of course. But Mike, thanks for your analysis, an expert, and for joining us. You'll be back after this break, as will we, as we head to Dubai for the second Open on day 2. We're super excited to get into that one. So please come back and join us.
FIFA Global Series returns.
Don't miss any goals
Those highlights and exclusive content.
all season long.
Be social. It's all just one click away. Check this out.
Twitch and YouTube are your go-to for the best live competition. Snack on live updates and highlights with a daily dose of FIFA Global Series on Twitter.
Experience exclusive reveals and behind-the-scenes content as only Instagram can do it.
Catch up, binge and level up your games by watching our masterclasses on YouTube.
So the first tip I'd give when dribbling is just to let go of sprint. You could also hold R1 just to strafe dribble.
Be in the know and get all the deets on our official website.
This means the latest news, videos and schedules. Be social.
Be engaged.
Be there.
It is all on your fingertips.
All season long. We're ready when you are. Let's go.
Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 of the FGS Open. presented by PS5. If you are just joining us, you just missed the Sydney Open. It's midnight over there, approaching 1 a.m. in the morning, and we just have our first qualifier heading to the Team of the Season Cup in April. They are, of course, Dire Wolves. They just defeated Order Army 2-1 over the 2 legs of FIFA. So they join the 5 qualified teams from yesterday. Let's just quickly recap who they are then. Kawasaki Frontal from Tokyo. Saf times Goliath. Saf and Goliath, 2 teams merged there from Johannesburg. RF Esports from Miami. Timbers Esports from Mexico City. And Lou times Josue from Washington, D.C. And then our final team so far, Dire Wolves from Sydney. Righty, let's move on then with the show. And where are we heading to next? Change on! Here we go, we're going to Dubai. I hear it's nice and sunny there at the moment. It's very much a winter holiday destination, but we're not talking about holidays, we're talking about FIFA. But if you were going on a holiday, you might see these kind of views from your bedroom window. Looks nice, doesn't it, by the marina there? Ouch, I'd like to be there. But you know, Twickenham Stadium, where we are right now, is a pretty nice spot to be spending the next 3 days. But Dubai is where we are heading, and let's bring you up to speed then on what has been happening. So we just had the losers bracket winners final taking place off stream there. So Lamont 72 taking on Undefeatable, and the score there was 3-0 Undefeatable. So they are now heading up again to the winners bracket, and they'll be taking on 01 Esports for a shot at those opens, of course. So pretty exciting. We've had 1 open qualifier already today, still 4 more to come and bring you. I believe we are ready, able to go into that one. Undefeatable, they're on a roll, aren't they? They just won their losers bracket final. They're now popping up to the winners bracket. Chris Tunn, Richard Bruckley are ready and waiting to take you through this one.
Oh, Rich, we're just flying into the games today, aren't we? Look at that. And by the way, me and Richard clearly got the pink memo. Nobody else did. It's unfortunate.
Salmon.
Salmon. Would you call it salmon? I'm not too sure. We'll consult with Michael Abel. He seems to be our fashion director, if you like. But, of course, this game should be an interesting one. 2 teams not necessarily the ones we would have expected to be in this grand final, of course, for the Dubai side of things. But should be a good game nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. 9th and 10th seeded teams coming into this tournament. And really, you're looking at 01 Esports, Mofawazi and Juba. Maybe name value-wise, name sort of power-wise, not the most recognisable in this region, but they have been sort of up and coming for a little while. Juba, we saw him at the West Asia playoffs last FIFA, obviously a 1v1 tournament. I don't like harping back to a lot of tournaments because it's completely different. 1v1 to 2v2, the way that you play the game, how you mesh with a teammate, all of the criteria has changed for 2v2 FIFA.
Ball in. It's going to just about be cut out there by Renato Sanchez from the side of Undefeated. And it is hard to read into, isn't it, when it does come down to 1v1s, etc. We know ourselves from you guys at home, they'll be exactly the same. Playing co-op rivals is very much a bit of a different task, and then adding this fact into it as well for the side, of course, of the competitive sides of things. The 900th goal for Petr Cech. Hold on, am I missing something here?
Some penalties.
Renato Sanchez, now ball in. Lionel Messi inside the box here for Undefeated. Is it going to break to Neymar? No, it does not. Back to Messi, but unfortunately offside.
Yeah, you saw the use of the heel-to-heel flick as well inside the box there. Skill move that in previous FIFAs has been so useful in and around the penalty area this year. Just the way that the player exits the heel-to-heel maybe gives a little bit too much of the ball to the defender to win.
Similar to the cricketer, isn't it?
Yeah. So when you see sort of the heel-to-heel come out, it's always a nice surprise, to say the least.
Ball over the top to Neymar, just about getting in the way. Oh, it's a towel. Marquinhos. Ref?
Hey?
Referee?
Like a certain free kick. He skipped past him.
This is the same referees that's been Newcastle games every season this year. Yes, so far. Oh, well, okay. Nonetheless, that's one of those that it sometimes happens. We'll skirt over it for now. Neymar down this right-hand side, though, for 01 Esports. Ginola can find that little bit of space. Neymar has some, but it's unfortunately an offside position. Back inside on Kunku. So we're not seeing too much this weekend, but you will see pretty much in every single game of Weekend League. Neymar. I'll tell you what, there's loads of room here. The ball drilled across. That's N'Golo Kante getting in the way, as he so often does. That ball is now going to be played out wide. I wouldn't want to say cagey start, but nothing too much been shown by either team so far.
The way that O1 Esports defended that particular attack as well, I should say, sort of progressed through the attack. There's not a lot of pressing coming out from Undefeated. They're sort of holding the ground, they're marking the passing lanes, but they're not actually progressing onto the players. So you can get room where you can just meander into the box, you can walk into dangerous areas, and potentially, we've seen a few passes whipped across the box early doors.
Messi looking to try and find a little bit of room. The door was shut though. Ginola, he's not going to actually find Mbappe, he's going to find Ginola on the other side of things. Mbappe himself, the pass wayward to Kante, and that ball out wide, wayward to Neymar. So a couple of these passes in the middle, not quite finding their way through. Sloppy game so far, I want to say. There's a couple of passes all over the shop, to be honest with you.
Yeah, nerves.
Yep.
I think sort of regional finals, not only the opportunity to compete at the Team of the Season Cup, but $50,000 as well. It's a big game. It's probably some of the biggest games of FIFA that these competitors have ever played in.
That was one thing that wasn't obviously introduced until this week, the money on the line. Has to put that extra bit of pressure on. The pressure was on there on Cancelo though, and Neymar skipping inside, looking for that pass over the top to Ginola. Will he find the touch? Oh, the defender misses it. Oh, so does Pele, but the follow-up, which way does it fall? It's going to be Nkunku on the edge of the box now for O1 Esports. Mbappe, Neymar has a little bit of space in front of him as well as Ginola. The pass is on there if he wants it, but well worked with Neymar. He's done so well to wriggle through. And that one will just about be cleared away. That was a big moment.
The defender has to be looking at, you're looking at the defender and going, what on earth just happened at the back? It was a very simple header, fell over sort of himself in the final third.
Good ball to Renato Sanchez. Messi is onside as well, looking to try and find that little bit of room. Kante gets in the way. Good pass again. Renato Sanchez now finds Neymar. Wasn't the expected one. Is this one going to be crossed in or just goes for it? Check it, he's front post. Trying to catch the keeper off guard. None of it will get through. O1 Esports. Ball whipped in by Kante. Not necessarily his forte whatsoever. Renato Sanchez now just going to make sure he keeps a hold of the ball here for Undefeated.
It's been a few sort of very interesting attacks so far. Mbappe inside the box. Great strike. Petr Cech. Yeah, I'm asking questions of the goalkeeper again. He might have scored 900 goals, but he can't keep it out.
It's a really good finish by Kylian. Mbappe puts in the top right corner, but it's one of those moments, Cech, you'd expect him to step across. But it was well worked. It has to be said, the opportunity comes because of just sent him the wrong way, didn't he, the defender? And that's when you commit to that tackle. You're going to get caught out. Undefeated find themselves in the lead.
It came all the way back from the corner. He ran all the way near to the halfway line with Renato Sanchez, recycled the ball back through the midfield into Kylian Mbappe, and we'll have to see it back, that goal. I'm not sure if there's a bit of goalkeeper movement. It looked like a weird sort of animation from Petr Cech. He didn't get behind the ball. There's a lot of strike on the power, but you still expect your goalkeeper to save that.
Ball's going to be played out wide to Cancelo. Varane, not somebody we see very often either. Team's not necessarily what you would see the highest of levels. Varane very much out of favour somewhat in this version of FIFA, at least anyway.
It's Cancelo, isn't it? You want to get Cancelo in the team.
Yeah.
So you have to use sort of a Premier League defender there. I imagine then Renato Sanchez is involved. The goalkeeper, you get your icon link.
Ball's going to be won back by O1 Esports here, though. Ginola's going to be played in, and look at the run. Well, it's not just quite enough time, is there? And that is going to be it for the half. It will be Undefeated in the lead. But it has to be said on the other side of things for O1. That expected goal from that one chance. I mean, the game expects that to go in.
Yeah, that was obviously the chance in the final third where he dinks the ball over the top of the defender. Easy goal, it seemed, but a great save. You can see the possession there in the first 15, 30, 45 minutes. O1 Esports started the game with 60% of the ball, and in the middle sort of third and final third of the first half, didn't realise I did GCSE maths, they dominated the possession, keeping up to 80% of the ball.
Attack now for undefeated. Can they double their lead here? Frankie de Jong just about gets in the way. And Mbappe will play this one across. It's the route back in here for O1 Esports.
Pele as the icon.
Could be Pele. It could be. Mbappe, it's a good ball in. You know, it's so well worked. You know, it's a fantastic, fantastic goal. Ginola has a full estate of room in the middle of the box, it has to be said, but the pass from Mbappe, the little ball roll, have it in your feet, son, bang. 1-1 out of absolutely nowhere.
It was just very slick. The ball roll scoop turn down the left-hand side. As soon as that space opens up in the middle of the box, and as soon as that pass goes into Ginola's feet, you know that you don't have to take a touch. You can just hit it first time. Really open stride into the back of the net, and the perfect way, really, to start the second half for this O1 Esports side.
Fantastic start to the second half for them. Undefeated now, can they come back and answer here? It's interesting, isn't it? It's just a game of few chances again, but they have been taken for the most part. Ball out wide now. Cancelo looking to move this one forward. It's a sloppy pass though, and this one will be given away. O1 Esports trying to get this one running once again. Ball from Mbappe, it's so well worked to Pele, but can't quite find the route to wriggle through. In that situation, R9, does he do a little bit better there, shoulder to shoulder with Varane?
Yeah, he's a little bit more physical. R9 Ronaldo, maybe even Mbappe. I think you might, just the instant acceleration to get away from the defender. Pele, look, we all know how creative and how good he is on the ball. His finishing is immaculate inside the box, but the physicality is something that he's not famous for. He's not shrugging players off the ball.
Mbappe down this left, can he release Pele in an area where he may be able to do something with it? And Kunku now to Pele, oh, tries to find de Jong, and then I presume that goes forward to Ginola after that. Kante is not somebody we see as often as previous years, you would say. I think there's a lot of good CMs now, isn't there, who can play the ball as well. That's where Kante often does struggle. I mean, myself included. I like to refer back to myself as an average FIFA player because of everybody at home watching, you know, your average consumer, if you like. People who do have Kante in. For me, myself, I struggle with his passing. And that's what lets me down.
Well, the simple reason Kante is not involved a lot at these events is he's 90 rated. It doesn't fit into the requirements.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You're having to use him as sort of one of your premium players. So you see Kante there on the right-hand side alongside... well, no icon. So you're allowed to use an extra player over the 90 rated sort of restriction, meaning that you can get Kante in, you can get Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe. If you're using an icon, you're only allowed to use 3 of the 4.
Well, there you go. That's what makes sense then. But having a look at this possession.
Since the 30th minute, it's been one-way traffic.
Yeah.
67% from 30 to 45. In the second half, they've come out absolutely flying. Have O1 Esports maybe just took a little bit of time to get warmed up. They didn't play in the losers bracket. They've had a longer wait.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sort of reasons why this game could be going the way it is.
Keeping an eye on that keeper, Petr. You know there's been issues there. This ball played through, not going to really result in a great deal, but for undefeated now, I mean, what's the plan here? You know, things have not been, you know, necessarily going fantastically well since they did take the lead. Marquinhos now to Varane. Now back out to Renato Sanchez. What's the route through? O1 Esports have had the majority of the possession, but it's time now for undefeated to have some themselves. Messi goes with a shot from the edge there. Not quite desperation tactics, but it's a low chance of scoring, albeit they get a corner from it. It's going to be whipped in now by the Argentinian. Or more than likely, just played short. Neymar. Ball's now whipped in towards the back post. Marquinhos is there. It's a big, big save from Petr.
Huge save from Petr. The short corner, as we expect, just floated into the penalty area. Petr got everything behind that one. Oh, a little bit of a risky switch. It's not going to put them off, though. They're still going to find the ball over to Hakimi. I've been intrigued from the defending, especially of the undefeated side, because you can see in these areas here, they're not necessarily pressing the ball. One player's pressing really hard. They're not doing it in doubles at all. It's one person going and then the other just marking the passing lane. Right. Look at Kante here. He's got no intention of going towards the ball. icon is just holding the space. So there's probably a lot of communication going on as well, saying, okay, I've got Kante now, I'll mark the passing lane. And it's working for him.
Very good defensive work from Undefeated so far. Can they keep it up though? O1 Esports have asked questions, and Pele may be the one to ask the ultimate one here. Left-hand side gets going. Looking to go back towards Mbappe, and that's one of those moments that you just get frustrated at. Pause comes through, and will changes come on through. Expected goals-wise, though, it's been relatively decent, and those two very clear-cut chances, I think that's the difference. Yeah, they should have. They really should have. Yeah,
the header that Petr Cech got behind that we've literally just seen, and then that chance early inside the first half where it was almost a 2 against 1. The only person to beat was Petr Cech. Defender managed to get in, confuse, and sort of mix it up a little bit. But when you have 2 shots and you're walking away with a 2 XG, you are sort of you're a little bit disheartened. And look, for the last 2 days since we've been here, Chris, you've been talking about one player saying, why is Di Natale not getting a time to shine? He's just come on the pitch.
My mate. Now it's a game. Di Natale is, I mean, look, I don't get used online, etc., or Ginola for that fact. Di Natale is an achievable hero for myself, and one that I have thoroughly enjoyed using. It's nice to see if the pros are going to get much use out of him. Cristiano Ronaldo on the pitch as well, if I look correctly. But I tell you what, it's a good ball from Davies. Which way is Pele going? Well, he's straight into Davies on the other side. And that's one of them. You stick or twist, and the counter-attack may well now be on. Ginola is going to find that clip ball over the top towards Mbappe, not quite. And the pass out to Davies now. As O1 Esports can start to flex their muscles a little bit in the attacking sense. Mbappe now will look to try and find Pele. I think the miscommunication there, if anything. Undefeated may well be the ones to have a hold of the ball for the final few moments. Di Natale can't quite get onto the ball there.
Has he touched it yet?
He hasn't, yeah, no, I mean, look, it's not his fault, is it? I think if you're O1 Esports here, though, you keep a hold of the ball as long as possible. And final attack, which will be coming in a matter of seconds. Marquinhos now out to Hakimi. Oh, they're just quite happy to go in at 1-1 into this second leg. They're going to go for the push. It's surely going to happen. De Jong out wide to Hakimi, has to go forward. Will find Vinicius Jr. They know exactly where he's got to go, but De Jong fires this one out wide. Davies. Could this be a devastating moment now for Undefeated? O1 Esports finding a way through. Vinicius Jr. now into Ronaldo. Oh, and it's actually fallen to Pele, and it's a big save. It's a save that you wouldn't have expected the keeper to have to make because it comes from nowhere. Corner whipped in, header over! Oh, it's the 92nd minute from Cristiano Ronaldo. He is inevitable, even in FIFA. And oh my goodness me, that's why you put him on the pitch.
CR7, clutch Ronaldo. They should have scored from the Pele chance. It was frantic, it was very, very quick, that entire sort of final couple of minutes, but it's gone into the box, it's fallen to Pele, and he just hit it first time. He had more time to take a touch. Yep. The corner's been whipped in, they didn't move the goalkeeper, there was no right stick, and the reason that that goal has even happened is they took it so fast. Yeah. It wasn't sort of a, right, let's wait, let's plan out what we're going to do. The ball was just whipped in. You've got Ronaldo in the box, the best header on the game. He is just the clutch player in those areas. The keeper got to it, and he still didn't save it.
Yeah, you don't question it when the ball's being whipped in when Cristiano Ronaldo is there. But let's have another quick look at it, because it came so fast towards the end. I think it caught us off guard. I think it was the corner didn't just catch the players off guard. I said it was us as well. But I tell you what, he's still done well. Look at the climb. He leapt like a salmon. He got the salmon memo, clearly, Richard. There we go. What a goal from Cristiano Ronaldo. And that will be 2-1 to O1 Esports heading in to the second leg. Do you feel deserved?
Yeah.
It's hard, isn't it? They had more possession, but the clear-cut chances kind of came on the other side, yeah.
Yeah, the two big chances went to the other side. I think O1 Esports, now that goal has happened, it gives them an entire different approach to the second leg. They can play that possession. We've seen that they are good at holding possession and keeping the ball as they want to. And to be honest, I fully expect O1 Esports to play sort of a slower game style and maybe pick them off on the counter.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will see how they want to play in that second leg, and it will be O1 Esports to take a 2-1 lead heading into that second leg, which is going to be coming up after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Just jack with me. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack with me. Just jack with me. Just jack. Just jack with me. Just jack. Just jack. Just jack.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the FGS Open, and here we are into the second leg of the Dubai Open, the qualifier from this region. My name is Chris Dunn, joined by Richard Buckley, but it's O1 Esports with a very late goal to take that lead 2-1 into leg number 2. That massive header from Cristiano Ronaldo in the final moments there, Richard, and it does make things very interesting for Undefeated now. They're going to have to come out the blocks a little bit.
Last play of the game, CR7. It were only on the pitch for what, about 4 minutes?
We haven't seen him at all either, have we?
That was probably his first touch.
And you know what I find strange as well is because, you know, we've kind of had this meta around the corners and how about whipping that ball in is so important and how strong it is. I mean, surely prime candidate number 1 is Cristiano Ronaldo, right? Rest of the game, though, it's...
Yeah, and off the bench, you're bringing CR7 on. I don't know. I just think if you're starting him, does he give you more than Mbappe? No. Does he probably give you more than Neymar? Probably not. Maybe Messi, but then you're getting him on chemistry.
About the links as well. Yeah, exactly. Unless you've got somebody like Eusebio sitting in there, then you.
Or Cancelo, maybe you play him at CDM, you start him. It's a conversation for the pros. And look, bringing CR7 off the bench is. I mean, it just goes to show their intentions, really, doesn't it? Having a player like that off the bench.
Yeah, it's not a bad sub, in fairness. I'm usually bringing on Freddie Ljungberg. It's not quite the same. Here we are, though. Hakimi. Trying to make this move forward. And as I said, Undefeated on the ones that need to find these goals because it was O1 Esports coming from the winner's bracket side. Left-hand side now. Neymar trying to find a little bit of room here for Undefeated. Could they find a goal immediately? It was trying to find that drilled ball into Kylian Mbappe to kick things off, but O1 Esports will survive that first small scare. 10 minutes gone. It's 0-0, but it is still Undefeated that need to find this goal.
I wouldn't say I'm surprised because I know how good Nkunku is, but the frequency that I've seen him used, I just feel as though there's a few better centre mids than him.
There is. It depends where you want to put your money, though, isn't it? Because, like, Renato Sanchez is coming in at what?
Like 5, 6, 7, 8.
He's a lot, yeah. But I tell you what, there's a huge chance for somebody who's also a lot of money, and that's Lionel Messi. It's a good save at the front post, and it's a good, well-worked opportunity from Undefeated. Corner ball. Neymar now to whip this in towards the back post. There's plenty of room. Oh, it's Mbappe to come back round. Varane was arguably the better prepared, but not the one controlled by the player. So another opportunity here for Undefeated. And I think, you know, it's fair to say that, of course, that goal just came in the final few seconds. Isn't representative of what happens in the game. And, well, I mean, that player is well offside. But Undefeated still have a good chance in this one. They had their chances in that first leg. Yes, they are behind, but they are in no means done in this game.
Not at all. And what a save, firstly. Clutch save, coming in the back post. I thought it was going to fall to Varane. Mbappe won the original header, big chance.
Ginola, Neymar, surely. Green timekeeper still gets in the way. I think Ginola might have been the option to just maybe hit it there, but the extra pass over to Neymar half works out. The pass from Nkunku, I mean, that's not necessarily the card's fault, but I kind of, you know, to go back to what you were saying about that, there is better CMs, but I think Nkunku at the price he comes in at as well, it maybe, you know.
It's a win-win.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, also, obviously, just harping back to last game with Ronaldo coming off the bench, that's one of your 90-plus players that you're starting on the bench.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's a fair point. But Ginola here, one of those who isn't 90-plus, but he's still very strong, can still find passes to Messi. He may well have wriggled past one of the defenders, but the other one being controlled by one of the players of O1 Esports just about gets in the way. And they just about retain the ball in their own half yet. A lot of pressure coming in from Undefeated so far. It's a cracking ball out, but not such a good one on the second attempt. Ball out wide now to Ginola. Spread across for Undefeated to now move down this left-hand side.
The game plan at the moment for Undefeated, you just do everything you can to get the goal. And it's been a very one-sided first 25 minutes. The corner, that messy chance, the goalkeeper movement was erratic from O1 Esports, and he just couldn't get the strike away.
Mbappe has managed to skip away the ball towards the back post of Ginola. Not able to quite beat the defender and a potential counter-attacking opportunity here. Neymar now, can he get away? Look at the run from Ginola. He is going to have to recycle this one back. Still opportunity here to potentially attack, but really good press, as mentioned. Renato Sanchez, the great press, the bad pass. Starting to open up just that little bit. Ginola looking for the ball over the top to Pele. Can't find it. It's very wide open, actually. As Ginola passes that one now to Renato Sanchez, and this game is starting to heat up.
It was great pressing on the second time of asking. They surrounded the play. They got the ball back. Not the greatest of passes in the final third, slightly rushed. When you win the ball back, sometimes you don't know what to do with it. And they were just trying to fire it. All systems go through the final third. The other thing I just wanted to point out very quickly, O1 Esports, when Ginola won the ball, he was at like 20 yards inside his own half, and he was the highest player forward. They are deep, they are compact right now.
And I find that strange because, you know, of all the possession they had in that previous game, why not just play the same? You know, you've got the lead, play it that way. Neymar now, though, for Undefeated, can't quite find his way through. Second time of asking as well. Maybe snatching it a little bit. Is there a bit of frustration coming in on the side of Undefeated? They've had potential chances. They've had possession. They don't have a goal to speak of quite yet.
I don't think they should be frustrated. They're in full control of this individual leg right now. Yes, they might be trailing by a goal, but the goal will come.
Oh, will it come now? Not quite. Check gets over. Maybe the pass was on to Neymar there, but nonetheless, here we go. Corner ball's been taken. Neymar edge of the box, back to Ronaldo, back towards the back post. Varane was there, but also Petr Cech ready to get a hold of it. I think if you're O1 Esports, you need to switch on here. It's very, very sloppy. Is Messi going to get there? Not quite. Cordoba. I mean, he gives it away again. Look at the pass. That was easy on the inside. Messi now. Little bit of room. Renato Sanchez, loads of room. Looking for the pass forward. Is Neymar the option? It seems so. Back to Kante for now. Back to Renato Sanchez. He has the more passing ability. Finds that pass into Neymar. The reverse elastico does not find the breakthrough. I think if you're O1 Esports, you need to chill this out. You need to calm it down. Get a hold of the ball. Pass around a little bit. Allow your team to find that little bit of space to get out.
Flustered. They're hot and bothered right now. O1 Esports. And nobody likes being hot and bothered.
Pele is the one that will win that header, and the referee calls time.
Just need to calm it down. Just need to get the foot on the ball. I mean, we can see the possession. 28% of the ball. I don't know if we can actually go onto that possession and see where they held the possession, because I reckon they might have had 6 or 7 touches in the opposition third. They've had like 3 touches in the box at the moment. They have barely got out of their own half. And you look at the green heat map, it is all in the final third or in the midfield. They have been fortunate, O1 Esports, to still be leading in this game.
Absolutely. But they've invited that pressure on, you feel. They really have. They haven't wanted to really do much with it. And in fairness, when they have got a hold of the ball, the press has been fantastic from Undefeated. But does it start to get in your mind a little bit? You have those chances. You haven't been able to find the back of the net. You are still behind. When do things start getting that little bit scary? I'd imagine in around 30 in-game minutes, we'll start to see at least changes coming on through. But I suppose at the same time, if you are Undefeated, yeah, you say to yourself, well, let's just keep doing what we're doing. Surely the goal will come.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think both camps will be sort of happy with how the game's going. For the simple fact, with O1 Esports, you can't play much worse than you did in that first half. You're not going to... If you don't have any more possession, if you start losing even more possession, you're not even going to be touching the ball. So they know they've got things to do. They know they've got a lot of room to improve on in this second half. I think you can see the starting positions of a lot of those players. They're a little bit higher up the pitch. I don't think they're as deep as they were in the first half.
Oh, good ball from Kante into Messi, now trying to get away. The heel-to-heel doesn't find its way through, but maybe finds its way. Then Neymar would have been offside anyway.
Again, the heel-to-heel.
Catches people off guard more than it being so useful, I would say. I mean, it is in its own sense, but I think it maybe just catches people off guard sometimes.
I think it's just muscle memory, going back to what you've done for the last 4, 5, 6 years.
Oh, good pass from Neymar. That's going to be laid off now to Ginola. Does he go for it? Looking to try and create that finite chance. It's Messi in the box. De Jong, great defending. Really well played by O1 Esports. De Jong just about gets in the way, and is the counter-attacking opportunity going to be the route for them? Kylian Mbappe. He's on his bike. He's lost the ball. Composure from O1 Esports seems to be floundering just a little bit. However, that lead has not quite yet.
His bike broke down. Didn't get very far.
Yeah.
Puncture.
Undefeated now moving forward. Really good FIFA. They've just been dragging out players left, right and centre. Is this the chance for Mbappe? Not quite. Defender just about gets across, but Undefeated are getting there. Can they find that chance, or can O1 Esports find what would be an undeserved goal here? Pele. Back to Nkunku. De Jong to recycle this one all the way back round to Neymar. Hakimi's up there as well. Ginola is now the option. Back to De Jong, just taking their time. Edge of the box though, Nkunku, can he find a pass? Does he need to? The green timed on the left foot. I tell you what, it would have caused problems. But I tell you what will cause more problems. Would have been an onside Kylian Mbappe, but he makes that run just that little bit early. Oh, it's very, very close to the halfway line.
What, a few centimetres, if that. And Mbappe would have been in, nobody even near him. This would be such a smash and grab if O1 Esports can get a goal. What a chance!
That's a huge opportunity. You wonder if Pele just hits that first time, maybe, but he runs into the ever-present, the inevitable N'Golo Kante. Ball from Ginola is sublime, though, and Kylian Mbappe is in. That surely
has to
that
score.
should be a goal. He's got to send that in.
Oh, has to score, does Kylian Mbappe. He simply has to score. It's a beautiful ball, just weighted over the top. I think he's in two minds, because he's got a player this far away that he can just roll the ball into,
Yeah,
but they're defending it quite well. So then he's thinking, is there going to be a bit of goalkeeper movement? The finesse shot looked inevitable.
It looked on.
Just curling it into the far post. I think we're going to see that chance that was squandered there, but he's hit it near post.
I think it's really well worked, though. I think, look at the two runners kind of go in the same direction.
So it's Messi. But he
I think he thinks about it, doesn't he? I think that's the problem. But here we are back into the game. And let's see how it's going to work out. It's a cross ball in immediately for Undefeated. They can't find anything, and this is now going to be a counter-attacking opportunity coming out from the side of O1 Esports. That ball over the top. Can't find anything, can Mbappe. That ball out, though, towards Neymar. Can he find a route through here? Trying to get his way through. Pele now, back to Neymar. It would be a cruel, cruel dagger to Undefeated Esports if O1 Esports can find themselves a goal here. Jumped over towards our back office, so do apologise to everybody at home for the slightly lower quality, but we've got FIFA on the screen, we're happy. Ball in though, fantastic work. Pele now, can he find anything to find the cross? No, he doesn't, just takes it around. 75 minutes now ticking down. And does this now start to come into play, Richard?
I mean, absolutely. You've not been really in control of this second leg at all. It's been an end-to-end game as the pass is poor.
It's very poor. Neymar now into Messi, can't find a good defending. And they're floundering. They are flapping our O1 Esports here. But they're still in the lead. They may well be able to find something else if Pele could have skipped by, but not quite enough room to do so. I don't know what is actually going to happen here, because O1 Esports are at the time in the game where you would say it's an acceptable time to start whittling that clock down just a little bit. Well, exactly. I think in this scenario, you're at that point where you can start to whittle that time down without being at as much of a risk when you do it for so long. Undefeated, though, for all that we have said, O1 Esports have defended. They've sat back. Undefeated have had their chances. They just have not taken them. That's the problem.
No, and the chances that they've missed haven't been half chances either. They've been big, big opportunities that have gone awry. The thing that we also need to think about as well. If Undefeated managed to get a goal back, go into extra time, win the game, they then force a bracket reset. And 0-1 Esports have been very fortunate to even be leading at this point, especially in this second leg.
Oh, Varane's made a darting run forward and is now going to leave you a little bit weak at the back. No, it is not. That one is lumped forward, and 0-1 Esports are very much in the turtling up territory right now.
Yeah, kick it to touch. 0-1 Esports. Everyone's behind the ball. CR7's on. He might be able to clutch up for you and get a late goal again.
Undefeated now moving forward. Cancelo trying to find the pass. Well worked. That's going to be Neymar to get it out. Kessie now plays this one forward. I tell you what, there is men and there's players running in, and it's Pele in. Kante chasing, but is Pele going to be able to quite get away? Not quite. It's still nervy moments. You can see the nerve from 0-1 Esports and the decision making in that attack.
Yeah, look, right there, Pele for 0-1 Esports. If this isn't the sort of stage that we're on right now, a skill move comes out, maybe a ball roll scoop turn, an elastico.
Look at the room on the right-hand side for that player, but it's going to be Neymar inside the box. Goes for the shot. It's a big save from Czech. It's not the kind of chance you see usually snatch that, but Neymar sending that into the top corner. And Petr says no. Di Natale on the edge of the box. Could it be him? Not quite. And now a counter-attacking opportunity once again. Pele, oh, he loses the ball to N'Golo Kante. This comes forward again for Undefeated. 89th minute. Corona tries to find the pass, can't. Kante retains the ball, 1 minute at a time. Kante looking for the pass, Di Natale on the edge, heel to heel, trying to find the space. Can he find the moment? Not quite. It's going to be cleared away. And somehow, and some way, 0-1 Esports find that moment to just hold on. What bizarre game of FIFA.
0-0 in the second leg. The last goal that we saw was Cristiano Ronaldo getting up above the rest of the penalty players in the penalty area and heading it in. Look, I'm sure we'll see a tweet on social media from the XG. They'll feel very hard done by, Will Undefeated, but they didn't get the ball into the really sort of killer areas. All the chances that they had were 85, 90%. We can't come out of that game and say they had a 100% guaranteed goal that didn't go in, because it was a mixture of good defending and I hate to say it, but bad decision-making in the final third, 100%. The reason that they didn't score.
100%. 0-1 Esports get it done, though. And they will not be complaining one little bit. They are the ones who will be going over towards the Team of the Season Cup, of course, in April. What a performance by them. And technically, you know, they still had to get it done. They had to make the decisions, of course, in that first game. And we'll give them some credit in the sense of that first game. They played really well. And I think that was probably the annoyance from ourselves in that one, was of the possession that 0-1 Esports showed, the chance creation they showed, the really good FIFA they showed, albeit in the second game they didn't bring that to the table, but still got the win.
It was a very sort of gutsy performance from 0-1 Esports for a simple fact. A couple of reasons. In the second leg, they knew that they didn't play well. Sometimes you're playing FIFA and you're like, oh, I'm playing all right here. They'll come out of that game saying, we did not play well and we got through. They often say that the people who win championships, when you don't play well and you still get a result.
Exactly.
They came out of that game with a win. Also, you're using these squad restrictions, the tough. You're only allowed a certain amount of players in that real upper echelon. They're bringing off one of their marquee players off the bench with 5 minutes left to play, Cristiano Ronaldo, coming on and lumping it in the box. It takes a lot of sort of courage.
Yeah, well, there you go. They get it done in some way or another. 0-1 Esports will advance on through. I wonder if Mike's going to have much to break down in that game, but back over to him and Rachel.
Well, thanks, Chris. Well, he does have 3 goals, but from leg 1, obviously 0-0. Leg 2, Mike Labelle. That is something that we do not see very often at this level, and I don't think we saw it at all yesterday, if my memory is serving me correctly. Did we?
There was not a 0-0. No, I don't believe so. You're just putting pressure on me. Like, hey, can you co-sign what I had to say? Can you back this up real quick?
I'm backing it up.
But
we
did have low-scoring affairs. We had high-scoring affairs, but I don't believe we had a 0-0 to decide anything. Definitely not in the second go-around, because remember, we had all the resets.
No, totally. And Mike, what does that 0-0 say to you? Obviously, the boys just had their analysis, their verdict on it. But what does that say to you in terms of how those two teams played?
Well, I'm going to quote a cliche here for sure. Defense wins championships. And in many regards, I'm going to echo some of the sentiments from Richard, where It wasn't the prettiest FIFA. They definitely can't walk away and say they played their best FIFA. It wasn't two legs that included a bunch of opportunities, but they really did the most with that first leg as well. You had that 90th minute or the extra time conversion on the corner kick, if you recall.
Yeah.
And they were efficient, and they were able to see it out in the second leg. So was it the best gameplay we've ever seen? No, but it really doesn't matter. You got yourself to the next stage. Nobody's going to remember that game later on from now, except maybe the people that took part in that game. But you're going to see, you can find yourself in the cup later on. So that's what it all comes down to.
Totally, and no one ever looks at the legs in terms of scores, do they? They'll go, oh yeah, okay, it was 2-1. Let's have a look at the highlights now. Obviously had all those 3 goals in the first leg, Mike Labelle, and in the second, there were some chances.
If anything, we should probably give some credit to the goalkeepers. And I've definitely looked at shifting some of my goalkeeper selections based on what's worked, what hasn't worked. As you see the classic term with Mbappe, they're just powers at home. Goalkeeper has no chance. I really love this with the little ball roll into the scoop. Very common combination that we're going to see at the competitive level, even at the intermediate level. And then, of course, that layoff. You got to cross the back post, header check, headgear on and ready. And this is what I was talking about. 90th minute. Also a long-distance header. I don't necessarily see those scored direct quite as frequently as you would think. And it's about game management. They were able to take that moment and then really close it out in this second leg that was limited on opportunities.
Yeah,
You
totally.
see more Petr Cech in action.
Yeah, and Mike, I guess what's also, quite surprising with just obviously having a few more chances in that second leg was the fact that 01 Esports, so the 9th ranked side coming into this, probably a team that didn't really expect to get this far. So like we were just saying, when they did, they had to make it count. It didn't matter how they did that. They were just going to grind out that game and get the job done, and they did that so well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And if anything, both teams should probably send Petr Cech some extra gifts over the holidays because he was making saves everywhere, very consistent, very reliable. And that's been another reoccurring, we talk about every time we look at the highlights. I mean, we could make montages of some of the goalkeeper work, whether it's manual or it's actually just the goalkeeper on his own in terms of getting up, getting down. We're seeing double saves. Even yesterday we saw a triple save. That's not common material when I get into my weekend league matches. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem.
Well, you're an Alisson fan yesterday. You're a Petr Cech fan today. You've got a rotation going on there in terms of keepers, Mike. But, Mike, I believe you have some analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments for us now from that matchup. So take it away.
We're going to review the one time Petr Cech didn't make the save. And I just love this piece of gameplay. We've got Mbappe. You already know that you're looking to resurface that to Ginola. And you're going to see that classic. Again, you open up the lane of space between that ball roll going into the scoop turn, lays it off. Ginola hits the first time, and the goalkeeper doesn't stand a chance. And because you whipped it in with the R1 and X pass, it has a little bit more emphasis, a little more speed on that pass, which makes sure that it slots through, and it gives you that half second before the goalkeeper can react properly.
Okie dokie. Well, David Ginola there doing the business. I wonder if he knows how good he is in this version of the game, because he's actually
He's going to find out. He's going to find out.
He's in a
Rachel, if he
castle
does
in
it.
Wales at the moment, Michael Labelle, if you didn't know, on a TV show in the UK. Anyway, we'll move on from I'm a celebrity. Get back to FIFA action. So Dubai is done. Sydney is done. We head to Sao Paulo after the break. It's midday there. The guys are ready. It's lunchtime. They're going to go and play some 2v2 FIFA. Mike's excited. I'm excited. Hope you guys are too. Come and join us after the break.
Absolutely incredible. The new champion. He'll be inspiring the next generation of FIFA players with that performance.
And that should seal the win.
This guy has burst onto the scene and is the new superstar.
This is a special player we are witnessing right here. He's won everything. The superstar finally turns pro.
This guy is going all the way. Is this the future guy we're looking at?
It's the biggest game of his life. A meteoric rise, but can he deliver on the biggest stage? And he's done it. What a journey. What a story. He's come from absolutely nowhere to become the greatest FIFA player on the planet. Who will be next?
guys, welcome back to Twickenham Stadium in London for day 2 of the FGS Open presented by PS5. We've been truly global so far already this morning. We've got Mike Clabell from New York City. We've been to Sydney. We've been to Dubai. We're about to go to São Paulo, Mike Clabell. I mean, literally, we're having the great time here. And I'm a bit confused though, Mike. We've had no bracket resets yet. What's happening?
It's a new day. Day 2, the no bracket reset day. I don't know. I don't make these agendas. I don't have any input on it. I'm here for the show.
We're all here for the show, but we actually have already, of course, had the losers bracket final from São Paulo. 2 teams there, Dynamis Esports and Creparreto. We're going with a 3rd seed team taking on a 26 seed team. We do have a result, but I'm not going to ruin that. I'm going to take you through. Oh, it's already up there. It's been ruined. There we go. It was 2-1. Leg 1 was 0-0, Mike Clabell, and leg 2 was 2-1 to Creparreto. So they will be joining R10 Team 3. Ronaldinho has 3 teams, doesn't he, in the São Paulo bracket. Let's check out exactly what happened, though, from that lower bracket final, leg 2, because that's where the 3 goals came from in that lower bracket final. So 2 teams on there. We have Dynamis Esports and Creparreto. 3 goals, obviously, so let's check out which team scored them. Obviously, it's always tricky to see which. There we go. David Ginola scoring all 3. So it's all level there. Just approach half time. And then a 3rd goal. And 36 minutes, all from David Ginola. There we have it. Creparreto move forward. Mike Clabell, did you have any eyes?
The Ginola show, Rachel.
Did you have any eyes over that
one?
The
Ginola show.
Or was that your first viewing of it? Did you have any eyes over that one?
That was my first viewing. I didn't get the backside. I didn't get any of the insider scoop, the insider info.
No worries.
But I know Ginola's scoring goals.
I know
Ginola's scoring when he wants.
Okay, let's move on though. Mike, 2, R10, Team 3. They're already obviously in the winners bracket. They're now going to play Creparreto. I mean, they're undefeated, aren't they, so far in Swiss, which we actually don't get to see that often. And they've scored 26 goals and only conceded 5. So, you know, their stats actually at the moment are showing they are in great form. What are you making of this team?
I don't think they're going to be beat. That's what I'm making. I'll be bold right here. I don't know if that's even is being bold. Not only are they undefeated, they've been very dominant. Goal difference, as you just talked about, is through the roof. Big separation. I just don't see Creparreto's going to need an A1 steak sauce type of game. I just don't see that upset happening twice. Can it happen once? Perhaps, but I just don't see it happening twice. Not with the way they've been playing, not with the form that they've been in. Of course, Ronaldinho sponsors 3 teams, and the 3rd team looks like they're putting in work.
No, and they've got some great players as well. I think their lowest result, Mike Clabell, was in round 2, 5-1. That was their lowest result. They had an 8-0, a 6-2, and a 7-2 as well. So really getting the business done. Our team, R10, Team 3, they are ranked number 1 coming into this. They're seeded number 1. So, Mike, let's see if you get your prediction right on this one and if they go all the way and make it through to that Open in April. We're about to find out. Richard and Brandon are here to call this one.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Mike Clabell. We bring you our 3rd regional qualifier of the day here from the FGS Open with myself, Brandon Smith, and that man, Richard Buckley. Rich, we go across to somewhere else in the world now. And we're going all the way to South America in São Paulo for this regional final. And I tell you what, it plans to be a great one. We followed South America quite a lot last year in the online global series that was brought to us in FIFA 21. And it's allowed us to know a lot about these players, and certainly some of these players in this grand final coming up.
Yeah, selfishly, I'm very happy that I'm able to commentate this game right now because it plans to be incredible. If you don't know too much about R10 Team 3 in particular, they've got a player called PH Zin. This man is a demon when it comes to FIFA because FIFA 21, him and Resende basically shared the honours across the South American region. He won 2 major trophies. He won the Club World Cup with this particular team and this particular teammate in MH7. They are going to be unstoppable. And look, I don't often agree with Mike Clabell, but I'm fully on board. I think this is going to be not necessarily a whitewash, but I think it's going to be a very, very strong performance. And I will be shocked if PHC and MH7 for Team R10 didn't come out of this with a Team of the Season Cup spot.
Well, the stats say that it's on really for an R10 win here. They registered 3 teams into this regional final. I mean, if you look at the stats, Rich, you look at what they've done. They've scored 26 goals up to this point, only conceded 5. They look like the team to beat. They've even played this team in Swiss round 5. They've beaten them 3 goals to 2. They've been untouchable, 6-0 in Swiss, have not had to even go near that loser bracket as of yet. However, as we know, anything can happen. This is a regional final. There's money on the line, there's a Team of the Season Cup on the line, and it normally brings big, big performances.
I've just figured out why they're called Creparreto. It's their names combined. Genius.
I did wonder that, because I thought they'd be called MGCF Esports. They're 2 players that play for MGCF Esports, who, once again, they had a great run in last year in the Global Series. Creparreto did qualify for the E-World Cup. He was also a South American playoff champion last year, and he sort of was a bit of a late runner in the Global Series. Came out of nowhere, because on paper, all he did before that was get a top 4 finish in one of the qualifiers. Other than that, he was nowhere to really be seen or talked about.
He peaked late, Creparreto, but he peaked at the perfect time and earned himself an E-World Cup spot.
Well, here comes that duo of Creparreto. It's Kessie trying to feed the ball into David Ginola's feet, which doesn't come off on that occasion. It's an often successful method of trying to get the ball forward that we're seeing from teams now. From left mid or right mid in a 4-4-2, whipping it into one of your strikers' feet, often so quickly that it bypasses the midfield line, the 2 central midfielders, and all it takes is a skill move or a bit of unpredictability to pull past the defender. Next thing you know, you're up by a goal. Interesting as well. Paul's coming in really early from Creparreto. That's just a mistake.
Been queued since the opening minute. Makes you think that they have a sub that they want to bring off the bench early doors.
Hernandez into Kessie, Neymar. They have started the better of the 2 teams so far in this one. Have Creparreto back inside and win a corner for their efforts. And one thing that we know more than anyone, Richard, in this 2v2 format is how big these moments are now from a corner. What can you do? Played short. We saw so many successful corners happen yesterday, which were made so simple at times.
Just seeing something that's really, really interesting. Creparreto's icon of choice is Rio Ferdinand. They only get 1 icon to use in the starting 11, and they've gone with Rio Ferdinand. They've got a centre-back icon. No Pele, no Eusebio, no R9, Rio Ferdinand.
Is that a potential mistake that's going to come back to haunt them? We'll have to wait and see. Just looking across the board of who fills into that void then. Obviously they've got David Ginola, Neymar, Messi and Mbappe, I guess, is your technically front 4, you know, 4-4-2, left side, right side, 2 strikers leading the way. Does he, if you're building your team and you're looking at a centre-back, and the ones out there not good enough that are 89 and below so far that fit into the restriction element, or?
I don't think it's not necessarily that the centre-backs aren't good enough, but potentially you don't need the front 4 that you're putting out in Messi, Ginola, Neymar and Mbappe, and R9. Look, R9's ridiculous, but he might not warrant the purchase to make that front 4, as expensive he is, as better than Rio Ferdinand can do.
So far, you wouldn't think that Team R10 have had the run that they have had. Don't get me wrong, only 26 minutes into this one, but haven't really had a sniffer goal, let alone any sort of possession. They've sort of just sat back, sucked up all this possession so far, or potential chance. Kessie. It's a Creparreto just offside. And you conceded 5 goals in this whole tournament, did Team R10. If they did concede in this one, I mean, they've got an unbelievable chance to send them rocking. The 2 goals they did concede in that 5 came against this team, Richard. It was in sort of an earlier Swiss round. Speaking of R10, here they come now. Neymar. Can't find that cutback.
and they have just blitzed teams. R10. And potentially it goes to show why Creparreto they've already played, why they have sort of opened the game up in this particular manner. They've barely touched the ball.
Yeah.
R10. They've not allowed them to touch the ball. To stop those 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goals going in, you're not going to score if you don't touch the ball. It's very simple. And I like the game plan that has been set in stone here from Creparreto. However, it's only sustainable to a point because they will score.
Maybe there's that chance now. Messi back to David Ginoli. Here comes Team R10 now. Brilliant idea to just cancel that shot, but it was too obvious. Chance to break. There is numbers flying forward. This Creparreto team might have come through the loser bracket. They might have lost to Team R10, but they're certainly putting up a fight. Lovely lofted ball into Mbappe. That was something that certainly wasn't predictable by any means. That. But I can tell you right now, this game will have all the eyes on from South America. This has been a bracket that has been absolutely stacked. If you haven't been following the Global Series, you haven't been looking online in terms of the pitch notes, there was only a certain amount of countries, of course, that could play in each regional qualifier. Obviously, in this Sao Paulo one, it's been for Brazilians only, which has given so many teams the chance to play in this one. SPQR are a Masters teams, right? But they also entered 7 other teams in the background. Ginola comes in, that shot blocked. And of all those 7 teams, Richard, none of them made it into the top 3.
Well, not only does it just go to show the quality, but it goes to show the depth of quality as well. Whenever we've had sort of global events, you see the stats there at halftime, not a lot to really talk about in terms of shots. The possession has been very one-sided in the sort of favour of Creparreto, but it's not been too offensive in that possession. There's been a lot around the middle of the pitch. We've always known there's quality, and there's always been sort of outliers in Brazil and South America, in fact. But in the last year, especially when we were doing a lot of these regional tournaments, we saw how deep that quality went and the depth of the talent in this region. And I think it just goes to show that just for Brazilian players, how stacked this entire Swiss and double elimination bracket was. And through all that, PHZ and MH7 are still there. The number 1 seed, how good are they?
And that's one thing that's really impressed me as well, especially yesterday in some of the regional finals we saw, Richard. Names that have gone away over summer. They've transitioned into a new game of FIFA 22, and they've still hit the ground running, making runs in tournaments, making loser bracket winners, bracket runs, making it into the final of these regional finals. Not all of them are qualified for the Team of the Season Cup, but certainly they have been in the conversation. You have just tuned in. This is the FGS Open. We're bringing you day 2 of the action. This is spot number 8 from the FGS Open, spot number 24 in total. There is 32 spots up for grabs for the Team of the Season Cup that will be hosted in London next April, where 32 2v2 teams will meet up for a battle across 3 days. Some of the scorelines that this R10 team have had, though: 26 goals they've scored in just knockout FIFA. They've had teams in Swiss, Richard, 7-0, 8-0. And when they've come into the knockouts, they've only conceded 5 goals. This team simply does not concede lots of goals, and these are 2-legged games.
Yeah, I think that's probably the more impressive fact. Not only are they scoring 7, 8, 9 goals in some of these games, but they're also barely conceding. So they're really good going forward. They're almost immaculate going forward. But at the back, they're making sure that they're barely conceding, not even chances at all.
Here's Ginola. Have yet to see a proper real chance at goal for this R10 team. That's the best they've had so far. And it was well matched by Schmeichel. In it goes, bouncing around. Another great save. It's better from R10. They're really piling up the pressure now. Well, can they keep this momentum moving? Militao this time, punch into the feet of David Ginola, and right place, right time for one of those two CDMs that will just stand strong for Creparreto.
Flurry of chances from the corners. They were playing to the edge of the box and then trying to get the second header. Really good save from Schmeichel. Not only the chance at the near post for Mbappe when he hit it with the outside of the right boot, but the corner as well. A plethora of different corners we've seen over the weekend, and that one right there, the first opportunity where it's gone to the edge of the box and trying to head it down into a dangerous area.
Well, in their loser bracket game, Creparreto, they did have a 0-0 first leg. They only won 2-1. Against Dynamis Esports, the duo of Edison and Bitfrank, it was a very narrow game. But they did enough to get to this stage. Here's Messi on that one with his left foot. Fofana, Ginola, back to goal. Creparreto, here they come. Another solid block at the back, but it's getting exciting, this one. Hoofed away. Mario Ferdinand, unfortunately. That one will go for a corner. 15 minutes, coming off the training ground from this set piece, maybe. Another corner again. Looked in deep, Marquinhos is there, so is Marquinhos on the defensive side for Creparreto. This is everything you want for a regional final. A nip and tuck game with nothing to separate the two. That's a poor pass from Nkunku. Are they going to be made to pay for this, though? Neymar, the drive behind the attack. Lovely little interchange there with Mbappe, the fellow Parisian of PSG. It's just a little bit beating past this one, Richard. There hasn't really been any sort of real big moments in terms of chances that have really tested either of the teams. A lot of the ball, you don't often say this, has been either on the left-hand side for both teams, as you see on the heat maps, but just in this area, in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, the game sort of just passed us by, really. Not only the players, but us as well. A couple of chances for R10 in that 5, 7, 8 minute period window where it was a corner, then they had a couple of opportunities with Mbappe, but there weren't really 100% chances of going in. I think it just goes to show the nerves of a regional final. You might have been unbelievable up to this point, but then there's that extra bit of tension. There's that extra butterflies in the stomach. Even for someone like PHZ, who has been there, he's done it all. He's won multiple different trophies. He's played on main stages before. He's played with all the lights on. You still get just that little bit of anxiety when you get into these games. And also, you're playing with a teammate. You don't want to let your teammate down.
Yeah. And one thing that I forgot to add on top of that is that he did actually win qualifier number 1 in FIFA 22, did PH, and he's transitioned over to the new game in a 1v1 format superbly well. And I think that's going to do us, Richard, for halfway point, unless there's going to be a corner to play now. Last chance saloon for Team R10 in this first game. Hits it down! David Ginola will make that stadium erupt. They were playing for something, they were playing for a chance, and now with the halfway point, Team R10 have a goal to show for, I would say, their efforts, but there hasn't really been a great deal of effort.
When you give players of R10's quality an inch, they will take a mile. It was a cheap corner. He was trying to play it out and usher it out for a throw-in. He thought the game was over. He sort of bounced off his player. It went out for a corner. Super quick delivery onto the edge of the box. As I was talking about earlier, they've got those different set pieces that they were playing. They won the second header, and as soon as it goes into the 6-yard box, it's anybody's. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's a lottery. When it's bouncing around inside the box, Ginola was able to just guide it towards the far post, past the goalkeeper, and R10 coming into the second leg with a 1-0 lead.
Let's take a look at the goal again, Richard. Talk me through it. You said it was quite an ambitious header because he wasn't really looking for the target for it. He was looking for the extra sort of pass, wasn't he?
Yeah, so it gets the original header where with Militao, I should say, with Militao. He heads it down into the box, and as soon as it goes into that 6-yard box, you're just waiting for an attacker, someone with good attacking positioning, someone who can just swivel quickly and get the shot away. And Ginola was the player. I've been very intrigued by set pieces this entire sort of weekend, because it is something that if you get right, you can win tournaments through getting a few set pieces, a few free kicks, a few corners correctly. And if you can get 1, 2, 3 goals every 2 legs from a set piece, you're going to be absolutely laughing.
And I mean, let's really be honest about this. 1 goal in that whole game. It comes from one of those set pieces that you have just perfectly explained. We are going to go to a quick break now. When we return, we'll have that second leg for you. Sao Paulo's very own Team R10. They only conceded 5 goals so far in this bracket situation. Will they concede any more in this second leg, or will they be on their way to that Team of the Season Cup? We'll be back after this break to find it all out.
Welcome to my master class. 皆さんどうもこんにちは。ブルーユナイテッド EFC 所属、プロプレイヤーのアグです。今回は、フォーメーションの紹介をしていこうかなと思います。紹介するフォーメーションは4231で、戦術と、指示についても紹介できればなと思います。はい、使用しているフォーメーションは、4231です。この4231を紹介していければなと思います。守備のスタイルはバランス、幅55、深さは75に設定しています。4231は非常にコンパクトなフォーメーションで、幅は55であまり広げすぎず狭すぎずっていう風にしています。で、深さ75にしている理由は、自分は結構プレッシャーに行く、スタイルなので75に前から、プレッシャーに行けるように75に設定しています。で、このシーン、自分が攻撃を仕掛けていて、相手にボールを取られました。で、相手はカウンターを仕掛けてきている最中です。で、このシーン、逆サイドに、サイドチェンジで展開されたので、レーダーを見てもらうと分かるように、結構、間延びしているのが分かると思います。なので、ここで、ラインが下がってしまっているので、オフサイドトラップを仕掛けて、このように、しっかりと、コンパクトに、1列目、2列目、3列目、4列目まで、しっかりコンパクトに保つように、しましょう。で、見てもらったら分かるように、この時点で、442、守備時はちょっと442みたいな、ブロック、44のブロックを形成して、基本的にコンパクトにして戦うようにしましょう。で、この時点で、44のブロックはしっかり作れているので、数的有利は、作らせてない状況です。で、このシーン、最後、4枚しっかり、44のブロックは壊れされていないので、シュートを打たれましたが、シュートブロックにしっかり、入っていて、前作同様、今作も、シュートブロックが強いので、しっかりカーソルを合わせてあげて、シュートブロックをしてあげることにより、守備することができました。はい、以上が、マイマスタークラスになります。皆さんもぜひ4231強いので、試してみてください。それでは皆さん、ピッチでお会いいたしましょう。バイバイ。
The FGS Open here live from Twickenham in London. We've just seen the first leg conclude here in our regional final in Sao Paulo. It was 1-0 for Team R10. The question we have on our lips though, Richard, is 1 goal going to be enough? Because as results say, they don't concede goals, this R10 team. They've only conceded 5 in this winner's bracket scenario all the way up until this regional final, till this point. On the flip side, Creparreto, they did make it difficult. They did make it really difficult for Team R10 because they might concede goals, but Team R10 also scores a lot of goals. They netted in 26.
Yeah, they might have made it difficult. They might have kept possession for large periods, but they didn't threaten in the final third that much. Neither team really did. So even though they stifled R10 and they didn't really allow them to create in the final third, they also didn't pose that much of a threat offensively themselves, Creparreto, and that's what they need to adjust in this second leg.
It will be Creparreto on this first attack of the game. Neymar, really clever pass. Mbappe will try and squeeze his way through. Referee waves that one away. He says, get back up on your feet. It will be the duo of Team R10 kicking from right to left in this one in that yellow strip. The interesting point has been, since this game has started, that there is no icon forward in the team of Creparreto. Have they been missing R9 or Pele so far at this point? Could you even say that?
I wouldn't say so. In sort of the offensive areas. I mean, R10, from what it looks like, there's no real icon in the final third for them either.
Seems to be the case. Ginola back to goal. Get that one out of his feet, but they're absolutely right. We've been focusing heavily on the fact there's no R9 or R3, Eusebio, Pele in one team. On the flip side, looks to be no R9 involved either. Pele, Ginola, Mbappe and Messi.
That's the formidable four.
And these teams have been built within a set of restrictions, that including 3 players above 90 rated that aren't an icon, 1 icon outfield that doesn't include your goalkeeper, and everybody else in the team / on the bench must be 89 or below. Here's Ginola, chance to equalise on the rebound. Oh no, he went down to ground. Just slightly too early, really well recovered from Neymar. It's a strong tackle, but it will go for a corner. Creparreto. Remember, they have to win this game to force a bracket reset, in which they then have to play 2 more legs of FIFA to beat this R10 team. Whipped into the box, Ferdinand is there!
Just didn't attack it as he probably should have. Looking back, he got up, Rio Ferdinand just couldn't get the ball back down as it was hoisted into the back post area. Big chances though for Creparreto in the first 20 minutes, more than we saw in the first leg.
Corner, they did score from a corner, did Team R10. Whipped in, Ginola is there in the air. And Kunku, he says, why not? She's from a very, very ambitious angle.
Everything's sort of going through the middle of the pitch at the moment. It's, again, the slightly slower possession, but Ginola is... They're wanting to get to Ginola on the ball as much as possible, really. You saw him dropping in deep there, trying to offer up the attacking threat for Creparreto, but a lot of runs in behind, a lot of players sort of running away from the ball and trying to stretch the pitch at the moment. The game right now, 25 minutes into it, it was R10 with that late goal from a corner. It's sort of going through the motions. We need somebody, one of the 4 players, to stand up and be accounted for.
Again, it's a great start. Messi, it was always going to be very ambitious from that far out. We know he can finesse those into the top corner on that left boot. He has been able to do that. I think one thing that this Team R10 do have though, Rich, they have winners. They have players that can manage tournament football, manage certain scenarios in a game of FIFA that people wouldn't even be thinking about at home, maybe. In terms of keeping possession at the right times, using possession in the right areas for set pieces such as corners where they did score from. Got to remember, this is a duo that has won an E-Club World Cup. One of them has been within talks of going to an E-World Cup final. They have been champions before. They've tasted that victory. And also on the flip side, PH has tasted a lot of upsets, such as CONMEBOL Libertadores when he finished 2nd in that tournament. They've sort of had a taste of both ends of the scale. And they know more than anyone how big of a game this one is to get yourself to land next year, to guarantee $15,000. The bounce by fullback Kylie, well played by Ferdinand, who, again, just about keeps Mbappe in his pocket.
We just saw on that attack there from R10, Hakimi was really high up the pitch. There was not only attacking players, but the midfielders as well, sort of getting nice and high. Renato Sanchez and Nkunku holding down the middle of the pitch. There was a lot of emphasis in that particular attack for R10, but now defensively they've got a real solid shape. You see the back 4 all lined up. Ferland Mendy's the one pressing the ball. He waits for another teammate. It's very regimented at the moment.
When you look even more closely, you'll see just the players switching, the icons above the players' heads, how quickly they're being switched, the little small intricacies of movements they might be making. They do get away with that one just about. Militao was nearly falling over the ball. But that point does seem to be correct, that what's even more impressive about R10, Richard, they could go the full way here without having an icon outfield in their team. That, again, these players will build this team. One of the teammates will say, right, I'll build the team, we'll work around what coins I've got, what players I've got in my club. And if they do it, I think that they will be the only team in a regional final that we have seen that have used the team without an outfield icon.
I think the icon having in your team, look, being able to have R9, Pele is huge, but I also think Ginola, specifically Ginola, being able to be in the squads and being 89 rated and how good he is. In previous years when foot heroes weren't a thing, you had to have R9 or Pele or Eusebio. Now with the addition of Ginola, and especially how good Mbappe is, sort of in the final third, Messi this year is very viable with the finesse shot into the far post. There's less emphasis on R9, Pele, Eusebio, etc. I think you can get away with not using an icon, because also when you don't use an icon, as you can see from this particular team, you get an extra rated player over the sort of, you can sub out your icon for a 90 plus.
No, absolutely. It's an interesting way to sort of break down how these teams have been selected. As we said, they had to follow a set of guidelines, restriction guidelines of how these teams would be built. And if you have been lucky enough to have the coin budget or even have the resources to bring in an R9 to your team, we've seen how deadly it can be, especially yesterday, end of play in Washington, D.C., where, of course, that duo of Josue and Luke, we're just loving getting the ball into R9. A couple of changes to talk about. Davies comes on for Hernandez. It's that lofted ball technique. We won't spill the beans, but there's a couple of things you can do from kickoff in this 2v2 format that we have seen at previous events that can cause a bit of a
ruckus.
Yeah, to say the least. Currently, this has been one of our lowest scoring regional finals that we would have seen across these 2 days so far in the FGS Open. If they do conclude this at 1-0, I mean, you have to look defensively at how they've shaped up and how they've been able to defend this chance. Mbappe, that was their chance for Creparreto. They win a corner. What will they do here? You can just see players being teased now. It's going to be Messi that will come short to show for the ball, just to probably move a player out of position. Then we will pick it up and look to get down that byline. Whips it into the space. Hakimi, Mbappe. It was nearly pitch perfect.
Still on. Oh, he's offside. Great corner. Floated into the back post area. Again, you're playing on the second ball. You're playing on that second bounce. When it fell to Mbappe, in hindsight, there's just too many players. It's almost, you're asking for it to be blocked. You're asking for it to hit a deflection on the way through. Positive signs, though, for this side of Barreto and Crepaldi.
Chance, back post. Again, another chance. Lumen Hakimi in the air. Dominant in the air as well. Ensured he won that one. I'm sure they're not, but at times it just feels like they're happy to just deal with whatever Creparreto are throwing at them. R10 team will just sit in their 4-4-2, their rigid 4-4-2. Mbappe back to goal, does well! Now they've got to come out and play! Because they have been knocking on the door since the first minute. And finally they've got an answer in the form of Kylian Mbappe.
Unbelievable work inside the box, just a little cancel. He showed him onto his right, quickly shifted his body weight onto his left foot, and then unleashed a strike. Left-footed, past the goalkeeper, into the bottom corner. That goal has been coming from Creparreto. They've been building into this game. They've been getting more on the ball. They've been progressing higher up the pitch. They've been pressing really well. And see another perfect example of it right there. Winning the ball back, goes out for a throw-in, but they're not allowing this R10 side to get the train going. They're not even letting them put coal in the engine at the moment. It's rooted at the station. They've been scoring 7-8 goals in previous games.
getting used to not being able to play, let alone great chances or even have a shot or goal. Here's R10 now. Sanchez bad to go. Mbappe! Sanchez will try and pick up the pieces again. He's offside. Possession changes hands. If it stays like this, we'll go to extra time.
Could be a bracket reset on the cards.
Storyline will still follow like this. The side of PH and MH7 win for Team R10. They will be your regional final winners here in Sao Paulo in Brazil. Or if there is a win for Creparreto, the bracket rule reset will play 2 more legs. Well, they have to just keep moving as they are. Mbappe, good feet again, reverse elastico, matched up well by Marquinhos.
And they're just slowing it down a little bit here, R10. There was a couple of opportunities, one down the line for Mbappe. One of the 2 players ran in behind, and then they had a switch of play potentially as well from Nkunku, middle of the park to the top of the pitch. I think it was probably to Messi on that side. Didn't decide to play it and just slowed it down.
Good feet. Ginola! What's the save? Again, it comes from that same sort of strategy, whipping into the feet. Ginola's in the box there, waiting again. It's there. They're looking for that exact same way of scoring. Schmeichel.
It's calm, isn't he, across the back?
Somehow remain composed. Now Alphonso Davies, right place, right time, just to pick up the pieces. They were looking for it. 1 the corner and 2, just that driven pass into the forward of Ginola. He literally has become the icon, the man to use in your team. The foot hero remains even more in demand than ever. I can assure you after this weekend his price will just continue probably to increase with the goals he's been scoring and the influence that he has had in these teams. Mbappe, the goal scorer, who brought this game all square for Creparreto. Messi on that left boot, surely not. Didn't fancy it for Farnemite. Back to Messi, can cause havoc! Brilliant save from Edwin van der Sar, had to be strong.
What they got up the sleeve from the set piece. Back post, potentially.
Rio Ferdinand can be. Ginola, save! Van der Sar again!
Incredible save from Edwin van der Sar. It was a really good set piece. They pulled the player short and then player switch to the back post. Rio Ferdinand won the original header. And van der Sar, like a starfish at the near post. Great save.
Unbelievable reactions from the Dutch icon goalkeeper. That's why you put him in your team. I mean, goalkeepers as a whole have been unbelievable across these last 2 days. Alisson's had big saves, and Petr Cech, Edwin van der Sar. Even Marc-Andre ter Stegen late into the day yesterday was popping up. Ginola, can he be the hero? A goal for R10 would send them potentially on their way. Or are we going to need extra time and more time to try and conclude or understand which way this game is going to go?
We see the intentions now. They're playing for the last chance of the game. They're not really that interested in going forward until it hits the 90th minute. Then they will throw everything at this R10 side and hope it cracks.
Try and play for the final chance of the game. I've seen Alphonso Davies come on as a centre mid at times this weekend. He'll be in his familiar left back position just to stop any of that pace potentially being exploited on the right hand side, which, as you can imagine by this point, Messi, one of all the time in the world. Ginola will though. Ginola still on his own. Matched up well by Marquinhos, and that will do us. 30 more minutes needed to find out where we are going in this game. It's still in both teams' hands to either force a bracket reset or to book that plane to London next year.
Look at that XG. 2.9 expected goals to 0.3. They'll be bitterly disappointed, will this Creparreto team. You can see the shot types and where the shots have been from as well. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shots inside the box.
And that's been blocks. That's been Edwin van der Sar.
And they've only scored 1 goal. They'll be so disappointed to have not won and wrapped up this first series and be getting into a bracket reset already.
It's time for a double change, or a triple change I should say, on the side for R10. They're taking risks, but they're bringing on fresh legs. Some of those players include Lorenzo of Atletico Madrid. Kingsley Coman comes on as well, just to freshen up the left-hand side of the field. And Carrasco also makes his way onto the field.
Lots of pace. I think that's the common quality of all those players who have just entered the fray.
Mbappe, Elastico does well. Fortunately not well enough though. Ooh. Messi, it could fall kindly back. Well played, it falls back to Mbappe. So difficult to try and remain calm in those moments where the ball just pings to your feet inside the box and you're looking for your teammate. Where's he custom controlling a player? Where's he looking to try and trigger a run? Sometimes you don't even get the time to think of how aggressive the press has been from a lot of these duos. Brilliant ball that could be. Ferdinand has not looked out of place as expected, the icon of choice for Creparreto.
He's been very solid, hasn't he, at the back? Maybe not the most used, the most common icon, especially in FGS requirements. However, they are open, you can do whatever you want, and Rio Ferdinand stepped up to the mark.
Chance, Ginola. Messi!
Rebound.
On the rebound, it could be too tight of an angle. Goalkeeper, get back in your goal. For a split second there.
I thought we were going to bounce to him nicely.
Van der Sar got blocked, so that was a really tight angle. Neymar could have easily found, the bounce back or had the roll of the dice to go for a really tight angle of goal. Nearly the halfway point here in extra time. 15 minutes played. Off the 30, Ginola pumped into his feet. Carrasco's offside. Ginola, nice feet. Back to Renato Sanchez, will look for another offload ball. Lorenze's fresh, so's Kingsley Coman. Whipped in to Carrasco. Brilliant touch, even better block from Hakimi. Still the chance is alive. Renato Sanchez just fires a blank. Hits the body of the defender. And into half-time we shall go with still nothing to separate the two.
Felt like Sunday League football for a second there. Ball in the box. Just pack it out. Anybody in there, make sure that it's getting a block. It's getting any sort of a body on the line for that Creparreto team. Look, you see the XG, you see the possession, you see the shots, you see all the statistics. We shouldn't be in extra time right now. We should be in a bracket reset. Yet they've not been able to find the killer blow.
The XG in their favour has been, between 2 and 3. They had 6 or 7 shots in the box. That's been, as we said, a mixture of unbelievable saves from Edwin van der Sar that's been in the net of Team R10. A team that have not lost a game at any point in this tournament. They went 6-0 in the Swiss rounds. They went all the way through the winners' bracket. They did face Creparreto in round 5 of Swiss. They beat them 3-2. It was a narrow game back then. It's even more narrow and tight now. So R10, Carrasco, ooh, what a save! And what a chance!
He just battled his way through that defence. I don't know if maybe there was a pass on a cutback potentially. Carrasco hit it. The rebound could have gone anywhere off the goalkeeper as well. First big chance before penalties falls to R10.
And it was a really weird angle of how the ball even fell to Carrasco, because there was nothing fancy about it, was it? It was a case of just get your head down and run down the byline, sorry.
Cheap corner.
Van der Sar's been pulled out around that penalty spot now. Looks deep towards Fernandes at the back post, who's all over Marquinhos. Van der Sar wins it, and we are minutes away from penalties that will decide either another team in the Team of the Season Cup or a bracket reset.
It looks like the final chance in extra time is going to fall to R10.
And it seems as if as well, Richard, their best chances come in added time.
Yeah,
whether that be in half-time, full-time. They scored their only goal in this from a corner in the 90th minute. Well, there's your added time of just 1 minute now. Last roll of the dice for R10. If they'll even get the chance, they win a free kick. And we've pretty much played the minute now, so the ball has to go forward. Can't go any further back. Militao punched into the feet of Kingsley Coman, who fancies it from there. It goes into row A. It's a red time finesse. Penalty shootout is underway. And up steps Creparreto first with Kessie, who puts it away. It's a perfect start. Can they match it up though, David Ginola? For Team R10. Up steps Ginola. Does score as well.
Looking to make it 2 from 2. Kylian Mbappe against Edwin van der Sar. Sticks it to the left. A very solid penalty. Now can R10 level it up? Kylian Mbappe from 12 yards. Straight down the middle, 2 apiece.
As we said, R10 win. They go to the Team of the Season Cup. If this team's stepping up now, Creparreto win! Not with that! Messi misses. Chance to take a small advantage. It's the super sub Carrasco up for Team R10. It's saved as well.
Well, well, well. Corona stepping up to the spot. Can he slot it home? He can. Advantage to Creparreto. Renato Sanchez. Huge moment in this regional final. Scores sudden death.
Well, 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 here we go. Ginola, the hero that has been for this team, will score. It's a must-score situation for Team R10. They score, we go to another round of sudden death. They miss, it's a bracket reset. Up steps Kingsley Coman. Get yourselves all set. We're going to a bracket reset again, ladies and gentlemen.
Came down to the dreaded penalty shootout. R10 weren't able to clutch up at the final moment. And look, through the stats of the game, through all the facts of the game, when you watch the highlights back, you're going to think, how did this game even get to penalties? Because Creparreto dominated a lot of the chances, a lot of the statistics from the game. It went to penalties. It went down to a 1 penalty kick shootout, and they came out on top. Deserved, I've got to say.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I would say I expected a lot more from Team R10. I think that was a very underwhelming performance. Absolutely. For a regional final, fully understand the competitive element in there. It was a really competitive game. But absolutely, Creparreto, they didn't look like the team that lost to them in Swiss. They look like the team that's been through a loser bracket. They look like the team that have been in the winners bracket and stayed above that line, because it was a really weird performance from Team R10.
Yeah, we don't get the opportunity to look at sort of all the actual matches from the Swiss and the knockouts. We just see a lot of the score lines, and all those score lines were like 7-0, 6-1, 8-2.
You expect goals.
Where did all the goals go? Nerves. That's the only thing you can put it down to, really.
Yeah, they didn't show too much at all from that game at all. We're going to go to a bracket reset. It still remains the same. However, this time, whoever wins a 2-legged game will be in the Team of the Season Cup. We're going to take a small break ourselves, getting ready for that bracket reset. In the meantime, I'm going to throw it over to Rachel, who's joined by a few guests.
Yeah, well, this studio is so massive that I thought, I should share it with somebody. So Chris Tanner's joined me as well. Mike Lavelle, still in New York City, in the screen as well. Chris, Mike, though, we're all going R10. They're going to run away with this one. It's going to be easy. It's not going to go to a reset. What have we just seen? Chris, I'm going to bring you in as well and go extra time and penalties. It was 1 apiece there. And then we thought the penalties was going to go R10's way as well, and it just didn't. What are we seeing?
Fully deserved from the other team, to be fair, though, it has to be said. They were absolutely all over R10 throughout the whole game, and just back and forth between them all. But it's nice to see a bracket reset. We're being a bit quick for my liking today, to be honest with you, and I'm sure Mike would probably agree.
Yeah, it was a little too clear-cut. So now we got this. We're going to shake it up. I like tension. I like pressure. I like drama. I like to watch or witness the unexpected. I know we all built up R10, but they kind of deserve that build. Their results previously, they've been the best defensive team. They've been the best offensive team. And their separation between of goals difference. Nobody was touching them. Undefeated for a good reason. This time, they got negated. That was not a high-scoring affair whatsoever.
I know, Mike, we're going to see some highlights. We were talking earlier, weren't we? That they had a 7-2 win. They had a 5-1 win, 8-0, 6-2, 26 goals in their favour. Only conceded 5, and then we got a stalemate. These are the highlights we're running in for you now. Not many to pick from, Mike, but I'll put you on the spot anyway.
I was just going to say, I hope the highlights include a lot of the goalkeeper saves. If anything, that's really been the standstill here, the constant between both teams. But the goalkeepers have been active. I'm telling you, I need new team talks, or I need to play more 2v2, because my goalkeeper movement or my goalkeepers in general just don't seem to be on this same game plan or agenda they don't have the same level of motivation. I need some secret sauce. Look at that cancellation. That's a beautiful goal right there. Inside the box, a couple cancellations. But to be able to pull that off, you have to be feeling real confident. Why not? Why not get some more saves, though, while we're at it? I was wondering what the highlight mix was going to look like. This is about right. Look at the save! Unbelievable from Van der Sar.
This is all the keepers I play in Weekend League, Mike. I swear to God, it's all of the keepers I play. It's all the keepers I play in Weekend League. It's just that's the thing, though. Sometimes you just don't get that rub of the green, and in this case, it just didn't happen for them. Look, I mean, the thing is, though, when you take it into this next game, do you? It's kind of one of those things. Do you either go with the, oh yeah, okay, we had those chances, it was just a keeper, or do you go, oh, the luck's not with us? That's the kind of mentality you have to have. Do you go in the positives of we were creating the chances, or do you go, oh, the luck wasn't with us? It's about the mentality that you have going into the next game, I think.
You want me to add to that? I can add to that.
Well,
with R10, I think you need to more than just the goalkeeper situation. I think it's more than goalkeepers. R10 didn't look nearly as special or unique with a lot of the creativity. They didn't have some of those unorthodox moments that are necessary to break down not only the goalkeeper, break down the defenses.
Well, they're going to have a team talk, whatever happens right now while they are resetting. They will go again. Chris, I'm going to quickly ask you, if you were their team boss, if you were their team captain, what would you be telling them right now? Just composure, to be honest with you. I think, if I'm honest, you getting yourselves in those situations where you are finding those moments, but they're going to come. It's going to happen. You just got to keep playing exactly how you're playing, and if you do, you've got a good chance. Well, 2 more legs of FIFA coming your way. Then in this bracket reset in São Paulo, we had a 1-1 affair earlier on. We go again to see who'll make it to the Team of the Season Open in April. It's very tight here in the studio in Twickenham. Come back and join us when we do it all again.
I got some space with my cam. I just ran into it. I performed the 4-touch turn perfectly, and that's the thing that gives me the chance. Hey guys, I'm Levi de Weert. I'm a professional FIFA player in the FIFA Global Series, and welcome to my masterclass. Today I'm gonna show you 3 of my favorite skill moves of FIFA 22 to create chances at goal. The first thing I'm gonna show you guys is how to do an effective shot cancel. In this first clip, as you can see, I get the ball into my striker's feet, then I get a good run in behind and I'm on 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. I perform a good shot cancel and it's an easy goal. As you see here, I get 1-on-1 with my striker on the goalkeeper, but if you perform it too early, the goalkeeper will just stay on his feet, but if you do it too late, the goalkeeper will catch it. And as you see here, I time it perfectly. It's an easy walk past the goalkeeper and it's a goal. The second skill move I'm gonna talk about is the skill bridge. In this attack, I had a very good linker between my cam and my ST. I got the ball back into his feet, and then I used the skill bridge to create a space, and I got a good chance on goal. In this clip, I'm in a very good situation because I'm at the top of the box, and this also is a tricky situation for my opponent because I'm kind of in a 1-on-1 situation with his defender. You perform the skill bridge by clicking L2 and then double tap R1. And I use the skill bridge here to get a speed boost and get past him, so I get the clean shot on goal. The last skill move I want to show you guys is the 4-touch turn. It works very well in tight spaces and also when you're with your back to goal. In this clip I got some space with my cam. I just ran into it. I performed the 4-touch turn perfectly, and that's the thing that gives me the chance. As you can see here, my opponent is really close with his defender, so it's a tight space to move in. But on the other side, the midfielders of my opponent are very far away, so if I turn back, I have some space to work with. Here I use the 4-touch turn by holding L2 and put my right stick 2 times to the other side from where I walk. And as you can see here, it gives me the space to get a chance on goal. Okay guys, that's it for today. My 3 favorite skill moves of FIFA 22. I hope you guys enjoyed it. See you on the pitch.
Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 of the FGS Open, presented by PS5. My name is Rachel Stringer, and joining me in this awesome studio, we have Mike LaBelle in New York City, and Chris Tunney decided to jump over from commentary and join me because this studio, isn't really built for 5'3", just one person. So we needed some other guys to join me here and just fill this space, because obviously we're in the Twickenham Stadium in London. That's where we are for the next 3 days. It's awesome. We are literally just in the front there, to the left of the screen behind those rugby players in steel. That's where this studio is, a couple of 100 meters from the beautiful pitch here. 82,000 people can fit in that stadium. And when they do, obviously they watch England rugby play the majority of the time. Chris, they were talking about FIFA right now. I'm going to say R10, like we all expected to win. The fact that it didn't go quite to plan, you said they need to have composure now, but do you think that was why they possibly didn't win? Because they really thought they were going to, they just rest on their laurels a little bit.
Well, that's it. Sometimes you see some of these teams coming on through and they're sort of, they're playing their game well, etc., and then they change something when they're in the lead. And it annoys me myself. And I think at the same time, though, we all do it as FIFA players, though. We're like, okay, it's a tight game or 2-1. I'm just going to sit back a little bit. But sometimes it is just better to just try and get that little bit extra cushion. One goal, we know in FIFA, can disappear so quickly. It's a difficult one. It is hard, but we all do it. We all do it at home. We all sit there. Mike maybe not so much. He'll just go for the kill every single time. But I like to sit back. And these pro players, sometimes it's maybe the best decision to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, how do you see this one playing out, though? You predicted R10 to do it easily earlier. It didn't quite happen, so you're on the back foot now. So I'm going to put you back under pressure and ask you, A, how you think the score will end up and how they'll approach this game, R10 I mean.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to double down.
Lovely.
I think that R10 is still going to get the result. I think we're going to see a more offensive matchup as well. I don't think it'll be quite as defensive as that game. I think their hands were a little bit cold. And I really feel that R10 underestimated their opponent. And I'm not saying that they're just this much more gifted, but we've seen throughout their bracket run that they have this ability to have not only the ingenuity, but the defensive measure. And a lot of your great offense starts from amazing defense and that transition. Or your easier offensive opportunities start with that transition. And I just don't feel that we saw that. We didn't see that same aggressive play. It just wasn't part of that matchup. So I'm expecting them to shift things and get the win. So I'll have to send an apology if that doesn't happen, and I'm ready to do so.
Absolutely. That's what I was saying. You cannot rest on your laurels or underestimate anybody at top level of FIFA, especially in 2v2 now when there's a partnership to consider as well. Well, Chris, Mike, thanks for your insight there. We're going to head into this bracket reset then in São Paulo. R10 taking on Creparreto. Brandon, Richard, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yeah, I mean, they've got to be playing 10 times better than they did, that team R10. We've hyped them up. So many of us have hyped them up as this team that don't concede goals. Only conceded technically 6 now in knockout FIFA. Scored over 20 goals. But in that last game, they looked frightened. And we've seen it yesterday, New York City FC in the Washington, D.C. regional final. When a team loses after being that good, sometimes they can get a little bit rattled. The next thing you know, it just completely throws them off.
I know it's not 1v1 FIFA. However, PH is an integral part of this R10 squad. A lot of the time when he was in these finals last season, when he was in the Club World Cup is a great example because it was these exact 2 players. They went 0-2 down. They reverse sweeped it and won 3 goals to 2, 3 matches to 2 over the best of 7 series. So I don't want to say this was to be expected, but it's not that big of a surprise that they did come out a little bit cold. PhD, a lot of the times when he was successful in winning championships and regional qualifiers last season, he would lose the first game from the winner's bracket and then he'd go down into the reset and he would be successful and come out on top. Yes, it's 2v2, but he is a big part of this squad.
Yeah, and you might have just saw the result there coming into the game and thinking, hey, wait a minute, it's 1-1. Why are we going into a bracket reset? It's because it was a penalty shootout win for Creparreto. It was 1-1 over 2 legs, yes, believe it or not. Only 2 goals were scored. It was a 1-0 in the first leg, 1-0 in the second leg. Extra time gave us nothing, and we had to go to a penalty shootout to decide whether it be a bracket reset or a congratulations to Team R10 heading into the Team of the Season Cup. But how has this result changed their team, changed their roster, changed the way they've played? Because they've never had to be put on a pedestal after losing a game and have to find a way to come back from it. Now they have to, because this is anyone's game to take. They've done the hard bit now, Creparreto, in terms of forcing the bracket reset. Now it's anyone's game.
Well, they also will know by their personal standards. They can't play, I don't want to say they can't play much worse than they did, but in the offensive third, they're not going to have another blank than what they did in that first best of two. So I'm expecting them a real sort of quick start. I'm expecting maybe coaches, each other, to get into them a little bit. Hairdryer treatment, it just wasn't good enough. It was simply not good enough in that first best of two. They will feel as though they shouldn't even be playing this game right now.
Yeah, honestly, at times just felt like we're going to sit back and you're just going to attack us. We're going to try and get you on the counter. Here comes Ginola now for R10, who's shooting from that sort of angle, which I think tells you a bit more about the way that they have been playing and in terms of the chances they've been able to create, because you're not going to shoot from there. The angle of that, the chance, the percentages, it's...
The only thing I can think is shooting and hoping to get a rebound off the goalkeeper and laying into the other attacker's path.
Mbappe into Messi. Has been a more promising start from R10. Ginola back to goal. It's a tight angle again. It's a great save and it's a corner in the favour of the R10 duo. It's a corner whipped out very, very far. It's defended well and a chance to break now. Look at Messi. Mbappe, if he can play the through ball at the right speed, Mbappe could be through. It's a little bit too heavy. Mbappe, easy pickings! And it just comes from a corner that was not executed well at all. They tried to play it deep to the edge of the box. They lost the original header. Next thing you know, that's what 2v2 FIFA can give you. Your teammate can trigger runs from Messi's, from Mbappe's, from your forwards. And if they're in a running race against the defender, and it's timed well the ball, which it was from Neymar, that can happen.
It shouldn't have really even been a thing. I mean, the corner, what you expect, they've scored from that exact corner, so they're going to run it back again. However, that ball over the top, it's hopeful. The defender has to deal with it better. You know you've got Mbappe on you.
Wasn't it?
It's got to go. It'll be a real rough start for this R10 team. And look, we've seen squads where they've had their first loss of this entire tournament come in the regional final capitulate.
As we've said, it's not like this Creparreto team is not experienced at all. These two were heavily involved in the Global Series last year in a 1v1 aspect, but they were both playing for MG CFE Sports back then. They have been part of this same team for a while. Crepaldi, he did qualify for the FIFA E World Cup. He's a playoff champion in South America, late bloomer. Pareto, on the other hand, finished the season 12th on the PlayStation in South America. Got a top 4 finish back in qualifier number 3 as well. Just sort of March time this year, of course, on FIFA 21. However, it's clear to see chemistry and friendships that have been built, especially in South America, in these duos we're seeing that have had runs in this tournament. Mbappe for 2, maybe so! Just cutting them open. And David Ginola will make it 2-0.
They're making it look very, very simple, I'll be honest with you. The work down the left-hand side, that ball just fizzed into David Ginola inside the box. Easy finish for the French hero.
And he was pointing to his imaginary clock, David Ginola, and it's time to wake up, if anything, for Team R10. They're 2-0 down, and they just have not been at the races at all. That's their 3rd goal they've conceded across these 2 games. Coming into this, they only conceded 5 in the whole winners bracket scenario.
Not that they're not defending well, but they're just not attacking well. The big thing that we've said this entire series is, oh, they've scored so many goals. They've scored 6s and 7s in the knockouts.
But where is that now? Where on earth is that now? 26 goals up to this point and they netted.
Can't buy a goal.
As you're right, they had 2 rounds in Swiss where they won 7-0 in 2 of those games. Two-legged game, 7-0. Incredible scoreline. They netted 8 in the winners bracket at one point. They can't buy a goal at the moment. Creparreto, every minute that goes past, they're looking even more and more and more like the team that should be in the Team of the Season Cup next April. Of course, they'll be joining fellow Brazilian team SBQR in that. They're part of the Masters selection here in the FGS this year. Halfway point, still 3 more halves technically to bring you. Richard, I mean, deep dive into those stats in terms of Team R10. What is there to talk about inside of that?
There's not a lot, to be honest. We go over to the possession where we've just got sort of in the halfway mark here, because they've had 41% of the ball, but you see the lack of touches in the final third. Barely any. The little sort of smattering of touches, that's where Janola shot from the 90-degree angle on the byline.
It is.
There's just been no real incentive to go forward and to try and even press the game when Creparreto were playing it around the back there, sort of seeing us into half-time. There was no instinctive press. There was no incentive to go and win the ball back. It was, okay, I know we're going into half-time, we're not even going to try. And it was just, it lacked ambition for me personally. It lacked just a little bit of, there was no incentive. There was no sort of, you expect a captain of a team or whoever the in-game leader is to say, we need to go and win this ball back. We need to go and press because it's 2-0. If that goes to 3, if it goes to 4-0, you've just lost the first game of the entire tournament that you've played in the regional final. In the final matches that you're going to play of this 2v2 campaign, there has to be an instant reaction. You have to go and score that first goal just to put down a landmark to your opponent as well.
I would have loved to have seen sort of the live scenes out in Brazil after they've lost that game. And more importantly, this stage they're in, they're 2-0 down after the sort of halfway point. We'll get these technical difficulties sorted as soon as we can. We know the scoreline is 2-0 to Creparreto, who we have to say, they might have been in a loser bracket. They might have lost to this team in the Swiss, but it's a different day. Anything can happen in FIFA, as we know more than anyone.
And I'm going to say the lack of sort of attacking intensity, you can maybe put down to the fact that they've not played a game today in sort of the first half, the first leg.
No.
That's the R10 squad, because they're coming into this regional final. This is their first match that they've played today, whereas the losers final was played slightly before, so they're coming in a little bit more warmed up. However, it doesn't take you 3 legs of FIFA to get warmed up. It might take you 45 minutes. You start the game slow, and then you pick yourself back up. It doesn't take this long.
Was the penalty shootout not a wake-up call?
It should have been. That was the opportunity to get out of jail, almost, because you've been poor in that game, and you can get out of there with a result. That didn't go to plan. One team is deep diving right now in confidence, and one team is sky high. And Creparreto right now, they are on their way to the Team of the Season Cup.
Yeah, I mean, you can't explain it any better than this man has right now. It's not looking good for Team R10. While we get this technical difficulty sorted, we're going to pass it back over to Rachel, Chris, and Mike LaBelle.
Well, as it stands, 46 minutes. The wheels have well and truly fallen off for R10. 2-0 up, Chris, Mike. None of us expected that. Mike was apologising before that bracket reset, just saying, you know what, I hold, even get your words out, Rach, hold my hands up and say,
I have
apologies.
not apologized yet. I said I'm ready to issue an apology. Don't misquote me.
I need to get my teeth in and clear my ears out. Okay. But I mean, what are we witnessing then, Mike? An absolute giant killing?
We're witnessing at the moment Creparreto is putting in work. They're letting you know, hey, here's a little reminder. Last time it was penalty kicks. This time we don't need penalties. But I haven't got to a point yet where I have to issue an apology. We're not seeing R10 at its fullest, not based on anything with previous form. And I'm okay with that. I'm all about may the best team win, whoever's performing at the highest level. We're here from an objective, not a subjective view. But I don't have to apologize yet.
No, you're not apologising yet. We still obviously have another half to play when we get back into that game. But R10, yeah, like I just mentioned, Chris, wheels are falling off. Again, they just seem like they were resting on their laurels in the first one and just haven't been able to bounce back, even though you said they should go and reset and look at composure. And obviously, about communication, it's 2v2. That's key. That clearly isn't happening either.
Composure is such a massive thing. You can really lose your head very, very quickly in these situations. Again, I go back to even my experience as a FIFA player on the general average consumer level. It's difficult when you're on tilt. Like, it's such a massive thing. Like, you say you lose a game of weekend league and you're going straight back into the next one after a poor performance. Sometimes you just need to get a couple of losses out of the way to then get your head back, but you can't do that here because you don't have the chance to. You need to win this game.
And I'm looking at the players in R10 as well, Mike. We've got some experienced players here, though, as well. So can't really say they're not even 2v2 players, because one of them here was at the FIFA E Club World Cup in 2021, so has experience on 2v2. And then MH7, E Libertadores, top 3. He was at FUT Champions Cup in 2020. So quality players that you'd think would be able to adapt to this new FGS season, and we're just not seeing that. So something is amiss at the moment for them. Again, Mike, I just said that, like, PHZIN, he obviously was at the FEWC in 2021. So again, 2v2 experience. Why isn't that translating over to here?
I mean, every dog has their day. PHZIN is nothing to play with. Don't take him lightly, okay? Everything on paper says that R10 should be delivering a little bit of a different service, and that's why this is an upset. And then to reply to what Chris had to say, if I'm going into multiple weekend league games, I just drop the game, I keep losing, controllers are getting lost. Things are getting broke. This office looks a little bit different afterward. My day has been impacted. I don't know about you, but the best thing is a little break, and then I'm coming back. I need a weekend break. I'll be gone for an hour. I'm going to go for an hour walk. It's cold outside. I'm going to take that punishment, and then I'm going to come back inside, and I'm ready. Sometimes I'm going in short sleeves outside. I don't care. A little bit of snow. That's what I deserve for losing that game. Now I'm back into motion.
Well, don't you go for an hour break, because we might need you. We don't need you right now, because the game, Chris, I believe, is underway. So we ended it at 46 minutes, so 44 minutes still to go. Brandon and Richard, hopefully we'll get a result soon in this one. It looks like it's going the way of Creparreto at the moment. We'll have to see exactly how this one plays out.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, I mean, I'm just going to look into this now. This little break we've had, I know it's a technical difficulty. You said that they needed a bit of time, this R10 team, in terms of just a break in play, a wake-up call if that wasn't big enough from the penalty shootout. They've had a couple of minutes now just to obviously reset up this game from the moment we did leave it in the 46th minute. They do still trail by 2-0. The bracket was reset. This is the first leg of that game following the bracket reset. There will still be a second leg to follow with an aggregate scoreline being, of course, followed too. Winner of the game goes to the Team of the Season Cup, and David Ginola trying to restore some hope for Team R10. Whipped in deep again, Ginola, it's an acrobatic effort, and Schmeichel just gets pushed to the ground.
It could have very well been sort of knight in shining armour moment. That very unfortunate timing of the error coming in. However, we're back underway, and this R10 side seem rejuvenated as Nkunku brings the ball forward. Lionel Messi now bursting into the box, plays it across, great block from Rio Ferdinand.
I'm surprised Messi was onside there. It's quite a deep line that was played by Creparreto, and very nearly they were punished for it. But you can see the intention change already from this R10 team. They know they need to come out and play, because for far too long they've just sat back. And really there, Creparreto take the game to them. They find a third. This is really not going to be looking good if you are an R10 fan. Of course, without the explanation, founded by Ronaldinho himself, icon in the game. Been trying to push FIFA Esports forward out in South America. We had 3 teams in this bracket. This is the last one that remains. Kessie from distance, surely not. He's never going to be shooting from there. This man might, though. Patient in the build. They're happy just to take time out of the game. They've got nothing to lose so far. They lead by 2-0. Hernandez gets a fortunate bounce back there. Lovely cut by Neymar. Tries to outsmart Marquinhos. And possession once again will change hands. There's just not enough urgency from Artem.
There's not, but the initial building blocks have been better. They're laying the foundations. They're getting more touches in the opposition half. They're progressing higher up the pitch. They're pressing higher up the pitch as well. All sort of arrows lead to a goal back in the game, and then they might be able to turn this game around.
Even just one before the end of the game. It'll be a building block. Ginola back to goal again. Too easy, too routine in terms of being able to defend that. Kessie comes across, wins the ball with ease. Better win there from R10. Final 22 of this first leg. Ginola, it's all going through that man at the moment. The Frenchman looking for a cutback. It's just behind Mbappe. And it's just too far away from Lionel Messi as well.
As it was fired across the box, I didn't know if Messi was going to be able to pick it up at the back post.
Tell you what, they could be in trouble. They can find Ginola's run if he can just hold it. Mbappe's got the pace around the corner of Militao. Can he outsmart him, the Frenchman? Yes, he can. Built himself a pocket of space. A couple of skill moves there just to twist and try and turn away from the defender. Hasn't worked out in his favour. Mbappe, has he got the legs late into this game? 19-game stamina they might have to fall back on. Still is just about there, but it's negative nevertheless. Ginola.
Big chance.
Was thinking there for a split second, did he fancy a finesse? But instead, I fully understand the pass and route he wanted to take. If they come out of this game 2-0 down, what is that reaction going to be in that R10 camp? I would love to know.
But it needs to be, I wouldn't say drastic, but it needs to be a big sort of change of tactics, change of instructions moving forward. You see there the two lineups side by side. Rio Ferdinand in at the back. He's been a big talking point, has that. Rio Ferdinand as the only icon, actually out of the 22 players on the pitch at the moment. It's so sort of interesting. As you can see what that Rio Ferdinand is looking like. He's very, very solid. I'm not saying he's not, but it's surprising that he is used, because players like the Marquinhos road to the knockouts, for example, or the team of the group stage centre-halves.
I mean, if you roll it back a few years, he was involved, but now there's just so many.
When you only get one to choose from,
yeah.
Is Rio Ferdinand your chosen player?
The odds on that would be unbelievable. However, that's the player they've wanted to have in the team. And I mean, so far to speak, in the last two games they've played, they haven't conceded a goal against one of the best attacking teams in this competition. And at the moment, they're on their way to a 2-0 lead. It could be a 3-0 lead. If they can pull apart. Another perfect attack. Hernandez, a little bit too heavy on the touch. There's a massive gap on this left-hand side if they can try and exploit, but they've got to move quickly. Mbappe will peel away. Ginola instead will go to the other side. Well, tries to. It's a poor pass to Messi. It looked like a through ball there, and it's completely out of his reach. 4.5 minutes.
Needs a goal, really. Not even in the sort of story of the game, but just mentally, physically, getting yourself up for this second leg, because this will be really deflating to go into a second leg knowing that you're getting played off the park.
Messi, chance. Ginola, again, Stan, Stroll, Marquinhos. And this won't be just one leg. It's one leg plus extra time and another 90 where they have not scored a goal. 210 in-game minutes of FIFA without scoring a goal for this side of R10. We've all had those games where you feel like you can't score and it just sort of get in your own head as such. Chance,
big
could
chance.
That be the chance now? Mendy, can he find Ginola? Just something to take into this second leg. They remain calm and composed. And that will do us for leg one in this bracket reset game where currently Creparreto lead by 2-0, and they are 90 minutes away from being part of that team of the Season Cup in April next year. And I tell you what, they're fully deserving it as well.
No, they certainly are. offensively, they've got the goals. They've got the lead that they need. But defensively, they're making it really hard to play against. Because they're not giving them any room, sort of the width of the penalty box, they're giving them no room. They're getting down the line. They're getting inside sort of the edges of the box. But are you scoring from the byline? No. Are you going to be able to cut it back? No. You need to do the driven passes in and around the edge of the box to then play in to the danger areas. So they've defended really well. I still think we've got to see a lot more from R10. We've seen a 3 out of 10 performance so far, a 4 out of 10 performance. If you're wanting to be this Sao Paulo regional final champion, you need to pull out a 10 out of 10 performance, and it needs to happen in the next 90 minutes.
And I think the thing I love about that Creparreto team as well, they're playing a 4-2-3-1, I believe, right now. They've got those 2 CDMs just sitting in front of that back line every single time, and it becomes so difficult to beat. But as we said, we keep saying, Team R10, we need a performance. Well, you've got 90 minutes to save your tournament status, or it will be Creparreto in that Team of the Season Cup. Only time will tell. We'll be back after this quick break for that second leg.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson, I'm a professional FIFA player, and today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker, I see my winger is wide, I play him out wide, and then I see my striker and my winger are open, so I play a driven cross and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker, I don't want to play my other striker because he has 2 defenders on him, so I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of them, so that's why I do a driven cross. And you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run, so I play him with the through ball. And then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run, and I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decide to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. The next thing I want to talk to you guys about is turning a defensive sequence into a counter attack. So I'm playing with the 4-4-2. With the CDM, so right there I have 2 of my CDMs in the middle, and I don't want to be too aggressive because that's gonna break the shape of my formation. So I kind of just wait with my CDMs and my defenders. As you guys can see, like, I'm not pressuring exactly the player on the ball, I'm just waiting. And I see that he plays it wide, so I switch to my my right back, and I'm waiting for him to do a mistake. I'm not really rushing at him. So right there, I see that he makes the pass, and I have my CDMs in the middle in the box. So that's what you get with the 4-4-2, with the second variation. So right there, I just make a tackle with my CDM, and as soon as I make that tackle, like, I see that my wingers are pretty wide, and so I just play down my winger, and as you guys can see, I have a lot of space. I play to my striker, and then I do a driven pass to my other striker. Because, you know, driven passes are really good this year. Once I play the driven pass, I turn and I see that my other striker is making a run. So I play him with the through ball, and then I just do a ball roll with the keeper. Whenever you see the keeper rushing at you, you want to do a ball roll and you score. That was it for my masterclass. I hope these tips help you out, and see you guys on the pitch.
Welcome back to the FGS Open presented by PS5. We bring you the last leg and the last real chance for one of these 2 teams to pull it back, or alternatively to send themselves into the Team of the Season Cup. You join us in this one, myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley, at the halfway point, where Creparreto lead Team R10 by 2-0. Team R10 have not delivered, they haven't played well, and they just have not got going at the worst possible time in a tournament.
Yeah, a lot of sort of false starts. Engine not really getting going at the moment. They're not getting warm. We just need to see a reaction. We've been asking for a reaction for
3 legs of FIFA.
2.5 legs, yeah, at the
Okay,
moment.
yeah, I'll give you that. They weren't winning 1-0
Give them
at
half a
one
leg.
point.
Give them half a leg.
Again, we're just demanding what the stats have been saying.
But the reason that they've not got going as well is because the defensive work and the oppression that they've been put under by this Creparreto team has been really, really good. They're nowhere near even getting the ball back right now.
Creparreto on the ball now, kicking from left to right in this one. If they score again, honestly, you can pretty much say, GG's, I just don't see 3 goals being flipped on its head with how we've seen Team R10 players of yet. They're 2 incredible FIFA players. PH in literally dominating South America last year on his chosen console. On the flip side, MH7 still had a great year, was involved in the playoffs, E-Club World Cup winner, but just have not got going. Whether it has been nerves that can be added into it. There's 15 fouls are just over on the line for this one of dollars.
Also, they will know that they've not been playing well, so they'll be trying to force it now as well.
Messi on that left foot finesse, maybe. So, timed it green, couldn't do anything more then. He really could. Mbappe fake shot, another great block, and every time they knock on the door, they just do not get an answer. Defensively sound, brilliant save from Schmeichel again. And Creparreto lived to fight another day.
It was a great finesse from quite a tight angle with Lionel Messi. Green timed it. Good save. I didn't know if the rebound was going to fall to a Brazil shirt inside the box. And then when it got played back in with Mbappe, it just didn't have that final skill move to get away from the defender.
Neymar, Sanchez, chance, Nkunku of all people. He was off balance, but he nearly put that in the top left corner. If it wasn't for Schmeichel. Corner taken in on the volley. It's Marquinhos of all people. To be honest, even if he did get a clean strike on that ball, I do not know where it was ending up.
Yeah, probably going to clear the stadium, to be honest. Put that much power on it. But it's a corner that we've seen again. The only goal that they've scored has been from that exact set piece.
Yeah.
Edge of the box, nod it down.
And you said it perfectly, how big set pieces will be, and they will be a huge part of 2v2 FIFA Esports this year. They have to be done right, they have to be used to their full potential. But they can forget about their FGS 2v2 season if they do lose this game, Team R10. Because they won't be in that 32 come next April, which we are playing for. All these teams from all around the world in these regional finals, all vying for a spot in London next year. Of course, the feeder into the FIFA E-Club World Cup. Sanchez and Nkunku, they've been a centre-mid duo. Ginola, that's nice! Mbappe,
Rebound.
Second time of asking! I mean, that sums up the chances and really how they've been in front of goal.
When that ball falls to Kylian Mbappe inside the box, the rebound, especially the rebound, has to go in. It's not even on target. Good press. As good as Creparreto have been in stopping R10 from playing, and as bad as R10 have been offensively, it's only 2 goals. We've seen 2 goals go in seconds before.
Could be 3 though. Ginola, scoop turn, brilliant composure. And it nearly was a mountain to climb that. Long ball over the top, it's a hopeful one into Mbappe. But they need any sort of hope that they can get at this moment in time. Blocked again. Really good from Rio Ferdinand, who has been outstanding in that back line. Everything that's been thrown in from Mbappe or Ginola, he's always had an answer. Hakimi, Nkunku, he's offside Mbappe. You can imagine, only imagine, sorry, the frustration that must be building out for Team R10. As you said, they were in front in the first leg. Second leg, They lost 1-0, went to a penalty shootout. That's why the bracket reset happened in the first place. And now they are trailing 2-0 against the side that they did beat in the Swiss rounds. A team that I can probably assure you when they were coming into this final, they would have been worried about, but they would have had the history behind them to say that we do score goals, we don't concede them, and we have beaten this team. However, you can forget all of that, because that has been ripped up if there was ever a script to follow.
Surely at half-time there has to be changes made. Even if it's just in sort of the depth
this goes in.
Put up.
It's all she wrote. Ginola had the right idea there to spread the ball across. Ginola again, it's falling kindly. It's the French foot hero. That would have been disastrous if it was to fall into the back of the net.
There's no passing options here. The way that Creparreto are defending, in particular defending the passing lanes, they're not allowing easy passes, the driven passes especially, into the players that are dangerous.
They need this!
You're taking a shot from the edge of the box with Renato Sanchez. I know he's a really good player, but if I'm defending that, I'll let you take that shot. You want to shoot there from Renato? I'm not allowing you to play it to Ginola or to Messi or to Neymar. I'll let you take that. They might have got a 3.2 XG.
Let's have a look at the shooting stat. Let's have a look at the shooting stat if we can to see in terms of where the shots have all come from in that one. Because, I mean, you're looking on the right-hand side. They have had expected goals of, I think, about 2 points or 3 points something in that. The shots have been all inside the box, near enough. Renato's maybe just on the edge. But they're either waywards, or they're with the wrong players, or they've been saved.
Yeah, and there's been some outstanding saves as well from Schmeichel. They've been knocking on the door, definitely. But we've not had a one-on-one where it's a must-score. The only must-score chance was the Mbappe, where he shoots, gets the rebound, and then misses the follow-up. They'll be disappointed. But when you're scoring 7 or 8 goals a game, these are chances that you expect to take.
Well, they have looked the best they have at any point in terms of attacking-wise, Team R10, and maybe it's because they know that they are literally on the ropes and one punch away from a knockout blow, which would be a 3-0 scoreline for Creparreto. It's 45 minutes to save this regional final. Well, it will be Barreto and Crepaldi on their way to not only winning this regional final, but also booking one of those spots in the Team of the Season Cup. Kessie. Do they want to find a third goal? They're just happy just to take time out of the game, keep possession. They know that naturally that's going to really frustrate R10. Ginola does well. How well can he do? It's a brilliant ball. Cuts it back inside.
What a goal.
That is absolutely fantastic, FIFA. And that will be the goal that honestly will send them on their way to the Team of the Season Cup. And how about that one for a finish as well? Pitch perfect.
It was all about not only the delivery to the back post, but the cushioned header from Neymar. That's not a sentence I expect to be saying every day that I play FIFA or commentate FIFA, but a beautiful header from Neymar, just laying it into the path of Ginola. Easy, easy finish. And you see that informed Neymar there. Let's have a little look. 65 heading accuracy. We'll take it.
65 jumping from the Brazilian. It doesn't matter though, does it? No, this time they lead by 3 goals to 0. It's Mbappe on the score sheet. They haven't needed to lead into R9. They might not have even been able to afford R9 or Pele. All that matters at the moment is that they lead by 3 goals to 0.
And just as we went into that little pause there, we also saw a formation change into a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this game, R10. But it could be too little too late.
It's a prime example again. So why, so far in all of our regional finals, we are yet to see a team go all the way, remain unbeaten in a Swiss scenario, then go through the winner's bracket without being untouched. Honestly, looking at everything, this screamed not just a win, but
R10, comfortable win.
A comfortable win. Messi from distance, Carrasco!
Good save. Really good save from Schmeichel. Getting everything behind it. I thought it might have just gone through him for a second. But again, Carrasco. Not the player that you want, taking arguably one of your biggest chances of the game.
They've had to sub on options. They've changed formations, you've rightly said. Messi forces it past. Rio Ferdinand will stand in the way again. There's no way through. 25 minutes left in this one. Creparreto on their way to 4. Watch that back post. Messi is there. Time in the world. Messi still. And you can conclude the game. It's 4-0. Creparreto, a duo that was formed heading into the FGS season this year. They lost to this team in the losers bracket. Sorry, in the Swiss rounds in round 5. They went through the loser bracket, bounced back up, forced a bracket reset, and they have been so good in terms. They've just not allowed Team R10 to play. And they've scored loads of goals against them for a team that have been renowned for being good defensively and good going forward. They've stopped both of those things.
Excellent composure as well. As that ball's been fired across the box, Lionel Messi, sometimes you say you've got too much time. You've got too much time to make your decision up. He waited, the goalkeeper movement, he went left, he went right, calmed it down and just smashed it into the back of the net, into the opposite corner, and the wheels have well and truly come off this R10 train as Creparreto looked to make it 5.
And they very nearly did. It was Alphonso Davies of all players there at the back post, who was waiting for a bounce. Coman, Ginola, back to goal. There's just no answer. Ginola still, which way is he going to go? Finds Messi, hits the post, or it's a save, either or.
Biggest shock of the weekend so far. You're seeing it unfold right now.
I could only put an exclamation mark next to that. Mbappe to make it 5, to just rub salt into the wounds of Team R10. They had 3 teams in this bracket. Their strongest team, no doubt, was this one. They were dominant throughout, 6-0 in Swiss. However, we always said if you're that good in the tournament, Richard, you go to the sort of the final stage, and if you do lose that game and a bracket reset is forced, there's just that bit of doubt. Yeah, that seed of doubt that gets planted in your mind.
We start thinking, what went wrong? How do we atone for this error? Alphonso Davies bursting down the left-hand side. Easy cutback inside the box. It's not going to fall for a black shirt, but the damage, unfortunately for R10, has already been done. And this game has been a disaster for PHZ and MH7. And look, it's not 7.
Ginola, it's 5! Now, I don't know if they're looking to make any sort of changes, but they just constantly seem to pause it every single time they score to that duo that are winning in this game.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if maybe we're going to see someone brought on off the bench. 2.9 XG in this game. They've scored 3 goals. Unfortunately, PHZ and MH7 have had a 4.5 expected goals, but
I mean, it's the highest number they've had in terms of expected goals, which is the best they've been, as much as they haven't scored. It's honestly the most they've done going forward.
And a combination of Peter Schmeichel being outstanding and also maybe a couple of those chances, not firstly being rushed, but also the decision-making maybe not as clean and immaculate as you would want it to be if you are R10 at the moment. They know the game's over. We know the game's over.
And all that is left to say is a huge congratulations to Creparreto, the duo of Barreto and Crepaldi. And this is a big game for them as well. Don't remember, there's a huge level of respect in South America. But they would have seen all last year. R10 here, R10 there, R10 winning pretty much everything. PHG winning qualifier after qualifier. And he was a late bloomer, Crepaldi especially, in terms of coming on through, getting that E-World Cup. And they will be absolutely loving every single second of this.
I think there's a little bit of salt being rubbed into the wounds right now. because not only are they winning 6-0, they're doing all the celebrations in the book. It's clear to see that R10
controllers are down.
No, the result's finished.
And they're not done.
Creparreto do not care. They want as many as they can get.
Mbappe will score. I think we could be on for a rage quit.
It's time.
And it's time to give away spot number 24 in total for this Team of the Season Cup. Spot number 8 from this weekend. And I mean, Richard, in a couple of words, if you can, what did go wrong across these 4 individual games, these 2 legs, the bracket reset? Because it just hasn't gone to plan. I mean, you rightly said, even more so, you said yesterday in that Washington, D.C. game that you would have backed New York City. There's been a couple of claims about people saying they put mortgages on games to win. That was the game you would put everything on because they just were such a favourite.
Well, the script was well and truly ripped up because everything that we said going into the game, everything that me, you, Rachel, Chris, Mike LaBelle said going into the game was we're expecting a R10 dominant performance.
With lots of goals.
Loads of goals. And we're expecting, at the end of it, the São Paulo spot to be going to R10. Yeah. They barely scored. They conceded 7. And they will not be going to the Team of the Season Cup.
And again, I don't think anyone has proved that dominance of going great through Swiss, staying on the winners bracket side, and then going and taking themselves to the regional
Johannesburg,
final.
probably the only one.
That, but there wasn't technically a Swiss in that bracket as such. But to be that dominant and to be playing again since Wednesday, this sort of bracket really kicked off. Swiss was played, winners bracket was played, and now they come on through and it just hasn't gone to plan. And that's their chance of a 2v2 land gone.
Yeah, there needs to be some sort of internal talks here because to go from being so good and then it just completely capitulate over 2 hours, an hour and a half of FIFA, something's not right there. So, look, I expect even solo players, the R10, PhD and MH7 to come back strong, but we're not going to see them in April.
No, we're not indeed. I mean, PhD, brilliant start to his 1v1 campaign as well. But that's going to do us here from São Paulo, from the commentary booth. A huge congratulations to Creparreto. But for now, I'm going to pass it back over to Rachel, who's joined by Mike LaBelle.
I'm going to start like this, Mike. You can see me going, what did we just see? We saw a 0-0 a little bit earlier, which we hadn't seen. And now we've seen 7-0. Creparreto, the underdogs that we called them. We were all going the other way. R10, Ronaldinho's team. He had 3 teams he was featuring in this São Paulo Open here. Not one of them have made it through to that LAN event in April. In the end, they gave up as well, Mike, which, you know, I get it. I would be throwing my controller over to New York at that stage. I think going, have it, I'm done. But like Richard was just saying, for them to be so good earlier on in Swiss, they only conceded 5 goals and they conceded 7 in that bracket reset. How did they unravel like they did, Mike, in your opinion?
Well, I don't think we should even talk about R10 unraveling. I think we're at a point now where we should talk about Creparreto and how amazing they were in every aspect and how they were able to adjust and get the result. So first off, I said I would put my public apology as we see the highlights here. Here it is. Creparreto, I'm sorry. I clearly made a mistake. So did the rest of my supporting cast who are not apologizing to you. They're just admitting the defeat. You heard Richard and Brandon discussing what we predicted, what we said we were going to expect, and none of that happened. And it started with the lob through ball. Maybe a little good fortune here. I love this goal. Personally, I just feel as if Mbappe opens up his body, makes the extra pass to Ginola, which has been a common theme all of today. Ginola's been scoring a lot of goals. This might, we see some of the build up here. Time finish, goalkeeper still doing what they're supposed to be doing. And we did see the squad, shall we say, from R10 start to get a lot of opportunities, but they weren't able to convert. And Schmeichel's just getting down to everything. Hands on hands on hands. And this might be the goal of the tournament here. I love this back post. Neymar. Look at the offensive awareness, though. That extra pass. And then Mbappe taps it home. And that was really the beginning of the end. At that point, they created a larger degree of separation. And it was just a show. A complete show. And you saw that R10 kind of gave up a little bit. But at the end of the day, you have to put so much pressure on your opponent to give yourself a chance. And it doesn't matter if you lose by 2 goals, lose by 3 goals. A loss is a loss. A win is a win, regardless of the separation. But I do love some of the showmanship, the extra skills, the extra passes, even the extra celebrations, kind of sending a message. Probably hear us on the broadcast, Creparreto saying, You guys didn't mention anything about us, so I'm going to keep giving you some more goals. Why don't you take 7 home and a rage quit as you see them celebrate? So congratulations. There's no denying or no doubt whatsoever they deserved it. They earned it. They came up from the bottom bracket. They got the job done. And we haven't seen a team look that dominant coming up from that bottom bracket into these regional finals. So make no mistake about it. Hand clap. You can take me down on video, on record. Mistakes were made. I made a bad decision here. I went with R10. I thought we were going to see more of the usual. That was not the case at all. And Creparreto deserved every bit of any accolade or all the accolades that they're getting in their appreciation on social.
Mike, just one more question there. We saw on a lot of those clips, they just had so much space. When they were obviously running towards goal, there was just no one around them. R10 just didn't get the defenders back quick enough. Why? Why was that going so to Creparreto's way in that instance?
Well, because R10 had to pressure. They were down 2-3 goals at the point that you're now seeing all this additional space open up because they have bodies everywhere trying to pressure, trying to disrupt the game, trying to change the tempo. So, of course, as you're more aggressive on the defensive end, there's more space that can be worked with. And Creparreto, of course, took advantage and then wrapped this game up.
Well, Mike, you have 7 goals to pick from, so I'm not sure which one you're analysing. Take your pick, my dear. Where are you going?
I've got 2 goals that I want us to look at. And the offensive awareness is where I was just so impressed with Creparreto as a team. And you're going to see what I'm talking about. You got the build up here. He gets it to Mbappe. But the way that you open up your body there, it makes it look like you might be taking a finesse shot. It's very inventive. And then you have that low-driven pass to Ginola. Hits it first time. Goalkeeper can't react. But you're using what's already been provided to your advantage. And then this might be the greatest example of just seeing the game ahead of everyone. You have a back post cross. It's going to go to Neymar. Neymar's getting there, but he can't score from that position. You see the header back across. It's prolific. It's inventive. It's just smart. It's a high IQ play. They have a saying. It's a big brain move. That is a big brain piece of teamwork right there. Both of them are aligned. They're on the same page, and you can't miss from there. You tap it in. You went from a very low percentage to almost maybe 100% in terms of the conversion rate.
Yeah, lovely worked goal there. And Mike, they're newcomers as well in terms of a team, Creparreto. Do you think that, again, could have played to their advantage? You know, they didn't really have anything to lose. They were just going out there having lots of fun.
It's a double-edged sword. We could bring that up and say, you got a lot of experience and you're a veteran. You should do well in these tournaments. And then on the reverse side, you could say they don't know what losing really feels like if you're new into the scene and you're just there having a good time. You're being expressive. So yeah, you give it a little bit this way, give it a little bit that way. I don't know what's going on with their mentality. Either way, I was impressed because we saw 2 completely different types of games as well. Remember in that first set, very defensive, low scoring, not that much action, good goalkeeper work. But that second set of games, much more open for both sides. There was a lot of opportunities, and we saw a lot more of that offensive creation, just that manipulation on how you were going to get through that back line, how you're going to beat the midfield.
Well, Creparreto had it all, didn't they, Mike? And they definitely know what winning feels like after that one. So let's just confirm them now in the lineup of our Open qualifiers. So they're at the bottom of your screen there, São Paulo and Creparreto. But let's just go through who we saw qualify yesterday. From Tokyo, Kawasaki Frontal. From Johannesburg, Saf and Goliath. From Miami, RF Esports. Mexico City, that went to penalty shootout, Timbers Esports. And from Washington, which round out yesterday, Lou times Joe Sway. And then this morning we started things off with Dire Wolves going through from Sydney. Went over to Dubai. It was 0-1 Esports there. And then we've just seen them. Creparreto from Sao Paulo. There we go. One side of that bracket is completed. We know who's there. We've still got lots more to come. 2 more this afternoon. We've got Stockholm coming your way after the break. And then later on this evening, we go to Madrid. They're both stacked open, so come back and join us to see who is making it through to April from those 2. See you in a minute. Well, welcome back, guys, to day 2 of the FGS Open, presented by PS5. Welcome to the wonderful studio at the Twickenham Stadium in London. Richard Buckley is joining me now with his lovely blazer, which is getting a lot of tweets going on around it. I think Sean, as well, our producer back in America, really enjoys your outfit. I love it. Can we switch up a little bit later? I think it would go with my outfit as well.
No, paid too much for this.
Okay, well, let's just park that conversation. Let's get in to what we are here for. So, of course, we're going to go over to Stockholm in a moment's time for their Open, but let's just talk about these 16 Masters teams that Rich, I, and all the casters keep mentioning. So 16 Masters teams are already ready and waiting to, I guess, compete against any of the teams that qualify from here in April. And here they are. We haven't actually mentioned who are in there, Rich. There's some quality duos, as we'd expect. And I want you to just highlight a couple that you're super excited about.
I mean, if I could do this for an hour and still not say enough about them all, unbelievable teams. I want to point towards Guild first, because their roster on paper, Nicholas Razek and Nicholas 99FC, the Argentine, the Iceman, multiple playoff champion winner. He qualified for the World Cup last year. He's been doing this for 5 years, and he's still at the top of his game. He's moved over to Europe, which is a very scary sight. He's going to be partnering up with Razek, and that duo is ridiculous. Like, you've just put 2 serial winners together.
But 2 serial winners, maybe they'll kind of lock heads a bit because they're so dominant on their own? I'm just giving you something to think about there. That's what I'm doing.
Well, Nicholas won the Club World Cup with Tex a couple of years ago when they sort of just said, who's the best 2 players in the world? Let's stick them together. And Nicholas just played around how Tex plays. So I think that's going to be a very similar thing. Like, how does Razek like to play? Nicholas is going to match it. And I don't see them not performing.
But who else won the Club World Cup as well? As a duo? Oh, yeah, my pick. Complexity up there. Joxan and Max. I mean, Joxan, standout performer on his own as well. I think it was a couple of years ago when he won everything. Well, he won basically the start, didn't he? I think it was the PlayStation Cup, and then he went on to have a great season. Then he obviously teamed up with Max as well to take home that title in 2020 in Milan. So the fact that they actually have won on the biggest stage, Rich, together, Do you not think that says something about that pairing from complexity?
Oh, it absolutely does. I mean, they've also got experience in 2v2 as well, playing together, playing as a duo and winning as a duo. And I think Joxan feels a little bit hard done by as well, because he didn't actually qualify for the E-World Cup last year. Obviously, that event never took place, but he was outstanding last year in North America when it was more regionalized, and now it's his time to shine again on the global stage.
So let's pick someone else, Rich. Let's just pick anyone. We're going to talk about a couple of the big teams as well tomorrow, like Excel, like Falcons, Fnatic. But for the time being, give us someone else you quite fancy.
You can't give me the floor and say, pick anybody on here, and I'm not going to not talk about Matthias Bonanno. He's unbelievable, and he deserves more airtime.
You bigged him up a lot yesterday, actually.
I did.
A little history walk.
Yep.
You loved him.
I did, yeah. He's representing Team Heretics. He's also moved from South America to Europe. A huge move at such a young age as well. He comes over to Europe. People may be thinking, well, he did it in South America. Can he do it in Europe? At the 1v1 qualifier a couple of weeks ago, he finished top 8 out of hundreds of the top European players. He finished in the top 8 players. He's teaming up with Hidalgo, who finished top 3 in the E La Liga Santander last year. That's going to be a quality team, and very similar to all of the teams here. It's very hard to pick a favourite because all of them have got strengths and weaknesses, but that team right there, Matthias, they're just unbelievable. Matthias, what a man.
Got a bit of bromance going on there, I think, is Richard Buckley.
I think it's one way. I don't know if he knows.
But it's fine. We'll park the bus there on the Masters team. We'll bring you a little bit more information about each of those as we progress over the next 2 days. Okay, but obviously these guys have some awesome players in their squads as well. And if you want to learn more about how to possibly be a pro in the future, well, scan that QR code right now on your screens, and it'll take you to youtube.com/EA FIFA Sports. That is correct. That's on screen. I was reading that once and twice, and I was reading it correctly. And yeah, you can learn some mastercards from the top pros. And yeah, you can watch some great competitive matchups. Some great extra content is what I'm going to say right there. So scan that and see where it takes you. And yeah, enjoy. Righty, well, here we go. Let's go to our 4th Open then of the day. We're heading to Stockholm now. Richard Buckley is still here with me, and this one is stacked. We had a little look, didn't we, earlier on at the lower bracket and that final, and it wasn't going the way of Mkers. And then suddenly Ollie Bolly there and Matthias from Mkers absolutely switched things round. They were 1-0 down in the first leg and then brought it back 4-1 in the second to get a 4-1 win over Gothenburg there, which I guess we should expect from a player like Ollie Bolly and Matthias, 2 quality Swedish players there. Did you expect them to be 1-0 down there in that first leg and then bounce back like they did, Rich?
I don't know if I wouldn't say I expected them to be 1-0 down, but the bounce back was always going to happen. When you've got a winner, someone like Ollie Bolly, he doesn't accept failure. And that was very similar why they won the Club World Cup last year, last FIFA, teaming up with Principe. They didn't look great throughout that tournament, but they still went on and won it. And that's what Ollie Bolly does. This Stockholm region's been ridiculous, by the way. The quality that's coming out of a lot of those sort of Scandinavian countries over the last couple of years has been unbelievable. And I think giving them their own sort of qualifier was very deserved. So I'm super excited that I'm not commentating this one. I get to sit down, I get to enjoy it, and I get to see what this final's got.
Absolutely. Well, you can see who they are facing up against. It's Mkers taking on Tricked. Tricked actually faced Mkers in the Swiss as well. It didn't go in Mkers' favour. The result in that one was 4-2 to Tricked. Let's see how they go again in this final. We have Lisa Manley and Brandon Smith taking you through this one.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Richard. Yes, myself, Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley taking you through Stockholm's regional final, which again, as Richard said rightly, Lisa, this is stacked. I mean, the bracket's been amazing. There's been some upsets. I mean, Mkers were in the losers bracket very, very early on. They've had a long run to go through, and they've played before, these two teams. So it does give this a bit of a taste of what maybe could happen, or maybe there's going to be revenge.
Exactly that. I mean, Mkers being in the loser bracket is a massive shock probably for everyone. And if it goes like we did yesterday, we had an equaliser just before the 90th minute, extra time and then penalties. So anything can happen in this one. Could we see a bracket reset?
Maybe. Maybe. The famous words of a bracket reset could be seen. As we said, it's going to be a great one, this. It's going to be between Tricked Esports and Mkers, who we must already say, Mkers are already one of our Masters teams that are in that team of the Season Cup. It's the duo of Cosimo Guarneri and Principe, the two Italians. However, this duo is Optole and Oli Bolli. They've been in the losers bracket. They've had a lot to deal with. However, they're in the grand final now in this regional final. And what a game this one can plan to be. As Richard rightly said, Stockholm have their own regional final. The nations that were eligible to play in that include Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, even Norway, Poland, Russia, Sweden, Ukraine, just to name a few. But it's no surprise, really, Lisa, that the Nordic regions have absolutely dominated this bracket. Sweden, Denmark, heavily involved in having some unbelievable runs in the tournament.
Yeah, and Sweden last year were actually quite a lot on top, quite a few of them. Obviously, the nation in general, when they played in their cup as well, they did really well. So I'm interested to see who can come out on top in this game and also the next game as well.
Yeah, they did an unbelievable job, didn't they, last year? They had players, especially from Denmark, on the flip side, that were making the E-World Cup, the most they've had in a very, very long time, with new names popping up, such as Klenke of Brøndby, not involved in this tournament or bracket. However, there is a lot of history to go into across both of these teams. Tricked Esports, they didn't even have the perfect Swiss, in all honesty. They went 4-2 in the Swiss rounds, but when they got to winners bracket, they did not look back, and they have been unbelievably dominant. Mkers, of course, looking to knock on the door with R9. He was unable to do that. This is actually Oli Bolli's team, and we had a little look at the team, Lisa, before we came, and it's an interesting team that he has chosen to build within the restrictions. No surprise, R9 is the icon of choice in there.
Yeah, obviously we have 3 players that you can have above 90 rated, and most of the time we see the likes of Mbappe, Neymar, and we actually have a chance here.
Here's Ronaldo. R9, brilliant save from the goalkeeper. And another point to talk about is that Donnarumma's in goal for both of these two goalkeepers. No Edwin van der Sar in there, but I'm guessing, obviously, that's to that strong link of Marquinhos that everybody has rightly so been looking for in this 2v2 qualifier, no matter where players are located in the world.
Normally you do see Donnarumma used quite a lot, like you said, because of links of Marquinhos, but Van der Sar, any goalkeeper really that is above 6'5", you want to be in your team, especially in 1v1 situations. They're just so tall and they can just make themselves so, basically just because they just dive anywhere on the pitch and save it. So yeah, anyone above 6'5" for me, they go in goal. Anything below it, you just seem to be conceding quite a lot of goals.
On the side of Tricked Esports, they've gone for quite a heavy sort of Serie mix in their team. Cordoba pops into it. I know there's been a lot of chat about Di Natale, and there's been a lot of chat about Ginola this year, but for me, third in line, probably Cordoba. He's a player that a lot of people are after.
It's an interesting choice. Like you said, if you have Cordoba in your team, you always seem to have either Theo Hernandez at left back and then Kezi at CDM, but Cordoba is a great centre-back to use this year with 86 pace, 80 agility, 91 balance, and obviously 94 jumping, which, to be honest with you, is great to have in defence because the corners this year are so OP, so they're able to win headers for you, which is very vital.
Here comes Mkers now. Oli Bolli, brilliant ball. It was pitch perfect, near enough. The two Swedes looking to link up with nearly the perfect finish if it wasn't for Donnarumma in the goal of Tricked Esports. Whipped into the box, defended well, only far is Renato Sanchez. R9 back to goal. It's another spin on the ball. It's the small intricacies with Oli Bolli that's been so prevalent in the last couple of years. He was, you can't forget, an actual E-Club World Cup winner. He did win the E-Club World Cup with Principe, only recently just signing 4 team Mkers last year. They won their zonal finals in Europe. Now they've sort of, I wouldn't say disjointed. I think the move of Optole into Team Mkers, a fellow Swedish player, knowing that Oli Bolli and Optole do play for Sweden together as a national team, it only made natural sense for them to be a 2v2 duo this year.
Yeah, like you mentioned, they've been playing together for Sweden literally this whole year, last year as well. So they're able to, they know each other play, and I think that's great in a 2v2. You need to know who can press, who can mark the man, and who can cut the passing lane. So I think they'll work really well together. Although they lost quite early on, I think they're in the loser bracket. They had an insane run, and as you can see here, they're kind of on top, in my opinion.
Towing at fullback, Hakimi, not used on that occasion. We'll talk more about that later on. He was involved in quite a few goals yesterday. It was Yusuf Attal. Came on at right wing one point yesterday in our Mexico City Open. Bagged one of the winning goals, and it was just sort of what he can offer you as a fullback, because Hakimi is normally a sought-after player, but at the same time, I mean, that sort of version of his in-game item that Yusuf Attal will offer you he's also very much usable and a player that you can use. On the flip side, Akimi in the side of Tricked Esports, his team, which we'll have a word about now. Tricked Esports, of course, the Danish organisation. If you're wondering who their duo is, it's Skibsted and Arrow. Two very young FIFA players, 17 and 18 years of age from Denmark, but just sort of proof of terms of investment that's been made. I know Kent behind the scenes at Tricked Esports has been a massive believer of young talent in Denmark that's come through. The E-Super League has been a great mould for that in terms of players having opportunities, players sort of having their real opportunity to go out and play at LAN events, do really well. And Arrow won the Superliga with VL back in Season 4. There's been so much experience and so much talent that they've been able to sort of have the opportunity. And that comes from virtual leagues. Virtual leagues play a big part in that, Lisa.
Yeah, it sure does. And actually, want to mention quickly with the Atal that he was mentioning, he can come on as a sub, but we've seen that quite a lot. Obviously, he did score the goal yesterday, the winning goal. He slid across the floor and ended up scoring with 76 shooting, which is interesting. But the main stat for me is he's got 95 aggression and coming on from the bench, barging players off the ball late on in the game, and that's how he ended up getting that opportunity. He just waited at the right moment and then pounced on it and ended up getting a goal from it.
Absolutely. He was a player that you didn't expect him to be there. I thought he was in a right back yesterday, and he made an unbelievable run forward. Half-time in this one, it's 0-0. It's sort of what we expected to see, Lisa. A case of a feeling-out process. We'll have a look at the possession stat if we can to see where the ball has mainly been in terms of the heat maps for both of these two teams as it stands at this moment in time. 50-50% possession. Sort of been all over the place, to be honest, but mainly on the right-hand side for one of those teams who have just been trying to find that same old run every single time, whether that be Messi, sort of the man driving behind that.
Well, yeah, we see one of the shots earlier with Mkers. They ended up having a shot with Messi, cutting on his left foot, which obviously is his preferred foot, but it was saved and it weren't green time. But from that edge of the box, Messi is deadly. And can we see him get a goal here? We are seeing them use the right-hand side, and as you see now, they are switching it maybe to the Neymar side to try and just switch it up a little bit, be unpredictable.
Quite a heavy Bundesliga feel in the team of Team Makers. There is a mixture of in-game items there, one of those being Klosterman that fits into the team. He's always been renowned for having pace, as the German of Red Bull Leipzig. Goretzka. Apologies, continue, Lisa.
Klosterman obviously is a great addition to the team. You don't really see him. He has got 82 pace, so decent for a centre-back, and 87 physicality. He's able to barge players off the ball, especially the likes of Mbappe, Ginola. They're such strong players and tall players as well, and it really does help having such a strong player as centre-back.
I mean, more so than anything, just that pace to win those running races that you're going to constantly have in these games that we've been seeing, these running races of Mbappe that you can see now just teeing the run. Messi, Mbappe, R9. That's the beauty of 2v2. You're going to be looking just to trigger those runs of your attackers to make it even more difficult, even harder to try and track these runners. Saw a couple of times in that last game. It was one of the goals that Creparreto did actually score in that São Paulo regional final. If you missed it, the news was that it wasn't Team R10 that made it through. It was Creparreto that did. Barreto and Crepaldi, the duo of Brazil, will be at the Team of the Season Cup. And now we go back to Europe, I should say, for the first time in total here in the FGS Open, which I can't wait for. We've got more European action later today as well. We've got Madrid's Open. That one plans to be an absolute cracker. Looking across the board there in terms of nations involved. It's all Spanish, it's all Portuguese, and that one's going to be an absolute thriller. Here's Mbappe, maybe for Oli. Volley! Team Makers, first blood, and it's 58 minutes on the clock.
Great through ball there. It seemed like he actually had too much time on the ball. I don't get why a defender didn't clamp down on him and not give him enough space that he had there, because any space you're going to give Mbappe, he's going to run through it and he's going to get a shot off on goal. And easy as you like there, ends up putting it into the back of the net, 1-0. And could we see a bracket reset? I don't want to say it too early, but...
I mean, it might be a little bit too early, but you're right. In terms of what they've got to do, Lisa, they're on the right track to make that happen. They needed a goal. They needed to go and win this first two-legged game, because they are coming through the loser bracket. Must have been quite a difficult game as well for Optole in that loser bracket final. He was playing against his old team in Gothenburg. The first team that he played for professionally. He played in the Allsvenskan quite heavily with his teammate in Zimmer. However, he had to knock out his former teammate and club out the tournament, but business is business, and there's a LAN event and $15,000 to play for here. And I think for a lot of these players, it's one of them, you just put that aside. You put that loyalty aside. You know, you're playing for a new team. You have to go out and do the business and go and win the game.
You've got to play for yourself at the end of the day, but maybe when he scored, maybe he did the sorry celebration, you never know. But I mean, like you said, you've got to play for yourself, you've got to play for you and your family, and he did it there and obviously got the W, and I'm sure there's respect between them.
Another Paul's coming in from Ollie Bolly. 20 minutes left in this one. They're looking for a second. You can only imagine that the likes of Olli Liito, Boras Legend, the list goes on, all involved in that Swedish national team, have been watching from far away in terms of how they've been getting on. We'll be watching this broadcast, no doubt, right now. They're heavily involved in that Swedish national team, which I think that's going to be a big factor this year in terms of teams that have played 2v2 FIFA before at a national level, at a club level, at an E-Club World Cup level. There's no surprise why those teams are naturally going to go far this year.
Yeah, because they would have been able to play with each other for years and just know each other's play styles as well. So they know who to press, who to sit back, when to press the ball, when to leave gaps, because you never really know in a tournament what's going to happen, who you're going to play as well. So you just got to be as prepared as possible, put the hours in, and that's the main thing. If you put the hours in, you're going to get the results.
The only thing he was missing last year, Optole, was a trophy next to his name. He was always heavily involved in the conversation. Here's R9. No way around the corner for Neymar. Need to see more from Trick. There's plenty more time for it to happen. As we know, these two teams have played before. It was earlier on into the tournament in the Swiss rounds. They actually had quite a good result in terms of team makers. They went 5-1 in the Swiss. But the problem is they went down to the loser bracket really early on. And when you go down to the loser bracket early on, Lisa, it's just elimination FIFA, game after game after game. But sometimes teams need that.
Well, you saw that in this case scenario, they ended up going into the loser bracket really early on. They must have lost a little bit of confidence doing that, but they ended up sticking well together and fighting on and here now in the final.
Here's Mbappe for Tricked. Esports, we need to see a bit more from them going forward. Messi back to goal. Can he find that left foot that he's trying to tease the ball onto? He can't. And they do fight to try and defend this one again. Little dink-up pass from R9. It all became a bit too textbook. Really good at just making it so compact, the duo of Leon Goretzka in there, being a massive part of that. And that's one thing that you often see. That's why the 4-4-2 is so popular, a 4-2-3-1, in terms of your two centre mids. We spoke about this yesterday. You've got to have two players that, one, can go forward and get involved, but just have got the energy, have got the stamina in game to just go up and down the pitch, to sit in front of that back four and to make sort of a box. We're going to see it now. Mbappe just completely isolated. It's normally R9 or Mbappe that do get isolated. It's a box of four players that they do shape around you, and it becomes just so difficult, Lisa, to really get the ball into those players. That's where you see that sort of really fast-paced pass that goes into the feet of them, just so there's no time for the player to react.
That's why they do the driven pass, just so it gets fizzed into the player, and it's great to have, like you mentioned, doing a 4-4-2, because you have the two CDMs. You have a chance here.
Mbappe for two! It will be a brilliant, brilliant end to this one, and it comes from a counter-attack. I mean, you speak about Mbappe, you speak about what he offers you. I mean, even late into a game, he's got 90 stamina. You can tell the rest of the story about him, why he's just so good and so clinical.
And as you see there, he's really, really, really fast as well. 98 pace. He's going to be getting through your defence really quickly, especially if you give him the space that you're going to. So
an unbelievable end to that one. And I mean, it's a hard way to end that game, in all honesty, for Tricked Esports, because they did have a lot of the ball in the last 20 minutes or so, Lee. So they were trying to find the chance, but as it looks right now, I mean, they're 90 minutes away from a bracket reset. If they can keep moving at this same momentum, at this same pace, at the halfway point here, it is Mkers that lead by 2-0. They might have been through a loser bracket, but sometimes, as we said, that's what a team needs to go through a scenario where they have to win every single game. They can't drop a game. It's win after win after win. And to be honest, they come out as deserved winners from that first leg.
Yeah, the pressure was on coming into this game. Obviously, they needed to win the next two legs, and then it goes to a bracket reset. And they came in guns blazing. They got the 2 goals they needed, and going into the next leg, they'll be even more confident because they defended really well there.
And it was the Mbappe show, wasn't it? Bang, 2 goals in that game. I mean, we saw it from Team R10 in that last one. They didn't have R9, they didn't have Pele, maybe because they couldn't afford the player. But when you got David Ginolas, when you got Mbappe's, they're just so good, aren't they? And they can sort of fill into the void of times. Maybe not of R9, but to some-ish level.
I mean, I've always stated that David Ginola is just such a great player. Obviously, 89 rated, so he falls into that category as well. And 1.7 million, so a lot more affordable for these players, because we all know Ronaldo's about 10 million coins, and not all of them can afford it, especially as it's their money they have to spend to get these players.
Absolutely. Well, that's the halfway point here, coming live from our Stockholm Open. Will it be a bracket reset? Will Team Mkers be able to get 2 teams into that grand final next year in April in the Team of the Season Cup? Only time will tell. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for that second leg.
Hey guys, this is Mike. I'm a FIFA esports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. Today I'm going to show you how to make the best out of scoring situations, whether it's finesse shots from outside the box, one-on-one with the keepers, or low-driven shots in the box. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just a natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step, so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Now I'm going to talk about the low-driven shots, which is one of my favorite ways to score inside the box, especially with the goalkeepers being pretty good this year, and when you obviously shoot the ball low-driven, you kind of avoid the goalkeeper of saving it. So in this clip I'm with Mkers in the box, and in this case if I were to do a normal shot, the goalkeeper would easily save it up high, and if I put more power then it will probably go over the bar, but in this case I just put a low-driven shot. You do that by pressing L1, R1 and shoot at the same time, because you can put even more power than with a normal shot, and it stays low to the ground. The keeper can't save it with his feet because it's too fast, and the most important thing is that you power up your shot really well. So in this case I have over 3 bars, and another important aspect is that you aim it right into the corner. You have to really aim it into the corner, and in this case it went in because it was a really fast shot. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. For the power it's pretty easy, you just load up 2 to 3 bars, because if it's over the goalkeeper it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put. Hey guys, thanks for watching my FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. I hope this helped you out and you will score a lot of more goals. See you on the pitch.
Well, welcome back to the FGS Open presented by PS5. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Lisa Manley for the call of the Stockholm Regional Final, where we join at the halfway point, Lisa. And right now, Team Mkers are 2-0 up, and they're 90 minutes away from forcing a bracket reset. Hey, it's not like we had a bracket reset this weekend, is it?
We already have had one, and obviously a 2-0 at the moment for Mkers, and they've actually been a dominant side at the moment. They're doing really well defensively and also attacking. Obviously 2 goals, both with Mbappe as well, and we all know why he's in people's teams, because he's just so good. Yeah, and how big was that goal? Because it came in the 90th minute. It was a counter-attack after Tricked Esports had loads of possession. They were knocking on the door of Team Mkers that obviously didn't answer, defended superbly well. But how big is that they go into this now 2-0 up and not 1-0 up? Yeah, I mean, Tricked Esports will be gutted that they conceded in the 90th minute, because it's a big, big boost. 2 goals is a sort of a little bit of a mountain to climb as such, because you've got to try and get the goal quite early on. You've got to push players forward, and that will leave gaps in behind, and therefore they could end up conceding a few more. And we've already seen across the number of regional finals, teams that were in the winners' bracket, they feel like they've got that safety net of a bracket reset, who go and lose that first 2-legged game. Next thing you know, they're on the ropes. And what is it about that? Is it just it knocks your confidence? Is it a case of you're just used to dominate? We saw it even more so as the perfect example with that R10 team that went 6-0 in Swiss, went unbeaten in that winners' bracket, lost in the winners' bracket sort of regional final. Then they became unsettled. They lost all their confidence. How can you put that into words? nerves, obviously the prize that they've got, 15,000, that could boost their confidence trying to win that. But if they do a silly mistake, they could lose confidence and then end up losing. And that's why we saw that in the last region, and they ended up, losing the first one. They could think to themselves, well, am I good enough to beat them? I've just lost to them. And they ended up losing again, unfortunately. Of course, the first game was on penalties, and then going into the next leg, they must have thought, it was only on penalties, I could do this, and they ended up just falling short a little bit.
Here we go again, then Ollie Bolly. Trying to keep that on, it does go out of play from left to right. Remember, it's Ollie Bolly and Optole of Team Mkers. Teammates at a national level in Sweden. They have been playing FIFA non-stop ever since Optole did move over to the roster in FIFA 22. If they score again, they're going to be on their way to complete dominance again. If they do win, it will be a bracket reset forced and tricked. Esports' duo of Skibsted and Arrow will need to go back to the drawing board because it's a case of a must-win scenario for them. Otherwise, they will not be in the Team of the Season Cup. You sort of like to think what words they would have had at the halfway point. 2-0 down, didn't really get going or didn't really create too much.
They haven't lost the game yet, so they've got to remember that. I know obviously the last game they ended up being 2-0 down, but they went on a massive run in the winners' final there, and in the winners' game, and ended up being in this situation. So they've got to remember they are good enough to do this. They just got to try and get the first goal in this next half, and then 2-1. There's not that many. There's only a few minutes that you could probably get a goal and snatch a goal, and then you're back in the game. So they've got to try and get, for me, a goal before half-time, talk to their coach and try and see what they can do to break down this team, because they are very, very good, Optole and Ollie Bolly.
I love the full sort of backing of Denmark as well behind them. Trying to get some Danish presence in that Team of the Season Cup. It does come round next April in London. 32 teams will battle out as part of the FGS season. Some money, can't buy prize to be in there amongst the 16 Masters teams that have been selected, and the 16 teams that will be crowned as regional winners from all over the world. Madrid comes up after this one tonight, then 6 more tomorrow. You can't really sort of describe as well how competitive that has been, Lisa, because there's been so many teams trying to all vie for that one spot.
It's tough. Obviously, most of the players that play they're all similar level, and in each game it's fine margins. You're seeing one goal separate a team over 2 legs, and that just shows how good these players are.
De Jong, back to R9. It's nice, it's even better! Oh, it's not from Neymar, it's an absolute shocker of a finish. Brilliant build up there, the little ding pass into the path of Neymar. And how's he missing that?
I mean, from that position, you're going to be one of your strikers, one of your key players to be on the end of that, and he did, and he just scuffed it wide. And being five-star, you expect him to at least get it on target to make the keeper have to save it, and he just didn't do that, unfortunately for them.
It wasn't even timed, it was just an awful effort from Neymar. Normally, you would expect to at least be in the target from that sort of area. Off the field, we've already broken down both of the teams in such depth. Of course, all following a set of squad restrictions into R9, back to goal. It sort of definitely does feel that in Europe it's a case of you must have R9 compared to maybe other regional tournaments that have taken place across these 3 days, where maybe R9 isn't as accessible, or in terms of maybe not even a priority. We saw Rio Ferdinand last game, which I thought was a bit of a surprising one for me. We'll talk more about that as this corner comes in from Tricked Esports. A golden chance minutes ago. What can we see here from the training ground? Neymar whipped in towards the back post. Messi player back across. It would have been an own goal very nearly, but Donnarumma was clever. He picked up the ball. A really nice sort of chested touch from Klosterman. Somehow keeps them within a clean sheet so far in this game. And they will come forward with numbers on the flip side. Neymar scooped her. Looking to build his way into the box now. Where's that killer pass? Goretzka back to Mbappe's feet. That's great feet! Oh, wowee! Mbappe's been the star of the show for Team Mkers. And how about that one for a finish as well? If that doesn't scream confidence, I don't know what winning around the box.
We mentioned him earlier. The main man scored 3 goals so far for them so far, and there's reasons for that. In that position there, he's twisting in a turn and he puts it into the back of the net, and he's got such good finishing as well. Mbappe with him being 89 shooting and 94 finishing in that position, even if you don't green time it, you expect it to go, and then the keeper was nowhere near it.
I mean, just that little skill there as well, Lisa. Just teasing the defender to bite into the tackle to get the space for Mbappe. Now it's 3-0. And as every minute goes past, we're edging closer and closer towards a bracket reset. Tricked, taking shots from 30 yards plus for Frankie de Jong, which tells you all you need to know at the moment in terms of they're panicking. They need 3 goals. And, I mean, if they do need 3 goals, you'd expect to see a change in the next 5 minutes.
I mean, I would be panicking in this situation. Obviously, being 3-0 down in a grand final, you're going to want to be trying to get a goal, but you shouldn't be shooting with Frankie de Jong. And as you mentioned earlier, in terms of Mkers, they're controlling this game so well that, you know, they're getting into positions, like you said, Mbappe in and around the box. He twists and turns. You don't want to commit too early, which they did there, and he found the gap and put it in the back of the net.
Oh, no. Trying to bring more players into this attack if he can. Davies, starter in this team, has been a super sub for many. Where he has been able to fit into teams, that rule breaker item of Bayern Munich. And that Bundesliga feels to the team alongside Klosterman. Sort of is the way that these teams will be built. There's little pockets in there, isn't there, of leagues, whether that be Serie A, Bundesliga, mainly Liga 1, La Liga, Premier League really yet to be featured. I doubt it will be, to be completely honest.
I mean, as you mentioned there's loads of different triangles you can use in the game. Mostly this year we're seeing a lot of League One, but as you see by the stats there, I mean, Mkers only had 1 opportunity and he actually scored it. I mean, a few of Trick's shots have been from quite far out, as you mentioned earlier. De Jong had a shot from like 30 yards out, which was never going to go in. So far, you know, it's equal. They've both had similar passing. 94% pass accuracy, we should mention, for Mkers. You know, they're being precise with the ball, making sure it gets there. And 92 on the other side as well, which actually is quite a good pass on targets to each other.
I mean, you can see where the ball's ended up. It's been a lot down that left-hand side for Tricked. 20 passes going into the left back, 21 into their left midfielder in the pitch in that 4-2-3-1. On the same side, you speak about players playing on the wings. There is where, of course, most of those balls have gone into. As we said there, brilliant stuff. You can see R69 getting on the ball as much as he did. It's normally called R9, but for some reason, Ollie Bolly calls him R69. And it's been a thing that he's had going for the last couple of years, from commentating on his tournaments in Foothead Cups to the E-Club World Cup to now being in that 2v2 scenario here at the FGS Open, presented by PlayStation 5, where currently we're on the road to a bracket reset. Messi from distance. Don't get me wrong, that's a great idea in that sort of moment. The shot wasn't even timed, but it does scream a little bit of desperation at times.
I mean, you could say desperation, but at the same time, they do need to try and get a goal. So in that position, on his left foot, he's wonderful, you know, we could say. If you green time that, there is a chance that could go in. So I see why they're doing it, especially when they're 3 goals down.
At this point, they need anything that they can try and fall back on as a building block. If they score again, Mkers, it's not going to look good. Oh, managed again. They've just managed the game well at times. And Mkers, Trick do well to defend that one. Mbappe. Oh no, and he's been quiet across these 2 legs, to say the least. He's remained isolated. You can understand why. Look, you can just see those 2 centre mids being controlled every single time. Mbappe can he ever rub on the green on the flip side? De Jong, Kessie, they link him well. Where is that final chance? Where is that shot or goal going to come from? Is it going to come from De Jong of all people? It's a case of waiting and waiting and waiting for that double tap pass. By that point, it's just too narrow and there's not a clean passing lane.
Mkers are just defending really, really well. They're making sure one covers the passing lane and one covers the player. And overall, it's hard to even get past anyone. When you look at it yourself, you think, oh, I can do that. But when you actually try and do it in a game against someone that's so good, it's so hard to get a pass off, especially in an attacking position.
Arrow. Trying to come forward now with his teammate in Skibstead. They've timed it green. There's just no real chance there for them in front of the goal. And, I mean, as every minute goes past, Lisa, we are edging even closer towards a bracket reset where, honestly, I see Team Mkers just pile driving through this team at the moment in terms of how good they've been. They've just managed the game well. And we've been speaking about Mbappe because he's been the star of their show. He scored all 3 of their goals.
He has, and obviously, as you see there, 98 acceleration, 98 sprint speed. I mean, if you threw ball it to him, he's going to get onto the end of it. And in terms of shooting, 94 finishing, I mean, if you get into a position, finesse it, green time it, it's going to fly in the back of the net.
You can see the shots that have come in from both teams. 4 shots. Unfortunately, none of them have been on target, and 2 of them were blocked from that side of Tricked Esports. It's only 1 shot, but that's what you're going to get for the best players in the world. They only take the chances where they know the percentages are in their favour. Those 95, 99% chances when you've got an Mbappe, you've got an 9-9 within your arsenal that can line up that perfect shot in the best way possible. Marouane Fellaini comes and says hello for Team Mkers. It's his in-game item that certainly can do something with sort of 25 minutes left in this game. And also watch out for him at a corner, because he certainly will be up in the air and he'll be looking to try and bang it. That's a brilliant chance. He timed it Reds! But I mean, it's Frankie de Jong that's in that area in the first place.
I mean, you definitely do not want him in that position. You're going to want Mbappe, R9, Neymar, Messi in that position. And I mean, even if it was Mbappe red timing it, there's a chance of it not going in.
There could be a chance of it being 4-0. 2 Team Mkers, they managed that one well, but fair play to de Jong for being in that place in even the first place. He did really well to ball roll away from the defender. There's a little bit of a panic on the button press. Don't get me wrong, de Jong has probably not got the best finishing stats, obviously, compared to an Mbappe or an R9. But even so, you've got to be timing that to at least have a chance. Renato Sanchez looking to drive this one forward. Team Mkers looking for the perfect performance with another goal to add on to their tally. As it stands, they're about to force a bracket reset. Fellaini will be the provider. And what a chance it was. It was into the path of Vinicius. All he had to do was just put that one away, and it was a golden chance wasted. Corner to be played in. He does really well, does the Brazilian of Real Madrid. He completely pulls apart the defence. He's down the byline into that danger area. Marquinhos back to Fellaini from distance. And that would have been a storyline if Marouane Fellaini was to pop up on the score sheet.
I mean, you mentioned on the other end them shooting with de Jong from 30 yards. We've just seen Fellaini shoot from outside the box, but that time it was green, so the chance of it going on target was more likely. But unfortunately, just missed. But you expect him to be in the box to win a header for you and score, not shoot from outside the box and it fly in.
Vinicius, he's fresh off the bench for Tricked. It's managed well by Team Mkers, who have got numbers forward now. R9, you can see he's in a running race with the defender. Marquinhos, will he get pickpocketed? Referee goes down to ground. Vinicius is too hot to handle. And this is going to be 4-0 potentially. R9! His first goal, believe it or not, he scored for both teams across the 2 legs. And we pretty much can 99.9% confirm we'll have a bracket reset in about 10 in-game minutes time, where Mkers have got a chance to flip the bracket and to flip this regional final in their favour to send themselves to the Team of the Season Cup.
Great run there from Vinicius, I assume straight off the bench as well, and he's got a lot of pace, and he's obviously just got a POTM that has came out, and people weren't expecting to get it. There was a few talks of it, but he ended up getting one, and he's a lot of coins, but you can see there, if that is the one they're using, that is the reason why he's coming on from the bench. He's so clinical, and he's just so agile as well when he got into the box and got fouled and ended up winning a penalty that was, in a different scenario, could have been vital.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to have to go back now and find an answer and use these 5 minutes they'll have in a very quick break to discuss what went wrong and discuss, more importantly, what we can get right in this next game, because they haven't scored a goal, they've conceded 4, and Team Mkers right now, no doubt, will look like the team to beat, and they're about to force a bracket reset here in the Stockholm regional final. Watch that back post, R9, he's just offside. And that doesn't really matter right now. What has been the difference in this one, Lisa, in terms of Tricked being able to try and score? Because they haven't been able to break down Mkers at all.
The player switching for me, they're defending so well, they're stopping them from getting the ball into R9, into their attacking players. With a chance here, maybe.
Back to goal, Mbappe! Surprise, surprise! Knock, knock, who's at the door? It's in-form Kylian Mbappe for another goal to add to his tally. He has been outstanding. Not just in this game, across pretty much everything this weekend here at the FGS Open. That will conclude that one. 5-0 Speak about a dominant performance. Speak about a team that we should be quite scared of, Lisa, at the halfway point in this one. Technically, it's a bracket reset, and we're playing 2 more legs of FIFA to decide who gets that spot in the Team of the Season Cup. What performance?
I mean, what a performance indeed. Playing them, I'd be scared as well. Going forward, they're so clinical and defending. They didn't even see the goal.
They were that good. They were that impressive indeed. And the interesting point is, Team Mkers went 5-1 in Swiss. They lost 1 game. It was to Tricked Esports, who beat them 4-2. But you can't look back on that really and second guess a lot of these results, as we've done so many times across these regional finals. It's a completely different scenario where they have been through the loser bracket for quite a long time. They've had to play Elimination FIFA every single game. And for them, this was another elimination game of FIFA. If they let, of course, Trick win this, it would have been all she wrote. Team of the Season Cup. Congratulations to Tricked Esports. That wasn't the case. They didn't only just win that, they absolutely dominated it. 5-0. Surely you're back in Mkers at this point, if you're watching from home, to go and get that spot.
Indeed. I mean, you know, Swiss is completely different, obviously. There's not much pressure, obviously. They're already through at that stage. This is obviously a £15,000 game and also a chance in April. And Mkers came out, and they came out indeed. And I think they could be a chance of them going through with how they perform there without even conceding a goal.
Yeah, they came out fighting in that one. But that's going to do us for the halfway point in this one. Surprise, surprise, it's another bracket reset. No matter where we are in the world with these FIFA Esports 2v2 tournaments as part of the FGS Open, I'm going to pass it back to Rachel and Mike to break that one down.
Thanks, Brandon. We expect them now, don't we? And we love a bracket reset as well. So we go again in this one in Stockholm. Mike LaBelle, I'm going to bring you in. 5-0 there for Mkers. I'm actually not surprised. They have some quality players for Mkers there in the form of Ollie Bolly, nonetheless, and Matthias as well. 2 mainstays on the FIFA community in all these Foot Champions Cup games that we see. And coming up against Tricked Esports, like Lisa and Brandon said there, it doesn't really matter what happens in Swiss, does it? Reset, momentum is massively in their favour as well. So did you expect maybe not a 5-0 game, but them to keep that momentum going and them to get the result and push for a bracket reset?
I wish I got a chance to speak before we went into this game, because I would have been singing only praises to this could be upsets coming heavy. Just from having a couple guys that have so much experience. And I also feel that they're also in form, not only last year, the year previous, but they're in form currently. They've played really well this year, even from an individual level. And they're players that you expect to see making deep runs in tournaments. And they just sent a serious message, because you not only had the offense, but then defensively you were sound as well. And if you're not conceding goals, obviously you're not losing games, but you add in that some of the creativity, some of the footwork, some of the intricate details inside the box, ooh, just tasted good. Oh,
and Mike, we can see them now.
At a perfect time.
Yeah, of course.
As you see some goalkeeper action to get us underway, but we're not going to have any delay in some of the goals that are going to be scored. It is going to be, again, complimentary to some of the keepers making saves here and there, but just wait for some of the turns and some of the cancellations. Really impressive. As you see more of a route one beginning, just turn and go. Sometimes you can catch somebody slipping. They're anticipating that you're going to make things a little more complicated than you are. Here you go, a little bit of a stutter step. He bangs it on the near post. 2-0, but he just starts adding, and it just keeps adding in that regard. And I'm really looking forward to actually the second leg of this matchup to see if Tricked is able to kind of have an answer. They've got a second here to reset. Oh my goodness, that's the goal maybe of the day right there. A little shimmy, shake, bait, you name it, it's there. And it's just such a lovely way to incorporate everything. It was smooth, it was fluid. Space, as you love to talk about, Rachel, opens up as the game goes on. You see the penalty kick, you reach, I teach, well, they taught. And this is more about just adding some insult to injury. Maybe letting them know I'm ready for the next matchup. We're prepared for that game. As we're even seeing a rerun from yesterday, that's fine. Just throw that into the mix. Why not? More highlights, I'll take them. Whatever you're going to give me, I'm working with, especially in December. I like it. I want it all. But I'm definitely dialed for the second matchup between this grouping in the 2v2, because I feel that Trick now can have a conversation, say, hey, we got to reset. We got to change some things tactically. And then, of course, if you're on Mkers' end, you're saying, let's do that again. We don't need to shift anything. I liked our game plan. Everything was executed perfectly, and they have the momentum. And this is another one of those, I want to mention, this tournament, how you deal with pressure plays a big factor, because it's only the top team that really gets the benefits.
Yeah, Trick really have to change something, of course. But Mike as well, Mkers, they already have a team in their 16 Masters squad as well. So having 2 would be something special. And that possibly, like you just mentioned, takes the pressures off against, should we call them Mkers' second team? Because they're not the ones that were already in the April squad. So maybe they're kind of like, you know what? We're kind of here to show up and show off what we've got because we weren't picked originally. So maybe they have something to kind of show to Mkers as well as Ollie Bolly and Matthias. So anyway, we're seeing it, aren't we? 5-0 there. We go again. We're going a reset. I believe, Mike, we don't even have to go to a bracket. We're going to see this matchup right now. Mike, sit back, relax, enjoy this one, as I will do in London. Okay, Brandon, Lisa, here we go again.
Here we go again, indeed. Another bracket reset this time. We're back in Europe. We're here in Stockholm. And, I mean, I think we're going to see this. We've got more European action later tonight in Madrid. Then we have even more tomorrow. I think there's been a lot of competition that's been very competitive, very tight contested games. But in Europe, I think we're guaranteed that, aren't we?
There sure is. There's a lot of players in Europe. There's a lot of players in Europe that are really, really good. And I think there's it's very fine margins as well in these games. And I think we're going to be in for a run with them.
Yeah, well, it's as simple as this. Team Mkers, they win. They're in that FGS Team of the Season Cup next April, joining another Team Mkers duo in there as well, Cosimo Guarneri and Principe. Wouldn't be a bad run in for Team Mkers. Would having 2 teams in that. They'll have double the chances, as many have done. I mean, there's been teams that have joined these regional qualifiers that have added sort of 4, 5, 6 duos in there. Of course, you know, going by number 1, number 2, and number 3 to give themselves the best chances. And I mean, I understand in some ways why, because this is, for a lot of teams, their only chance to get to a 2v2 land competition this year in this new FGS season, really.
Yeah, and obviously in terms of Mkers, you already stated that they're already in there, and for them, this is if they win this, which if they're going off the first game, there's a chance they will. And as you see there was first game, so many goals flying in, and you know, more teams, more better.
And more competition that's stacked and even more difficult to try and break down from the commentary booth. You join us now for part 2 of this story from Stockholm. Who will come out on top? Will it be a better start for Trick Esports? It nearly was. I wasn't sure if that was a finish or a comeback there, potentially, because Messi was looming. On the flip side, speaking of Mbappe, this is end-to-end FIFA. Plays into R9, back to Mbappe, might get a second by the cherry. Brilliant feet in the box. And it goes out for a corner there. What a start to this game.
What a start indeed. It went round one end, like you mentioned. Should he have passed it? Could be a chance here, but a great header away. And then it's straight over the top ball down the other end. And Mbappe, in my opinion, was in a better position to maybe finesse it. He did try to pass to get that extra percentage of scoring, but it wasn't to be.
It was Neymar that looked to sort of have the finish or the cut back. It was defended well. It was just a long ball over the top for Mbappe. As we said, the storyline behind this one is quite an interesting one, that Mkers have been in the loser bracket for quite a long time. However, ever since they've been in there, it's just been win, 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 win. All we do is win. And we saw that in the perfect example with a 5-0 win against this team in Trick Esports. What do you think they were saying at the halfway point? I'm sure Kent, their player coach for Trick, would have been having stern words. What didn't they do enough of last game, other than, of course, score goals? And what do you reckon would have been said in the break?
They wasn't able to get the ball into their star men, their R9s, their Neymars. They weren't getting many chance creations as well. And he was probably saying to them, just be more confident, try and get them balls into your key men, and you actually get some opportunities. And it must have worked, because coming into this game, they had the first opportunity, and they probably should have scored as well. And like Mike said, reset, try and forget about it. You won the first time you played them. You can beat them, and they started off well here.
Yeah, well, they have beaten them. It might have come in Swiss, but it was the only defeat that Mkers have next to the name. It was from these guys. But you would have forgotten R9 was on the pitch that last game for Trick Esports. You could certainly see him more involved for Mkers. He was probably at times more of a provider than a goal scorer, because Mbappe got 4 goals in that game. He was impeccable as ever, was the Parisian forward. This is the one that means everything now. $15,000 guaranteed, a spot in the FGS Team of the Season Cup next April here in London. With touches like that from Hakimi, you're not going to be on your way there.
terrible, terrible touch. And maybe you might think to yourself, maybe should they be using signature signing Atal? We've seen him in action this weekend. We know he's pacey. We know he's got good dribbling, and maybe they should switch players, maybe.
And he still gives you a link of that Liga 1 that you're looking for as well from that league, and those little pockets of players you're going to see. It's Mbappe again. Brilliant save. Messi, it falls kindly. It's his right foot. But even there, when the goalkeeper's on the floor, if it's on target, you know it's going to be a guaranteed finish. Really well done on the follow-up to block that from Tricked Esports. But another great chance, and surprise, surprise, Mbappe knocking on the door.
Great defending to stop that follow-up as well. When Donnarumma, we say, that's why he's used, obviously, he's mainly used for the links to Marquinhos, especially the informed version or any version you use of him, but the team of the group stage 1 as well. But in general, he's such a good goalkeeper. He's so tall as well, and that's why he's used.
Seen so many unbelievable saves this weekend. Just in general, when FIFA 22 goalkeepers seem absolutely incredible. Back to Neymar. Yet to score a goal of Tricked Esports in this series as of yet. Can we see them come to life in these sort of areas? It's mainly been De Jong that's had to really get involved in these attacks because they've just been lacking the involvement of that man of R9.
I mean, we've seen De Jong featuring quite a few teams this weekend, and we've seen him getting forward last game. He did get that ball around a keeper, but it was red time. I mean, in my opinion, I don't think that he thought he was going to get into that position, but he did and ended up just scuffing it, I guess, as such. But here's a great player to get forward, especially if you have one going forward in terms of CDM roles and one staying back a little bit to give you that little bit of cover.
I mean, he'll certainly go forward, he'll certainly be involved, but at the end of the day, he's not that player really you want to have a shot with, is he? You want your Mbappes, you want your R9s to be queuing up at the edge of the box. Ronaldo Nazario on the ball now. Again, it's a wayward pass. That's the big thing here. When you get the ball in that sort of area of the pitch around the box, whether it's down the byline, on the edge of the box, you have to be in sync of what you want to do. You have to be communicating. I can guarantee you right now, these duos that you'll see across all of this weekend, majority of them will be together in a room somewhere because you have to communicate.
Yeah, and you've got to be clinical as well in these passes. And the main thing in 2v2, you've got to work great as a team, you've got to have fun as well, but main thing is you can't lose your head, because if one of you lose your head, you drag players out of position, they're going to get in behind and you're going to end up conceding from it. So you both got to just try and communicate with each other to make sure that you're both okay and just stay focused in these situations, because a lot of money on the line at the end of the day.
You just have to be in sync, so in sync with everything you do defensively going forward. Punches to the feet of R9, it falls kindly to Mbappe. Can he keep it in? Messi can, but he can't get the conviction to find the ball back to a fellow PSG player in Mbappe. To be fair, I mean, Messi, he has featured in a lot of teams this weekend, and he certainly offers you a lot going forward, other than that left foot that seems to be so good on the edge of the box, especially for a finesse.
That's why he's actually used a lot this year, is because of the finesse shot and it being so overpowered this year, just getting to the edge of the box and finessing it, and especially with his left foot. And the annoying thing about it is using him as well. You can't be unpredictable with him. You can only really go to the left foot to have shots, and that's why, in my opinion, it's better to use someone else. And as you see here, his stats are on the screen now. 88 pace. That's sort of a downfall for him as well, in my opinion, because he's not the fastest on the wing, and that's why most of the time you're seeing Ginola up front and then Mbappe on that wing, because he's got a lot of pace. But in my opinion, Messi's still great to use this year, like we mentioned, because of that finesse shot and being able to have that finesse shot trait to pull it into the back of the net.
And do you think, even though he has only got 88 pace, yes, you could put a chemistry style on him, what is it that keeps him in the team for the pros?
It's got to be that finesse shot trait, being able to finesse it from outside the box, screen timing it, and it going into the back of the net. But like you said, you can just put a hunter on him, give him that extra little bit of pace, which can help him in these positions.
And plus, he's just bringing you strong links. Strong links from PSG into his fellow counterparts all over the pitch. A strong one down from the fullback side as well, normally, if you are using Hakimi. We're back on the way for this one, though. There's a goalless first 45 between Team Mkers and Tricked Esports. If you missed the first game, we're in a bracket reset scenario now. Chance for R9, hill to hill! It's absolutely classic Ollie Bolly. The hill to hill was perfect. It was R9 in the right place at the right time. And still on paper, Tricked Esports are yet to score against this team in this regional final. 51 minutes on the clock. And it is the Swedish duo that lead by a goal to nil.
A great play there. Obviously, Renato Sanchez in that midfield area, just driven passing it to R9. And as you saw there, 96 positioning for R9. He gets into that position, does a hill to hill to get away from the player, and then puts it in the back of the net perfectly.
Could be in a running race. Sorry to cut you off there. It could be through. Came from absolutely nothing. He tried to scoop turn, move away from the player. Didn't come to anything in the end. But that's the difference there, Lisa, in terms of when they go forward, even if they haven't got a teammate in support, they've got that ability or that wherewithal just to go, right, I can go on my own here with a skill move if it's in the right way with someone like R9 that you know has got a 5-star weak foot. You can go on his left, you can go on his right. And it's about having that confidence and just the ability to back yourself in moments like that.
Yeah, Mkers looks scary going forward, so unpredictable as well. You're not sure where they're going to go. They do so many skill moves, and that's what we mentioned yesterday. You know, if there's no space, maybe try and go for a skill run, because they're not going to expect it, and that's what we've been seeing here from Mkers. They're just doing unexpected things, and they don't expect it.
Falls kindly, it's R9! It was put into a dangerous area, and to be completely honest, it just was not dealt with. And it's R9 that's got 2 goals in 8 minutes. You can see on your screen why you want to use R9. I mean, there's no need to really explain this man yet. His prime isn't out on the market. His prime icon moment will probably come out sometime later this year, which is even more scary. But just that one, that mid R9, is still so good.
Yeah, and that's why he's 10 million coins, obviously 5-star, 5-star, 93 pace, 93 shooting, 95 dribbling, 94 reactions. And to be honest with you, I didn't even expect that ball to go over the top there and for him to get on the end of it. But when he did, you expect him to score, and that's why you put so much coins into one player, because he just finishes it.
I mean, it was a really interesting ball they put across, wasn't it? It was a bit of a dink pass into the box, but for Mkers, they deemed that the right time to make a triple substitution. They have. Fellaini's part of that 3-man sub that they have just made. Vinicius Jr. also part of that, and I believe David Ginola, if I am correct, to just go onto the pitch. It's back to Mbappe, but that's the confidence that these two are feeling right now, that they can take a finesse shot from 30 yards out. Because technically, on paper, they've scored 7 goals across the games we've seen, and Tricked have not done anything in terms of scoring even a single goal.
They're winning the ball really high up. Their player switching is on point, and they're stopping them from even being able to get at the moment past their own half.
That's a fresh David Ginola. Didn't even start the game. That shows how stacked their team is and how much they back the 4 of, R9, Neymar, Mbappe, Messi, over starting David Ginola, which does say a lot, because David Ginola, as we've seen, that foot hero, he's sort of, as Richard explained perfectly, like a bit of an R9 mixed in with someone like a Cristiano Ronaldo in terms of just how good he can be at times, how good he offers you as just a statue of a player, what he offers you in terms of pace, in-game stats. And for him not to feature and come off as a sub is actually even more scary with 20 minutes left to play. A fresh David Ginola charging at your defenders. Who knows what's going to happen?
Shows, to be honest with you, that they actually have quite a lot of coins, because having a 1.7 million coin player on the bench and how good Ginola is, 5-star, 5-star, is the main talking point for me. And obviously bringing him on, depending on where they play him, they could play him up front, they could also play him on the wing, depending on what you want to do. 90 long shots as well. He's a player where you can finesse it from outside of the box, where Messi normally plays.
It seems to be this winner bracket curse, I'm going to call it. A team that comes through the winner's bracket, lose the first game, seem to get just a little bit unsettled. Vinicius Jr. now looking just to rub salt into the wounds in this first game. And they're just finding angles and passing lanes at ease, it feels.
Vinicius Jr. is a very good sub to bring on as well, being 99 pace, just to bring the extra pace into the team down the wing. And as you can see, great defending there, not even giving them a sniff of the goal. And as we mentioned, Vinicius Jr., 99 pace. He's also got 5-star, 4-star as well. So, shoot on his weak foot, there's a chance of it going in. And you can just do a lot of skill moves to be unpredictable down that wing. And that's what we're seeing here.
Which is something that he has done ever since he has been involved. You can see the injection of pace up against the fullback. Just the goal for Tricked Esports at this point. I think they're just feeling frustration that they haven't been able to score. They haven't been able to break down this team. Everything is in sync. It's a well-oiled machine in terms of how they've been playing. Everything's working. Everything has gone to plan. Vinicius will try and drive through with that pace that we just mentioned. Not good enough to pull past Element of Towel on that occasion. if they don't get anything in these last 6 minutes, expect changes in the break in terms of maybe a different formation, in terms of some different custom tactics, maybe an overload in some ways, because wherever they've tried to change so far has not worked.
I mean, in my opinion, maybe they should go back to what they played if they changed it a little bit since then in the Swiss game. Obviously, they did beat them. I think it was 4-2 you mentioned, but I think they need to go back to what they did there. Clearly, something clicked then, and they ended up getting the performance they wanted with a win. But at the moment, they haven't. I don't think they even had a shot this game. I mean, they haven't seen too much of the goal or the ball in that area anyway. So
just hasn't gone to plan. It's not even like they've been undeserved of being in this position right now. They've had a brilliant bracket run of Tricked Esports with Arrow and Skibsted. But at the halfway point, they're 2-0 down across these 3 individual games we've seen in the build-up to this loser bracket scenario as well. There's been a total of 7 goals scored in the favour of Team Mkers. And on the flip side for Tricked Esports, they're yet to score a single goal. And what does that do for you as a FIFA player yourself, Lisa, when you're having those games and you're just not breaking down your opponent? You get into your own mind a little bit, don't you? And it just becomes frustration. You're rushing passes, you're taking shots from 30 yards plus with people like De Jong. How do you overcome that hurdle?
Well, you can see they're definitely getting frustrated. Like you mentioned, they're shooting from ridiculous positions. I think it's just because, to be honest, if they can't get into them positions to shoot with their R9s there, and Mbappe's and Neymar's, and that's why we're seeing ridiculous shots from positions to try and actually get a shot off in them positions so maybe it could go in, because at the moment they're not able to get into their key man. So
I mean, there needs to be a change, isn't there, at the halfway point? What do they do? Is it a formation change to come out with? Because R9's on that pitch, believe it or not, but he's just been so isolated.
Yeah, he's not had a touch on the ball. In my opinion, they need to change something. They need to change the formation, maybe a 4-2-2 more, an attacking formation, maybe have both midfielders going forward. It's still a risky thing, but they're 2 goals down. They need to do something.
They have to do something, or they will not be going to that Team of the Season Cup, which will be decided in 90 minutes' time of FIFA action. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we return, will Team Mkers hold on to this one, or will there be a comeback from Tricked Esports? We'll see you in a few minutes.
So, in the second variation of corner we're gonna be talking about, we're gonna be using it when our opponent moves the keeper to the first post. Hola amigos, my name is Jaime Alvarez, also known as Gravesen, professional FIFA player for Team Dogs Gaming, and today I'm gonna be giving you a masterclass about set pieces, where we're gonna be talking about free kicks and corners, so I hope you enjoy it. Scoring a direct corner in FIFA 22, it's pretty difficult because almost every time the center backs clear the ball. So we're gonna go with 2 different kind of options. We're gonna go with a creative run or a player lock to create a finesse situation. So the first thing to know is how to do this corner, this set piece. So first thing, we're gonna press R1 to call our second player to a short pass. Then we're gonna activate the player lock, pressing both sticks in. Then we are gonna pass the ball with an X to our player with who we activated with the player lock, and then we're gonna green time finesse it to the back post. And the second option is gonna be a cross to the back post and an extra header to our strikers to create a good chance. The first thing to do is press L1 until we select our player who is nearest to the penalty kick. We're gonna select him and we're gonna just give it a bar of power so the ball can catch a lot of height. And the thing we have to do is do an extra header so another one of our strikers can score the goal. So in this second chance, we're gonna extra header it and he's gonna miss it, but we create a good chance. If we were talking about free kicks, in my opinion, the best way to approach them is about confusing your opponent. The first thing we're gonna do is press R1 and L2 to call 2 more people to come over. Then, as we have a situation from the left side of the box, with our main striker, we're gonna press square and X for our player to create a run inside the box. Then, when we do that, if our opponent doesn't defend that run, we're gonna press R1 and X for a pass to Phil Foden and an extra pass to score the goal. So this was all for today. This was the masterclass about free kicks and corners. Hope this creates a lot of good chances for you to score more set pieces, and we'll see you on the pitch. So, see you guys.
Well, welcome back to the FGS Open presented by PlayStation 5. We're bringing the action live from Twickenham in London. You're joined by myself, Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley. We're in Stockholm for this one. First time being in Europe in this FGS Open tournament. And right now it looks to be a Team Mkers win, Lisa, because they have been that dominant. They forced a bracket reset. They now lead by 2-0 and they're 90 minutes away from sending themselves to that Team of the Season Cup, aren't they?
It's sure, and at the moment, to be honest with you, I don't see them conceding because of how dominant they've been, and they've scored so many goals, around 7 now, just in these legs alone, and they're dominant for me, and I think they could go all the way, but if they do concede quite early on, it might change something.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest as well in terms of they went to the loser bracket really early on in this regional final, but if they didn't have that small trip, I think they would have been all the way through that winner's bracket from the performance that I've seen so far today. Tricked Esports, we need to see more, and we need to see a plan B or a plan C now, because if they don't bring anything, they're going to be on their way out this tournament. You can forget about going to a 2v2 land. What would have happened in that break, Lisa, now? They get to score a goal against this team. They lost 5-0 in the original bracket reset. They lost 2-0 in the last game. The scoreline you can see at the top of your screen now. What changes?
For me, they probably would have spoke to their coach and he would have told them what, what they need to change, because clearly something is not happening. A chance here for Mbappe, and I mean, great defending there, obviously. A corner to be taken here.
Here it comes now. Remember, if they score again, Ollie Bolly and Optole, that's the Swedish duo of Team Mkers. Very clever team they've been able to put together. Neymar towards the back post. Donnarumma able to just get 2 hands on that one, but I can assure you when they had a slight scent of FIFA going in a 2v2 direction and Team Mkers thought, okay, we need to be involved in this to some level with the FGS season changing. I can assure you Ollie Bolly was involved in that, saying, right, sign up Tolle and get him involved in this team. And that investment they've made in bringing in that young talent, he's only 17, Lee, he had a dominant year last year. It's really worked in their favour.
It really has worked in their favour, and it could be a chance here, but great defending. It goes back to him, Messi. And nothing happens, but as you mentioned, yeah, last year, still young, 16 years old, but as you mentioned, this year's a completely different game. You might not still be at that level, but he clearly is right now.
Chance for Neymar, cut back, well read there by Cordoba, who, forgotten he's been on the pitch, has that foot hero item. He's been heavily involved in the team, giving you that link to that Serie A selection of players that have Tricked Esports. Pause coming in from Arrow. Alan Barakovic, young player, only 17 from Tricked Esports. He did win the Superliga back in Season 4 with Team Vala. He was with quite a well-known name in Mikel Audiort in that team all that time ago. Both players have that experience behind themselves, both in the Superliga. I think it's into its 7th season now in terms of one of the partnered leagues of the Global Series, one of the leading leagues as well. Just getting that LAN experience has been a massive part of that for those that don't follow tournaments such as the Allsvenskan Superliga. 2v2 formats they are in a different way. Back to goal, Mbappe. Goretzka from distance. Messi, it's tight. Back to nearly R9 on the rebound. And how close was that one to being 3-0?
Very, very close indeed, and you don't really want him shooting from that position. It was blocked as well, and it almost went in, but, Tricked will be very happy that it didn't go in, because if they go 3-0 down, it's going to be a mountain to climb, and as you see here, they go forward.
Well, they need something. They need a goal, and they need R9, who's being custom controlled now to do more in these sort of moments. Just stings it into the feet of Kessie. He gets it down just about into De Jong, his fellow counterpart in the midfield. Punched in into Neymar. Kessie! Don't really want him to be striking the ball, but you couldn't really do much more. lofted through. Better from Trick though, they're getting in those areas. R9 needs to be more involved, more direct. And that was a very small slimmer of hope, but that's at least a starting point for them.
More direct indeed, obviously, doing driven passes, getting into the box, but yet again, it's getting blocked, and then the ball falls to Kezi. Should they really be shooting from there? I know they do need a chance to shoot on goal, but I think it was just...
Hernandez, brilliant ball! That's what they've been after! It's taken a long, long, long time, and it's taken Fia Hernandez to run 60 yards plus up the pitch, to whip that ball across into the path of Messi, to just give them something. That's the first goal they've scored across 4 individual legs of FIFA, Lisa, and they needed a hero. I don't know who's the bigger hero there, Fia Hernandez or Messi on that?
Bit of both, really, as you see there. Fia Hernandez getting forward as well, and he's very pacey, so he got into that position in behind, and Messi whipped across the box, across the floor, and he's not going to miss from there, even on his left or right foot.
And in terms of a confidence builder, that goal does exactly that, right?
That gives them a lot of confidence. It means they can actually score. They can think to themselves, we're actually in this. It's only one goal, and one goal in FIFA, it could be scored in a couple of minutes.
And the bigger picture, Lisa, they have beaten this team. The only team that beat them in Swiss were Tricked Esports for Mkers. They went 5-1 in Swiss, did Mkers. It would have been a perfect record, but it was this team in the way. But how long for Mbappe? Not long at all when you got the two Swedes together. They were playing the FIFA of their life at the moment of time. And I tell you now, I'm very, very scared for April when these two come knocking on the door if they can hold on to this result. 3 goals to 1 on aggregate, a 2-goal cushion reinstated, and just the way they move and intertwine around the box, Lisa, it is just second to none. It's so good to watch, and a deserved goal.
Exactly that. It's crazy when you think about it. We were just thinking about, you know, Tricked getting a goal and their confidence being boosted, and maybe Mkers thinking to themselves, we've actually conceded here and, you know, we could lose this game. Instead, no, they went down the other end. They got into a great position where I actually thought he could have shot with R9, but instead, that extra pass that we talk about to give it an extra, make it 100% chance of scoring, and he did that there, and what a great way to set them 2 goals apart.
There's no better way to reply. After conceding a goal, the famous commentary line, you're the most vulnerable when you just scored a goal, could not be any more truer in that moment. Because what it does is, the hope that was being built for Trick for that split moment is wiped away. We're back to square one. We're back to a 2-goal deficit again.
Indeed, they are back to square one where they just was and where they actually had a little bit of hope, but they got to think they've got 1 goal now. The first time in over the legs they've played, 3 legs now. This being the 4th, of course, and they got to think to themselves, well, we've got 1 goal. We've just got to try and send everything forward here, especially coming into the 60th minute. They've just got to do that. They've got to hope and pray, send everyone forwards, get them in behind, and try and get the extra opportunity.
Let's have a look at the stats half-time to see if there has been any more sort of better possession kept from Tricked Esports and where they've been having the ball, really, in all honesty, because the expected goals is pretty even between the two, possession pretty even as well. 71 passes from Tricked, seems to be a bit more over the place, but they're having more touches of the ball in the final third, which is, you know, what they really want to be after at this moment in time, because they need to go forward. We'll have a look at maybe the shots they've had as well in this game to break that one down, at least how many chances at goal they both had.
And as you can see here, obviously, Mkers with the more shots. I mean, to be honest with you, for me, Tricked had quite a few as well. Obviously, see 1 shot on target, and they actually score that shot on target, which will give them a bit more boost of confidence, because last game, the last couple of games, they haven't had anything in around that box, and as you mentioned, they actually have had the ball in and around that area. Before, they didn't have a sniff of the ball there.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it just on that little snippet there in terms of, see it again there. There are 3 shots in the box. Talk about the right side here of the blue of Tricked. 2 of those shots, if you remember rightly, were blocked. It was Kessie that had 1 of them. It was a case of just a free-for-all in the box. On the flip side, you can sort of see the angles and the difference that the Mkers have been able to go for. The goal they did score, obviously Mbappe did well to let the ball roll across his body and to find the back of the net. But in that sort of 6-yard area, anywhere in the box, that's been a difference to me in this game. Mkers have been clinical. With everything that's come through, Mbappe or R9, which you know is going to be a 90-plus chance of scoring, they always seem to find the back of the net.
They've been clinical as such. Every time they've got into around the box, they haven't rushed it, they haven't just shot, they've been looking for that extra pass. And as you saw for the last goal they scored, they got the ball to R9, they saw that extra pass to Mbappe, he let it go across his foot, and then just whipped it into the far corner.
It's as simple as this now. 45 minutes for Tricked Esports to find 2 goals. All they will be saying goodbye to the hopes of playing in the Team of the Season come next April. And it will be double trouble for Team Mkers that will have 2 teams in that tournament, 2 duos. An Italian duo as part of the master selection in the 16. And another team that looks even more scary, the Swedish duo of Optole and Olli Bolli. But if you look at their resumes individually, Lisa, they've both achieved so much, especially within the last 12 months of competitive FIFA in a 1v1 and now potentially in a 2v2 environment if they can make something from this chance happen. Mbappe runs it off, it goes for a goal kick in the end.
Yeah, Mkers, both of them, Olli Bolli and obviously Optole, both last year did so much. Most of them getting top 4 in most of the tournaments they did. On the other hand, Trick, they obviously have got quite far in a couple of tournaments, but not too many. So obviously in terms of Mkers, they've had more confidence in terms of getting further in tournaments. Obviously, they haven't quite won one as of yet.
And Olli Bolli's had a lot of taste in terms of wins. E-Club World Cup champion last year, Qualifier 1 European champion also last year, kicking off the Global Series in the best way possible. Messi back to goal into Neymar. Chance for Tricked. Brilliantly done! That's the composure that Trick to be missing in those sort of areas. The cancel of the skill move to open up the second chance. And Neymar will come alive and bring this game to a head in what's got 30 minutes or so left. This is a wide open game now. And this is what we've been missing from Trick for so long.
Cancel was perfect, as you mentioned. 94 acceleration and also 85 finishing there. And then obviously the cancel, it just sent them. And then they just finished it into the back of the net on the far side of the goal. But I mean, what a way to respond, getting a goal. Only 1 goal difference now. Will they change something? In my opinion, they are sort of getting extra opportunities that they didn't get in a couple of games before. So maybe keep it as it is for now. Don't sort of constant press because players will be out of position. Maybe keep it for 10 or so minutes. If they don't get anything, go press after possession loss. Try and get just players forward to try and get an extra opportunity. But what a game it's been so far.
It's been so much better, hasn't it, from Trick in terms of they know they've had to go forward. They've had to commit bodies into the attacks. The level of unpredictability there, just from Neymar. The cancel there of the simple skill move. It kept the defenders guessing. They bought into that first tackle. It opened up the space. And it's that triple substitution again. Fellaini, Ginola, coming onto the field for Mkers. I can't go over that. They're bringing on a fresh Ginola with 30 minutes left into this game. You know what he's going to bring you in terms of quality. Pace, weak foot, just the build of him as a player.
The build indeed, and it's just, what a player to bring off the bench. We mentioned it in the last game, 1.7 million coins for a player to come off the bench, and the reason for that is he's just so clinical, especially in these positions. I assume he's brought off Messi for him and have him on the right-hand side because you either bring him on up front or on the wing, and I feel like Messi's more of a weak link than Neymar is in terms of his obviously weak foot and only being able to shoot on his left foot.
Yeah, and they have brought Vinicius as well as part of that trio substitution that they enjoy making late into the game. 25 minutes left of this one. There's still everything to play for. 3 goals to 2, Mkers lead. They forced the bracket reset to get us into this game. And right now they are, for the first time, being questioned by Tricked Esport. Other than that, they've had a pretty easy ride across the past games. They've just been playing that well. Back to goal, this is better. R9 heavily involved, Mbappe. Tricked Esports! So close to an equaliser. And it's Donnarumma with a brilliant save to keep them out. As this corner will come in now. Played short. Neymar down the byline. Dinked into the path of the defender there, and it'll be easily managed by Alphonso Davies that will play out. Long lifted ball all the way across into David Ginola, linked in well with Fellaini. That works out in the favour of Team Mkers. And a case, I think, if anything, just take time out of the game as they look to build this attack as well. There isn't a rush, they are in the lead. They're better to keep possession than even, take that risk and give Trick the chance of getting back into this game.
Keeping the ball, in my opinion, for them is the best thing to do in this scenario. They're winning, there's no need to go forward. And as you saw there, Tricked, great elastico with R9 and great pass into the striker, but Donnarumma's just such a beast and ended up saving it, but unfortunate.
Hakimi, Neymar, chance. What a block. I think it was R9 that blocked his own player's shot. And it could be Heartbreak Hotel on the flip side. There's numbers running forward. There's Mbappe, there's Ginola, there's Vinicius trying to get into the box. On the flip side, very, very clever from Team Mkers They know not to get hot and flustered in this sort of final third where you can easily go forward and attack. That's what your opponent wants you to do in some ways. As much as you'd think, I'm crazy to say that, then if you go forward and you're going to rush a chance, there's a chance we're also going to win the ball back and we can get straight back down the other end. But look at that in terms of how they're going to be changing their team now. Kessie, De Jong, yes, they stay on the pitch, but surely it's time for some substitutions for Tricked Esports.
Substitutions needed indeed. It's interesting to see Messi at CDM. I assume that's a mistake from them and De Jong playing left side. But in general, like we mentioned, they've gone to a 4-2-2. That's a formation that I think, in my opinion, is the best formation, attacking formation to use in FIFA. You can have 2 strikers on getting behind, stay forward. Same with the cams, and then of course with the 2 CDMs, you can make them go forward as well. You can just send everything forward. Maybe coming into the last few minutes of the game, you might see them go 3-5-2, and get extra bodies forward. But when they do that, if they do it too early, there's a chance that they'll concede as well.
Well then, final 10 minutes here in Stockholm. In our regional final, as it stands, Team Mkers could be on their way to the Team of the Season Cup. Another goal would secure that cup back. Brilliant block, corner. Falls kindly. So Ollie Bolly and Optole. The Swedish duo that have dominated most parts of this game. It's only been this leg where they've had to be tested and asked questions of. Vinicius Jr. looking to add that 99 pace, as you rightly said, into the attack. Unfortunately, though, just a little bit too heavy there off the mark.
Heavily indeed there, but to be honest with you, could they have just kept the ball? They're in a winning position. Such a close game as well. In my opinion, I'd have been keeping that, trying to waste as much time as possible out of this game, because remember, if they win this game from the loser bracket, they come into this bracket, ended up winning it, a reset happened, and they could end up winning 15,000 from it.
Potentially so. It's not just that spot in the Team of the Season Cup. Bodies on the floor. Cordoba's got caught up in that one. Vinicius in a running race, that's what he's going to give you, even if he's just getting the extra touch to clear the ball out of play. It's a fresh substitution there. And now this is the last roll of the dice for Tricked Esports. They score, we go to extra time, and their chance of a Team of the Season Cup spot does remain open. They have scored 2 goals in this game. Now they need a hero in the form of somebody. Here's Messi. And Alphonso Davies might have just won the game with that touch. The ball gets hoofed forward, but hoofed out of play. Only about 2 meters away from where he cleared the ball out from. Vinicius again, happy to get back, roll up his sleeves and do the dirty work for his team. Added time of 1 minute, another big win. This is the last roll of the dice. Here's Neymar, can't find the ball he's looking for. Alphonso Davies will clear that one out of play. And the bracket reset was completed, and more importantly, the win in this tournament has been completed here in Stockholm for the regional final. It will be Team Mkers that will go to the Team of the Season Cup, and they won't only have 1 team there, they'll have 2 teams there, which we must say, Lisa, look deadly. An Italian duo of Cosimo Guarneri and Principe, but also a very, very deadly Swedish duo, Ollie Bolly and Optole. We'll see you in April next year. What performance!
I mean, what a performance from Mkers. And now you mentioned they got 2 teams, 2 times more deadly, I guess, as you can say. But, I mean, what a performance. I mean, what a game that was as well between them. Tricked actually came back really well, in my opinion. Didn't expect them to with the amount of shots they've had over them legs. But what a game you guys saw there, and congratulations to Mkers.
Credit where it's due, obviously, to Tricked Esports. They did come back into the game, but at a point where it was too late, really. They were always playing catch-up in the game, weren't they?
Always catch-up. Mkers were just scoring so many goals. What was it, around 8-9 goals now in them legs, and just attacking there so well, but they also defend so clinically.
They did indeed. And again, I think they did make changes. We did cry out for those changes from Tricked Esports. They went through the winners bracket. They did beat Mkers in the Swiss rounds as well. That was our sort of story around this game. But as we come to expect a bracket reset. Expect teams to play each other again that may have been knocked down from winner or loser bracket, alternatively in the Swiss rounds, to then go and get their revenge. And there's no better way to get revenge than in the grand final there. But I think what really impressed me, the 3 games before that, they were superb. They didn't concede a single goal. They controlled the game really well. And whatever duo they've got going on right now, it's just working, isn't it?
It sure is. They're working really well together. Obviously, they practice a lot together, being in the Swedish national team together as well. But like you mentioned, I mean, what a performance from them, from defending to attacking. They got the job done. You know, they did concede a couple of goals in the last sort of game to make it a little bit tight for them. But they are only young as well. You got to remember that. But yeah, again, congratulations to Mkers.
No, massive congratulations indeed to Mkers. Our first taste of Europe, but more importantly, a little taste of Scandinavia in there to see what they've got to offer to the table in this FGS season. It's a congratulations to Team Mkers that will have 2 teams now in that Team of the Season Cup. It's a wrap from myself, Brandon Swift, and Lisa Manley. And for now, it's back over to Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, it wasn't as convincing, Mike LaBelle, was it, as their 5-0 win in match number 1 before it got a bracket reset, of course. 3-2 then. I mean, it took them 51 minutes to get their first goal, which kind of showed, didn't it, that Trick Esports were thinking about their defence a bit more, thinking about how they were going to play this reset, and they almost got there. I mean, I'm going to say, Alphonso Davies, what are his stats in defence to kind of get the ball out, not once but twice there? Mike LaBelle almost gave it away, didn't it, when he kicked the ball actually out of play, only a couple of metres out from where he actually got it out of the unfortunate area. But yeah, like, just talk me through how Mkers kind of kept their composure there and just kind of ground out that game.
Well, if anything, you would expect them to be really composed just as a group, considering that both these guys have a lot of experience. And that's mostly the separation between teams, or even on the individual side if you're competing in FIFA. A lot of the players have very similar levels in terms of their virtual ability, so to speak, like what they can actually do on the pitch. However, mentality-wise is where we start to see the separation. How do you handle difficult circumstances? And when you actually get into opportunities to have a success story or to have a failure, how do you respond? How do you face adversity? And whether you're playing a Swiss stage or going through a bracket, you got a double elimination. Most of the time, you're going to have some ups and downs. So you have to be able to bounce back, and you have to stay very focused and dialed in. And that's so easy for me to sit here and talk about. But when you're in that position and you've been grinding all day, it's difficult to keep that constant focus and to be able to get the results and grind out those results. They're not always going to be easy games.
And we've seen it a couple of times, Mike, now, haven't we? It's gone to a bracket reset. What does, I guess, being in that lower bracket final and having to come back and do it all again do to that team mentally? Is it quite nice they get to play another game with their 2v2 duo and just obviously, get more comfortable with their pairing?
Well, I find often if you're coming up from the lower bracket, if you're able to cause a reset or force a reset in that upper bracket again, that the momentum's now really with you. And that's kind of what we saw here. We talk about Trick. They didn't play bad at all, especially in the second leg of games, as we're going to get into some of these highlights. But it was just more so they started too late. They came to the party. They weren't fashionably late. They were late. And it took them a while to get going. And you can't do that when you're going up against such oppositions, when you're looking at the team that Mkers had, and they already had set the tempo very much so. You see some of these skill moves, you're unlocking the space, lovely heel to heel there. And a lot of that is about causing just a moment of hesitation. And that's where you're creating a lot of these ideal circumstances in the box, as you see R9 take it down, beautiful first touch. Took part of that. He's able to carry that and of course convert an opportunity inside the box, which you would expect. And as we talk about with Tricked, it's taken them a long time to get going. You're already down a couple goals. It's in the 20th minute. It's like, how are you going to respond? And you don't want to have to play catch up against such quality oppositions. As you see the layoff there, overlapping runs. That was their opener. It took them a minute to get going, but it definitely was helpful. The extra pass, and Mbappe again steps into space, hits the first time. Lead is extended. And again, working back into it, and plenty of time in here too. As you see a couple cancellations, the fake shot cancel. It's rather complicated to do that with the level of consistency that's needed at the higher competitive levels. You see another pass here. This is what we're talking about towards the end. Big save. And that's kind of been the story too, is these very small opportunities and how you manipulate them, whether in a good way or a bad way, it decides the matchups when you're at this caliber of a competition.
And the pendulum felt like it was just about to swing in favour of Tricked Esports. They just kind of ran out of time. It seemed like if they had gone to extra time, they possibly could have nicked it at the end there, especially if it gone to penalties like it has done, again, a couple of times now over the course of 2 days. Mike, let's just talk about the 4 players we have now then. So we've got obviously Oli Bolly, Matthias in, let's call them Mkers 2, and then Mkers 1, the 16 that have already got selected, Principe and Cosmo. I mean, both class acts in their actual duos themselves. I'm not even going to go which one to call now, because obviously these guys, Oli Bolly and Matthias, have had experience on the big stage already as a pair.
Well, all 4 of those players you mentioned, super well known in the community. They all have a lot of individual success. I would have loved to know the background story, and maybe somebody does. I mean, I can send a DM or a message out how they decided which 2 went this way, which 2 went that way. I would assume they maybe played for it, maybe some private matches to decide who was going to be in the submitted group and then who had to go through the traditional qualification process.
You know what, Mike? We have a special guest coming on a little bit later. I'm going to ask him. I'm not going to tell you who the special guest is just now, but I'll ask him. He'll know a bit about how those teams were selected. Mike, I believe now you have a bit of analysis for us presented by PlayStation Tournaments from that matchup. So take it away, mate.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And I'd like to detail some of the skill moves. And this is the degree of separation. And it's something that I feel as if Mkers did such a good job with. You're going to see this beautiful, look at the fake shot, fake cancel. There's a lot of faking going on there. And he opens up just a slight angle. And it's all about causing these moments of uncertainty or getting this just slight hesitation to get you into a more attacking role, to get a defensive error, to force a misdone player switch. And that's what you're seeing there with the heel to heel as well. And that was the difference, not only setting the tempo, but in those areas where you have to be precise and it's all about grasping that moment, being decisive. Mkers was slightly more decisive time and time again, and they were able to convert.
Yeah, decisiveness obviously is key. Let's just confirm then that team who are going through to those Team of the Season Open in April. There you go, Stockholm. Mkers are on the board there. We still have 7 teams to be decided. 1 more today and then 6 more tomorrow. Okay, 1 more coming up. Like I just mentioned, we're staying in Europe. We're heading to Madrid next. It's a stacked Open. I'm going to be joined by a very special guest as well. So stay tuned to see who that is. We'll see you in a minute.
Yes guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number 1 is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back. So when I receive the through ball, I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means that I'm in a very dangerous position and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time. And we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space and I get my shot off before the centre back can get there. Possession in attack. So what does this actually mean? Well, I've noticed from all my years playing FIFA that a lot of people are in a rush to get to the goal and try and score as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means we don't pick the right passes. As we can see in this clip here, I'm going to recycle the ball. I have the ball with my striker and I'm looking for my other striker or my midfielder that's making an advanced run. I noticed very quickly that he's got both of these passes covered, and this is when I make the decision that it's best to recycle the ball and be patient in attack. Here, I pass the ball backwards and I notice that the area of the pitch is very, very congested in the middle. As a result of this, I go out wide to my left back. He's got the space to attack, and my aim here is to try and bring out a couple of them players in the middle area. It's way too congested to create a chance. So my aim is to try and attack the space as much as possible to start pulling these players out of position. I drive forward and we can see a couple of his midfielders have now come out to engage with the ball, and it means that I can rotate the ball around the area and try and find the right pass. So I go back to my midfielder who goes into my striker, and now we're in a very, very dangerous position. We can see that recycle has helped me get to this spot here. As I get the ball, the pass opens up to my striker, and that's where we get the goal. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
Just jack with me.
Yes, guys, welcome back to day 2 of the FGS Open, presented by PS5. With Brandon Smith alongside me, Rachel Stringer, ready for our final Open of day 2. We are heading to Madrid, of course, all brought to you from this beautiful stadium, Twickenham Stadium in England. Yeah, it's dark outside now, guys. It's about, what, 6 o'clock local time here in the evening. The rose, of course, depicting the England team that play out there, the England rugby team, of course. That's the home of them. It looks beautiful. We're very lucky to be staying here as well, Brandon, for the next couple of days. Before I get to you, Brandon, we've got a very special guest who's about to join us on this big screen. Oh, he's not watching. Gravison, Dux Gravison. Welcome, my man. Great to see you. It's been a long time. I think the last time I was working with you was the E-Champions League, possibly in the summer. You're on the casting set up for that. So it's great to see you. And I'm going to say well done on being one of the 16 Masters teams as well, who we'll see in April. How are you feeling about being selected already for one of those spots?
How are we doing, Rachel? It feels good. It feels good. It's been a long time since we last spoke to each other. The tan, I must say, has gone out because of summer, but it's been a good few months, to be honest. I qualified for the World Cup on July, and EA announced us, Team Dux Gaming, as a Masters team. So pretty happy overall. I think we deserved it. I think we are one of the 6 teams who deserved it. And to be honest, I think we can do great things at the tournament in April. I'm looking forward to it, to be honest.
I'm going to bring Brandon here. We've obviously paired up with Daniel Aguila.
Yeah.
In terms of how you think they'll get on, he just said he's going to do brilliant things. I'm going to ask your input as well as our pro here, expert and pro.
No, Gravison, pleasure to speak to you as always. I mean, yeah, you and Daniel Aguila are 2 absolute legends in the Spanish scene. I mean, it's a great duo. I mean, how are you feeling as well about the other side of Dux? Because Adjuman and Neat obviously have not made it through this bracket side today. How did they get on, and what maybe went wrong for Dux in this one?
I think they're still adapting to the gameplay. 2v2 is a different gameplay. I think Neat plays kind of an attacking gameplay, but obviously with all the skills he does all the time. So I think it's tough for Adjuman to match the kind of gameplay they need to do in order to progress in the tournament. Because if you think about the teams who qualified for the final, Andoni and Tuga, I think they have kind of a similar play style, and Jorge and Nacho playing for Casemiro Esports, I think they both adapted to Nacho's game style. So I think it's all about the feeling you have to get with your teammate, and I don't think they kind of find the right game style. So, to be honest, we would have liked to join Mkers, who I think is the only team who progressed with 2 teams for the TOTS Cup, but we'll work for future tournaments.
Actually, Grav, can I ask you one question? Mike and I were just discussing this before you joined us. We said, how do you decide who pairs up with who? Because Mkers, again, really quality players. Did you have to do maybe a little mini tournament as well to decide your matchups?
To be honest, I think Neat and Adriman are a better duo than us. So I thought we thought that they would qualify for the tournament. They had more chances than us. So I just said, man, I've been here for 4 years. This is kind of my club, so I'll be playing. You guys will have to qualify through the tournament. I have to, take my chances on this, because the qualifiers are tough, man. You saw this weekend. They have been really, really tough qualifiers.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Gravison, and give us the taste as well from you in terms of this Madrid Open, because you know these players very well. You know Nacho very well. Came second in La Liga last year, losing to your teammate of Dux. Of course, on the flip side, Andoni, he's made multiple E-World Cups. You would have made an E-World Cup last year with him. What's your thoughts going into that one? Because as we've seen today, bracket resets keep on happening, but it's going to be a really good game, this one. I hate to say it, guys, but it screams a bracket reset.
It does indeed. We love that, though, Grav. Let's have a quick look before, Gravison, then you can answer that question. So like we just said, Case and Movistar there. But Grav, yeah, give your thoughts on what Brandon was just asking. How do you see this one playing out?
To be honest, I think Casemiro Esports are favorite because they have just not lost the game yet. And I think they're really doing a good job as an esport team. You know, Casemiro created this team, I think, a couple of years ago. He's been such a huge fan of the esports scene for a long time. I think he has been playing Counter-Strike for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years on streaming, and he loves FIFA as well. So he created the team. Their headquarters here in Madrid are amazing, and I think they seem like a really good team because they bought these two players, Nacho and Jorge, and they also bought two head coaches, one for each player. So they're really invested in this FIFA scene, and I think they have more chances to win this final. But on the other side, obviously, Movistar Riders, Andoni, Tuga, two players who have been smashing this thing for, I don't know, for 3-4 years. Andoni, who qualified for the World Cup last year and 3 years ago, and I think Tuga and Andoni, they are both qualified for the E-Champions League this year. So it's going to be an amazing final, but I think having to reset the final is going to be a decider for Casemiro Esports. I think they are a favorite.
Ooh, well, Graveson's going for Casemiro as favourites. I think Brandon's going with Movistar as favourites.
Yeah.
So we've got a mini competition going on here as well. We have the Open to sort things out, but I want to see which of you two get that right as well. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. You'll stick around, of course. Graveson, Brandon, thank you very much. Let's hand over, though, to Chris and Lisa, I believe, are taking you through this one.
Oh, it's not Lisa Rachel, but Richard's here anyway. I'm here, though. We get the important bit right, I suppose, at the same time. Thank you very much, Rachel and Brandon, and of course, Gravison. And what a game we have here. The Madrid Open, the regional qualifier, is coming up in just a second. And my goodness, I was quite excited for this one. I see we were paired up together. I thought, wow, this region itself has been so competitive over the years. And this matchup, is it what we expected? Some would argue, but at the same time, to see this losers bracket run happen from Movistar Riders and then going up against Esports, who have been undefeated, it's tantalizing. It is.
Yeah, I mean, the big sort of miss from this final that we expected to see, Chris, was Gravison, as Jaime said, was Dux Gaming. We expected to see both Neat and Adriman in this final right now. They fell out of the competition, and it's given opportunity.
It has given opportunity to a team like the Movistar Riders or like Kase, who can have the first chance. And just like that, it's clinical from R9. He doesn't miss those, the turn in the box, the pass into the feet. It's a carbon copy of many goals we've seen this weekend, but that just does not fail. And R9 does never fail from there.
What a start. What a start from Esports. Coming out of the block, absolutely flying. Nacho and his teammate. You got to say, when you've not played a game today, when you're the team in the winners bracket, typically what we have seen is a slow start from that team. We've seen 45 minutes, 90 minutes of quite stale FIFA, quite stagnant FIFA. They've come out absolutely flying, and that shows to me that they've played warm-up games. They've got sort of ready for this opportunity that's coming right now. And look, if they could get this wrapped up in 2 legs, they don't have to do a bracket reset. They don't have to worry about that later on.
Nice little ball roll from R9 to get Ginola running in the way. Keep it already moving. You can see he's ready for the cross to come in from the side of the Casa Esports boys. Now an opportunity to cross this ball in. Ginola. Now to Messi, finds a little bit of room actually. He may be invited to shoot potentially, but they're always covering the pass. It's not even the shot that they're worried about. They already know the pass is going to come on the inside, but that time around they block it out just about in time. Good switch of play. Hakimi now. Not a great deal of room down this side though. It will have to be a building scenario here for Casa.
If there's one thing that you want to do when you're coming up against Andoni and Tuga, who are very proficient in keeping possession, in sort of playing the mental side of the game just as good as the actual mechanical side of FIFA, it's score early. Put them on the back foot. There's nobody better at keeping the ball than Tuga. That's going to run all the way through to Edwin van der Sar. But almost a dream start, really. Early goal, settle the nerves instantly. First kick-off of the game, and all the butterflies and tension that was maybe building up, it's gone.
Nothing better than an early goal to just settle those nerves. Oh, they settled on the side of Casa. I think they will also know at the same time there's a lot of FIFA to be played, but They make it even better. That's green time. Messi right foot. Well, we've seen them go in. Very much in the way, though, from Renato Sanchez. Maybe a bit of a run from Ginola here down the left-hand side. Good ball. Mbappe in the box does not have a great deal of support. We'll have to wait. Mkers holds the ball. Lionel Messi in the middle has the jump on him, but not quite enough for Renato Sanchez to not deal with that very easily. This one will be played away. Movistar Riders still, you know, easing into this game a little bit more. Hasn't been all one-way traffic, even though that 1-0 lead, obviously over towards the side of Casa. Mbappe keeps it in. Messi may well be the pass. The roulette doesn't fool the defender that time around. Corner ball, though.
Intrigued to see what set plays we've got up the sleeve here. It's coming to the edge of the box.
Oh, it's going to be headed down. Nobody there to pick it up, though, but the clearance not quite good enough. Ginola now. Not much action in the box, just kind of waiting for the runners, but you can see the two-man press coming out there from the boys on Movistar Riders. Both players pressing that ball, forcing a backwards pass. That's a
perfect example of it.
I tell you what, we'll come back to that. Mbappe, he may well be in. Does he have support here as well? Chooses just run that one down. That will be a corner ball. This one to be whipped in, keeper pushing out. Typical tactic you will see, but because of that, it goes all the way to the back post in that green-timed header. You'd expect him maybe do a little bit better.
We were just talking about the pressing for a second. One player was really sort of pressing the man on the ball, and then the other was just marking the passing lane. They turned over the ball with R9. As you can see, Hakimi stepping out and winning the ball back here. They're starting to get a little bit of a flow on the game at the moment, the Movistar Riders.
Ginola now. Messi, pass Renato Sanchez very, very easily. Goes for the shot, Van der Sar to make a good save. Is that kept in by Mbappe? It is. R9 inside the box. What can he find? Not a lot. Renato Sanchez just about in the way. Ginola will get this one away, but chances are starting to appear for the Movistar Riders.
And I like that shot as well from Messi on the edge of the box. It wasn't a guaranteed goal when you take that shot on with Lionel Messi, but it shows a lot of confidence to open up edge of the box. You're not trying to play 3-4 extra passes. You're just thinking, you know what, I'm going to hit this, and typically you'll either get a corner or you might get a rebound out of it.
Oh, R9's won the ball back there. Kylian Mbappe's got one defender to beat. Goes for the left foot shot. Not going to land. And it's nice to see some of these half chances taken, because sometimes I feel, you know, it's all that concentration on making that definitive 100% chance, or as close to 100% chance that you possibly can. And sometimes we don't see the 70%, the 60% taken. They do go in.
They do, especially when you're using players of this quality as well. R9 Ronaldo, you think he can't finesse it from the edge of the box? Of course he can, but the chance of him playing a driven pass into Messi and shooting first time is greater.
Oh, Messi inside the box, shoot like Ginola. 9 times out of 10 you shoot with Messi, and 9 times out of 10 you don't see that pass to Ginola. But 100 times out of 100 it hits the back of the net from there. David Ginola finds the goal. It's very, very well worked by the Movistar Riders. One apiece now, and it has been coming.
Yeah, as soon as they went 1-0 down, there was a spell of probably 20 to 25 minutes where they were just building into the game. They were trying to really just get a foothold in it. They cemented themselves into the game. Threw a couple of set pieces, a couple of corners, and then it's a really sort of simple goal when you watch it back, but when you're playing at full speed, David Ginola is marked when that ball gets fizzed into him.
Mbappe has actually got away from Theo Hernandez, albeit only momentarily. Corner ball will be the last play of this half from Casa. They found their goal early, but have honestly been relatively quiet since, and well, that will result in a 1-1 scoreline at half-time. I think that's fair on what we've seen so far. You would argue Movistar Riders probably had a bit better of it, but the chance that was created by Casa immediately was well dispatched and well thought out.
Yeah, and you can see sort of a selection of the stats there on the screen. Possession quite heavy in the favour of Casa Esports at half-time, but I think our indication was, as the half drew on into the closing factors of it, it became a lot more even. As you can see, in the final 15 minutes to half-time, pretty much 50-50. They started the game really well, Casa Esports, but as it became into sort of closer to half-time, Tuga and Andonic's pressure paid off, and they managed to get a goal back.
Well, we head now into the second half of the first leg. We'll need a bracket reset between these two. There's potential for it here. Keep me down, moving the ball down this right-hand side. I'll tell you what, Kylian Mbappe has space. He has R9 in the middle. The ball's played, and it's good job. The defender gets across that. R9 in those positions. Doesn't quite often miss. That ball will be headed away from the box and from the danger area now. David Ginola is good to have in those situations as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Someone who's a bit more physical over a Neymar or a Messi. The chance, I think it could have been played a second earlier, even half a second earlier, into R9's path. It just gave Eder Militao that little extra half a yard to get back. But really good pressing from the front there from Movistar riders to press high up the pitch.
That's a ping.
It was the attacker actually lunging back and winning the ball over.
Davies now into Ginola. Davies gets going as well. We know he has the pace, he has the strength, he has the end product, although not time. Has to be careful not to lose out here. Potential counter-attacking opportunity here. Messi making his moves. The touch is heavy though. Once again, Movistar riders will get a hold of it.
Brought on at half-time actually, Alphonso Davies. He didn't start the game. It was Theo Hernandez who did start, and then Alphonso Davies brought on at half-time. But just have a look at the top of the pitch, how high Alphonso Davies is. You can clearly see that the fullbacks aren't being told to stay back in position. They're allowed to get high, they're allowed to get wide and add an extra sort of variety, and that's why Alphonso Davies is preferred over Theo Hernandez.
Full touch turn coming in from Mbappe, although moderately cancelled halfway through, and that will be another corner. This one to be whipped in by the Movistar riders. Who's going to be there? Who's going to be on the end of it?
I think if they move the keeper, it might just shoot. Go on.
We've all tried it. Not this time. Edge of the box, knock it out, result in
Counter.
anything. This is a good counter-attacking opportunity. The problem is it's Marquinhos on the ball, but he is going to find the pass to Lionel Messi. What can he do? Try and get past in that acceleration boost, just not good enough to get past Alphonso Davies. It's one of those situations, just the strength of Davies is nice to have as well. He's a big, tall boy.
Yeah, out of all the players you want back, it's Alphonso Davies tracking. Just waited for R9. That's a great win high up the pitch.
It is. R9 now did have Mbappe in front of him. Chooses just to recycle this one. Theo Hernandez now. We'll play this one back. Just taking their time here, Cassett. Pass there. Not really. And this one will be easily intercepted. Cassie will get this one away. Cassie's somebody we've seen quite a bit, actually. And
yeah.
It's just a link to Cordoba.
Cordoba, Theo Hernandez.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's it.
It's very much who do you want at your centre-backs. I feel like a lot of these teams, it's the centre of the pitch is where you make your sort of preferred choices, and then the outside players, who needs in on chemistry. At full-back, we've seen Cancelo used to get in Rio Ferdinand or to get in Premier League players like Kante. When we've seen La Liga, it's been Phil and Mendy we've seen used. Marcus Llorente, when it's been Serie A, typically, Kessie, or potentially even Cordoba at centre-back, and we can have a little look there at that Kessie item. It's the rule breaker's foot item in particular, and look, across the board, he's very, very strong. I mean, probably lacks a little bit in pace in those real key areas, but defensively, physically, he's got the stature and the Serie A links. He's a player that is disposable and he's replaceable, but if you've got him in, you're like, he'll do. Okay, I can use him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's that link to Theo Hernandez there. That does help quite often. Other ways to get him in the team, Theo Hernandez specifically, that is French links. You're thinking, Kimpembe for you guys at home more so than maybe Champions League Marquinhos and Cordoba, of course. But there's plenty of different options, of course. Plenty of good defenders in this game. And it's just strange to me we've been in such a Varane-dominant area kind of thing with FIFA for quite a couple of years.
And Ramos.
Yeah,
Ramos completely
Ramos.
gone.
Yeah, he's getting on.
Van Dijk.
Yeah, well, Virgil's still good in this game, I think, personally. I think he's solid. He does a lot of defending for me, you see.
Not at this level, though.
No. Having the pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cordoba was a player that just came in and made an instant impact. I think Marquinhos, as he continued to get more special items, is going up a lot in estimations, and
Better links now for him as well as that ball is given away.
Hakimi is just unbelievable. Like, he is the right back. Atal as well, Ligon.
And then, of course, perfect into Neymar. Strong link to Mbappe. Just makes sense.
Even Julian Draxler we've seen used as well.
Yeah, you know, me and Lisa were having a chat about this. Draxler is somebody you don't see very often in your normal games that you'd be playing, but he has the links. Ginola, green time from there. Oh. We've seen them go in. You at home have seen them go in time and time again. This time, no dice. But it's about taking that risk.
It looked like it was going in, didn't it? As it was sort of just... Didn't have a lot of power on it, but it just floated. It looked like we were about to float into the top corner. You see Marouane Fellaini just brought onto the middle of the pitch there as well. Aerial threat in the final 10 minutes.
De Bruyne now. Not in his typical spot that he needs to be down the wing. And in the end, it won't result in a great deal for Team Casa. But there we go. That is sort of settling down the game a little bit. But 10 minutes in game to go. And it's kind of been a bit of a, I want to say, a nondescript second half, hasn't it? There's been a lack of... Yeah, there's been a lack of chances.
I think it's been a lack of chances. I also think both teams are probably happy to go into the second leg level. Like, obviously, you'd like to score, but you're also not thinking we must score.
Oh, it's a good ball in. R9's there. So was the defender, though, Hakimi, getting the better of R9. And well, you'll be thanking your lucky stars if you're Movistar riders in this case, because they are now going to get a counter-attacking opportunity. And Mbappe just bullied out of it by Marquinhos. Movistar will play this one away. The composure is there. I tell you what, you're playing dangerous, dangerous games there, but Team Casa get away with it. Messi now. Got some good runners in R9. He's spreading the play out. Just taking his time. They want that last attack.
Yeah, I want the last attack of the game. They're not going to rush chances going forward either, when you've got so little time on the clock, but also, you don't, as I said earlier, you don't need to score. It's not a do-or-die situation. You've got an entire leg of FIFA, and you are still in the driver's seat if you Casa Esports. You've still got the winner's advantage. You've still got a penalty shootout, potentially, that you could go to, win that, and you don't have to play again.
Good pass to Ginola. So it's going to turn in. You would be calling for a free kick yourself. It's not going to happen, though. Messi will put this ball out, and that will be the end of the first leg. Interesting game, to be fair. It feels very tight, but if you want to maybe criticise anybody, it would be Casa in a certain respect. They had that one big chance at the beginning of the game. They took it, yes, but since then, maybe a little bit quiet. You would feel like Movistar riders for, I would say, maybe 80% of that game felt like the team more likely to score.
Yeah, I think they looked more likely, but even then, the riders didn't really press on. The game just sort of happened, and now we're going into a second leg where is the pressure going to pick up a little bit? Because you imagine, if Movistar riders concede early, it's then, we need to go now. Like, we need to score. And if Casa score first, I should say if Casa concede first and Movistar score first, then what's the sort of impression then that you get? Is it our fault we're not pressed enough? We've not took the advantage? Because in that first half, for the first 30, 45 minutes, we've seen teams blown away in the first 30 minutes of a game. 3 goals conceded, 3 goals scored, and you can't even get back into the game.
So trying to play tentative, maybe, take their time, see what happens. But, of course, that second leg is going to be coming up very, very shortly. It is poised very nicely heading into that, though. It's coming on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson, a professional FIFA player, and today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker, I see my winger is wide, I play him out wide, and then I see my striker and my winger are open, so I play a driven cross and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker, I don't want to play my other striker because he has 2 defenders on him, so I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of them, so that's why I do a driven cross. And you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run, so I play him with the through ball. And then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run. And I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decided to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. The next thing I want to talk to you guys about is turning a defensive sequence into a counter attack. So I'm playing with the 4-4-2 with the CDM. So right there I have 2 of my CDMs in the middle, and I don't want to be too aggressive because that's gonna break the shape of my formation. So I kind of just wait with my CDMs and my defenders. As you guys can see, like, I'm not pressuring exactly the player on the ball. I'm just waiting, and I see how he plays it wide, so I switch to my my right back, and I'm waiting for him to do a mistake. I'm not really rushing at him. So right there, I see how he makes the pass, and I have my CDMs in the middle in the box. So that's what you get with the 4-4-2, with the second variation. So right there, I just make a tackle with my CDM. And as soon as I make that tackle, like, I see that my wingers are pretty wide. And so I just play it down my winger. And as you guys can see, I have a lot of space. I play to my striker. And then I do a driven pass to my other striker. Because, you know, driven passes are really good this year. Once I play the driven pass, I turn and I see that my other striker is making a run. So I play him with the through ball, and then I just do a ball roll with the keeper. Whenever you see the keeper rushing at you, you want to do a ball roll and you score. That was it for my masterclass. I hope these tips help you out, and see you guys on the pitch.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the FGS Open. My name is Chris Dunn, joined by Richard Buckley, and we are very excited to get into the second leg of this game for the Madrid Open, the league qualifier for these guys, or the regional qualifier, I should call it, of course, for the tournament in April. Richard, very excited to see what happens with all these Masters teams. But for these guys here, they need to maybe start turning on a little bit. We were just having a conversation in the break there. I'd like you to talk about it, because I feel as if we were making some fair points, and we'd like to see maybe a little bit more from some of these teams.
Yeah, you just saw there, it's one apiece if you missed the first leg. And with KC Esports being the sort of team that's got the advantage at the moment, how much value do they put in not losing this game compared to, on the flip side, how much do Movistar Raiders put into trying to win this game? Because yes, they need to win, but how much do they go for it? How much do they change formation? How much do they change tactics to try and force the issue? Compared to Casa Esports or KC Esports, how much do they say, you know what, as long as we don't have to win this game, we just need to not lose. Go to extra time, snatch a goal, play off a set piece, sort of just get over the line. Doesn't matter how you win. If they win this game, they're going to the Copper Box Arena in April for the Team of the Season Cup.
Yeah, and that's a massive, massive prize. Alongside that as well, the $15,000. Not a bad little weekend, really, for a couple of these guys. And it's not just these guys who are playing here. 16 teams in total will, of course, be joining our 16 Master teams in the Team of the Season Cup in April at the Copper Box. It's lovely, by the way, a Copper. I've talked about it a couple of times. It's atmospheric. Look, I'm an esports veteran, mate. What can I say? I've been there plenty of times. Look, it's a fantastic, fantastic venue. I can't wait to see all of our teams there alongside a few U fans, hopefully. Anyway, let's have a look at some of the highlights from game number 1 in this series. And this was it. Straight away, you thought, oh, this is bad news now for the Movistar Riders because of this goal. What a fantastic, fantastic hit that was by R9. But this from Lionel Messi, that shot that he got away, really didn't expect it. Comes back across, R9. Pass back in, and honestly, it was a game of few chances, but that was just so well worked. That particular one, that pass across into Janola's feet, and this one, of course, with the time finesse, not quite making it there. It's interesting though, because there was a couple of chances there, but it was really, I mean, the highlights package, well, you know, it kind of really did confirm exactly what was going on. We were sort of speaking about as well. It felt like the teams were playing to not lose rather than to try to win. And hopefully we maybe try to see a bit more of the try to win kind of carry on here in this second leg. Movistar Riders shooting from left to right. Casa Esports from right to left. Of course, Casa Esports, the ones in the winners bracket side of things. So if you are Movistar Riders, you must win. Good opportunity for them straight away. Corner ball coming up. Seen plenty of corners this weekend, haven't we? Bloody loads of them.
And a lot of them have been solid. We've seen a lot of sort of preset tactics, preset custom corners. This one to the edge.
Oh, it goes to the edge, and the player just can't quite get his head on it before Van der Sar gets there. Couldn't quite get the lock onto Cordoba, who will now get his sprint boots on and get back into defence, of course, as now Casa Esports will move this one forward.
They started the first leg absolutely on fire. For 1 goal inside the first, 4-5 minutes. Just from seeing this opening of the second leg, you certainly see slightly more passive, but if they can snatch a goal.
Oh, it's a really good ball into R9. It's a good save. And that's what De Bruyne offers, isn't it? Finding that pass that not many others would. Can't and finding it. Put it that way. R9 can then turn, he can shoot. It's a good save from Czech, but not necessarily a clinical finish. But that ball in takes a slight deflection, will be headed away. And Ginola can get this one away now for Movistar Riders.
Yeah, there's no real intention of counter-attacking here from Movistar Riders. Keeping it calm. Holding on to possession. You see sort of the intensity of the press as well. It's not directly onto the player, but it's just sort of holding the positions, not pulling players out of position for Casa Esports, and making sure they've got bodies in the danger area from the width of the 18-yard box.
Inside the box now, Kessie to Messi on the edge of the box. Yeah, looks for the little double tap through. Not going to find it in that scenario. It was very much a high-risk pass in the sense of the turnover of possession. Ginola now switches maybe on if he fancies it, but no need. He's playing this one nicely. Oh, is he going to lose that though? Just a bit of an overstretch on the pass, but Ginola's physicality, if anything, is what keeps him with possession of that ball. De Bruyne straight into the feet of Messi, and then straight into the feet of R9. The cancel doesn't quite get him through, but will Kylian Mbappe trying to twist and turn. That is a big challenge, and a risky one at that. You don't often see a lot of pros go to ground in those scenarios, but
it worked.
It did work. It was just surprising to see it.
I mean, if I see my teammate going down to ground like that, I'm thinking, what on earth are you doing? Like,
Won the ball. Won the ball.
He did, but I don't want to see it become a frequent thing. Slide tackles in the box.
One little reverse elastico, and that's GG. That's a penalty, no doubt. Risky defending from the boys on Movistar Riders, but they're getting it forward now. Ginola edge of the box, maybe looking for that little bit of room for the finesse. Does have Hernandez alongside him. Ginola's done so well. The agility, fantastic. Was looking for the crossbar, the looks of things. Doesn't get anything on the other side of it, though, as Casa Esports now in a position to counter-attack. Lionel Messi does find those passes. They wonder if the one to his teammate from PSG was the one that was on the right-hand side.
The ball was there. Just didn't get the elevation on it, Lionel Messi.
That was the double tap.
Double tap, yeah. Maybe just needed more of the normal one over the top.
That's a good double tap pass through, though. Hakimi into Messi. Oh, it would have been well worked. The Movistar Riders. That was a couple of feet away, but look at the run on the back post. Doesn't go for it.
Yeah, there were like 4 of them making a run forward there. Both sides probably on another day at least get a shot away from a couple of these chances.
Tentative.
You can see it.
Oh, Kessie into Messi, plenty of room. Good save from Van der Sar. A bit more power on that shot from Lionel Messi, and it may well have just elevated into the top corner. Van der Sar making a solid save, though. This corner will not go short. It will result in very little by the looks of things. R9's going to lose the ball, though. Mbappe eventually going to find its way back to Cordoba. Lays it off for Theo Hernandez. Just recycles this one back. Movistar Riders happy to keep a hold of this ball. Feels like a decent chance, that one, for Messi, you would say.
Yeah, especially after the corner as well. Castro will be disappointed that they turned over possession so quickly, as the corner actually came in. It was quite a poor delivery. There was nobody in the area where it was aimed to. R9 won the first ball, and then the counter-attack, I think probably they were looking ahead rather than they actually saw what the next pass was. They were thinking 2-3 passes in front.
Ginola put the pressure on, but nothing really coming of that there for Kassa. Just about kept that in. Acrobatic from Marquinhos, but nonetheless this one will be played away. Who feels the more likely? Because I'm struggling to actually figure it out myself, to be fair. Movistar, possibly?
I think I'd actually say Kassa, for the simple fact that the game still is in they're in the power position.
I like that switch. Theo Hernandez there now. Touch maybe a little bit heavy to have any urgency about the next pass that was coming up, but here we go, Ginola. Are they playing for the final opportunity of this half, you feel? Offside trap coming in, just trying to shove the defenders up a little bit. Good defending in the end. Hakimi will clip this one forward. That's a high risk, low reward kind of pass. Lionel Messi now edge of the box. Kessie. Final opportunity. Is it going to fall to Kylian Mbappe? Does he have support? Does he have the support in the right areas? Pass goes back to R9, gets a hold of the ball. Defender will get in the way, though. Is there going to be time for a counter-attacking opportunity? Kevin De Bruyne would have to find that pass immediately. He will not. That will be the end of the first half of the second leg.
I'm intrigued by the stats as we get into half-time here because, yeah, there's really not a lot. The possession has been dominant. If we can go on to the possession, see where they've actually been able to keep hold of the ball and where a lot of that possession has come from. A lot of it's been on the right-hand side, but the majority of the game at the moment has been in the middle of the park. There's been very little touch in either box, really. It's a tough one. It really is a tough one to call. XG's almost non-existent.
A shot apiece in this second leg.
It will be a one goal, and I think it's going to be a mistake rather than a moment of magic.
It may well take that to separate these two teams as we head into this second half of the second leg. We are all tied up. Final game of the day. Can we go out with a bang here on Saturday?
Half-time substitution that we saw in the first leg coming in again in the second leg here. It's Alphonso Davies on for Theo Hernandez. The fullbacks have been very high. A lot of switches of play from Movistar riders, but I don't know if you saw something that we didn't see there. Nacho and JRJ, but that's why Alphonso Davies comes on, because he's better going forward than Theo Hernandez.
Has that ability to maybe chest down some of these balls that do come in over the top.
You also back him more.
Oh, wow, I tell you what, you can't give it up to somebody like R9 in that position. I'd maybe like to see him let that go.
That's a big chance.
I'd like to see him let it go. He does go for the pass, but R9, plenty of room, edge of the box. You green time that, it may well go in.
And if Movistar riders are winning this game 3-1, he finesses that. If it's because of the situation that we're in, you don't want to waste what was a good opportunity. And in the end, the uncertainty and the indecisiveness has caused them to play a double tap pass that was never really on, and possession's been turned over.
Oh, Messi doesn't quite get there in front of Cordoba. Based on what we've seen here, I don't come up against Cordoba all that much, I'll be honest with you, and I'm quite happy for it. But I tell you what, somebody like Ginola running up against you, I don't think it matters who you have at the back. Ball is now going to be switched over. What can they find down this right-hand side, the Movistar riders? Mbappe now. Looking for a route through. I think the problem is he's got so many men to beat, hasn't he? He finds a corner somehow, though. And this one looks like it's probably going to go short. Likely outcome. Or does it go to the edge of the box, I wonder. But having a look, it's all the same formation, the 4-3-2-1.
First time I've really seen it. Pretty much exactly the same team as well, other than a couple of different players. And you can see where the passing distribution of Tuga and Downey has been. It's all been down the right-hand side. Right back to right forward, rather than the left. There's been no passes actually played from, what we are, 15 minutes into Alphonso Davies here. From Alphonso Davies down that left-hand side. It's been all down the right. As you can see, the rule breakers Alphonso Davies that has been used. And the reason for me he gets brought on, you look at the shooting stats. If a chance falls to him over Theo Hernandez, you're backing Alphonso Davies to score. 85 finishing, 90 shot power, 80 long shots. 4-star, 4-star.
Corner to be taken now. Oh, very quickly taken with Fellaini on the pitch as well. That's them kind of dangerous scenarios that you can't answer back to, isn't it? Doesn't quite get his head there, which is probably a surprise to many, as well as the Belgian. Good switch.
Just in Vinicius Jr. as well. Unsure if it'll be the second in form, but it could be the player of the month.
Could be Champions League, who knows?
Yeah.
This one's now going to be played away though. R9. A little bit of room here if he can manage to squeeze by. And I think, you know, something like, if I'm going to go on maybe a lower level here this weekend, but also on high level, ball roll is something you see the pros use so often, and it's such an easy thing to bring into your game. I think a lot of people at home be watching this, obviously, big FIFA players themselves. That ball roll, it has the opportunity, even as a 2-star skill move, to literally find you so much room, and well, plenty of room here for somebody like R9 who's ran into Lionel Messi. It's just not coming off for Casa Esports at the moment.
Just creates that little bit of separation as well, the ball roll. You play the ball roll, gives you a different angle very quickly to play a pass, to have a shot. But also, as soon as you execute that ball roll, the person who is defending thinks, okay, what's going next? Is there another skill move? Is there a pass? Has he changed the angle in which he's going to play the next pass? It's almost a settler.
Mbappe back to Fellaini here. Movistar Riders, Messi. Can they break the deadlock in this game? Movistar Riders, if they do so and they hold on, they will reset the bracket as Casa Esports only need the one. Fellaini now. Back now to Kessie. Mbappe. Poor pass, wasn't on, gets the ball anyway. And what's the plan?
With them both playing the same formation, they're matching each other up in every area, so there's really not a lot of room on the pitch. I think there could be a slight change actually from Casa Esports, because I can see 2 up top as sort of the focal points at the moment. But they were playing the 4-3-2-1 for so long, sort of goes to show, and it's the reason why we've seen a 0-0 and a 1-1. There's not that space on the pitch to exploit as a fullback getting on or a centre mid creating space.
Pass from Mbappe didn't quite lock where boys of Casa Esports would want it to. We're getting to that time in the game where you can't make mistakes like that. R9, the acceleration past the ball roll, the finish. Surely the defender just about gets in the way. Huge opportunity for Casa Esports to put this one to bed.
What a mistake at the back. Cordoba bailing out. Movistar Riders, huge block on the line. Incredible. And you expect R9 to score. This was the mistake at the back. It's a switcher play. Alphonso Davies never really on for it. Cordoba gets done first and then just managed to get back on the line to save Tuga and Andoni's blushes.
And well, there you go. I think when everyone's seen the hero cards and they were like, okay, maybe not the best league, has to be said in terms of links, etc. But 86 pace, 90 defending, 87 physical does a lot. And as well, of course, the agility, the balance, the reactions helps a lot.
I just want to say as well regarding this game, people might be thinking there's a few mistakes going around. They're not Masters teams, but you've got a former runner-up at the E-La Liga Santander. You've got 2 former E-World Cup Grand Finalists. This is the elite of the elite FIFA players right now.
Messi. Finding a bit of room. Turn on a sixpence, this lad. Which way is he going to go? Davies controlling, defending well, just about cutting them off. R9 inside the box, so risky tackle in from Cordoba, but he gets the ball. Hakimi now. In towards the back post, Ginola is free, heads it back across, nobody there, corner ball, nervy moments for the Movistar Riders. Casa Esports now, what is the plan from the corner? Shot now to Messi, in towards the back post, it's a big save! It's a header from Marquinhos, and it's needing to be an equally as good save from Czech to stop that hitting the back of the net. Casa Esports putting the pressure on in the final moments.
Huge save from Petr Cech. It was a short corner, just whipped into the back post. There was 2 or 3 of them queuing up at the back post. Petr Cech, for a second I thought it had passed him and then just managed to flick it over the crossbar. Final 5 minutes. Do Tuga and Andoni go for it now? If they lose the game, it's over. If they can try and win the game, they force a bracket reset.
That's the thing. Oh,
not with passes like that.
They've given it away. R9 doesn't necessarily have the runners in front of him, but if you are Casa, you keep a hold of this. Oh, not like that, you don't. R9, he's giving the ball to Mbappe. Waiting for the run from the Brazilian. It's Kylian Mbappe now just playing it out wide. This will be the final attack. Davies gets it out wide. This is a good chance for Movistar Riders. Messi into the box, roams his way in. Gives it to Mbappe inside the box, is trying to break through, and it was always looking difficult, and that will be extra time. Just got hounded very, very quickly. The composure was there from Castle Esports. They will hold on. And a couple of shaky moments from both teams will still not result in a goal in this second leg. There's been chances though.
Well, Casa will feel hard done by. For the simple fact that one on the line, you can see the XG, it's up. It's up to 1.6 from where it was on the 70th minute. That chance is huge. Your ball roll past the goalkeeper. Cordoba manages to get back and provide a block to a certain goal. It's a guaranteed goal when R9 goes past the goalkeeper. But Tuga and Andoni are still in the game. I've already commentated a penalty shootout today. It was a bracket reset.
Is it somewhat inevitable? I don't think either one of these guys are scoring, if I'm honest. It doesn't feel likely. And the opportunities that have been offered that look like they could have been goal, well, apart from that R9 one, and then even then that came from a mistake. So I wonder what kind of extra time we're going to get here. For Crasser Esports, you know, they've got another chance if they do have it. But a very defensive change.
I think that substitution tells you all you need to know about how Castle Esports are going to address this extra time period. Lionel Messi off. Fofana on. A central defensive midfielder enters the pitch.
And a brilliant one at that, by the way. I'm very disappointed in myself that I did not do Seko Fofana. He's basically the normal version of Patrick Vieira, isn't he? I mean, the way that he kind of plays the game, very defensively, but has those attacking moments as well. He's still just an unbelievable card.
They're on.
That's a good pass. Oh, Messi offside. That's ever so slight, if it is.
It was a mistake on the offside trap. He played the offside trap. They all moved up, and the wide player was actually still on. As that pass has gone into Messi, I didn't know if it was actually behind the play. And the ball went backwards, but inches separating what was a certain goal, because there were three of them queuing up at the back post for a pass across.
Fofana now to De Bruyne, and I wonder if that's introduced some sort of formation change from Casa. Fofana, is he the one just sitting? Is De Bruyne now a bit further up? Ginola now. Back to Fofana, he can't find a pass, he will find a pass. Renato Sanchez is there. Does he go for the shot? No, he doesn't. De Bruyne can though from the edge. It's a good job, they closed them down. The Belgian sticks them into the top bins every day of the week, but Lionel Messi has got away from Fofana now. Vinicius Jr. tries to clip it forward to Messi. Theo Hernandez always winning that one. De Bruyne, can he find something? It's passive, not too aggressive on the attack. Castle Esports very, very happy to keep a hold of this ball.
Safe, isn't it? It's safe possession at the moment. Not trying to go forward, not trying to kill the game off. But again, not happy to be in this position. They're not shelling up, they're not turtling up and saying we're just going to play ultra defensive and see the game out, but it makes no sense for them to throw everything at this game.
Hakimi getting away down the right-hand side, and this may well just be clipped in. See what happens. R9's there, anything could. Header away, and that will be the end of the first half of extra time. It feels like we're destined for penalties here.
For me, if I'm Movistar Riders, I'm setting up a custom tactic for the final 6-7 minutes to just throw everything at it. I would rather lose in the 120, knowing that I went for it, than go to penalties and potentially lose by one goal. Look, penalties you could win. If you back yourself in penalties, like Harry Hesketh used to, you can go to penalties and be like, you know what, I'm going to breeze this, I'm going to take it. But not everybody's like that. And I'm rubbish at penalties.
I'm terrible.
So
yeah.
I would rather go for the game and know that I've thrown everything at it and I've tried to win the game, rather than go to penalties and think, let's see.
Well, let's see.
But if I'm playing for 15k, I'm probably not losing and going to penalties.
It's all ifs, buts, and maybes, but here we go.
We need an absolute.
Indeed we do. Which team is going to bring that Final conclusion to this game. Casa are the first ones on the attack. Mbappe recycling this one back to Hakimi inside. Ronaldo Sanchez. You can see how defensive it is from both teams. If anything, the lack of Ben pushing forward. That's a good ball to Fofana. That's a good ball into R9. And I tell you what, he is offside, but I don't think many other people on the game would get the better of R9 there other than Fellaini. And in that situation, it felt just like all muscle. There's a chance here, though. Mbappe has runners in the middle. Chooses to not take the option. Would rather keep a hold of the ball here. Back to Kessie. Messi on the edge now. Ronaldo, he's got a man over on the right-hand side. Hakimi's now going to get into an advanced position. Does he find the pass on the inside? Does he get the ball the second time? I'm asking. No, he does not. He's won the ball back, though. I'm not quite sure what's gone on there. Hakimi trying to break through, and it's a big slide challenge from Militao.
It's getting very scrappy all of a sudden, this game.
Look at the pressure.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to see. Look how many red shirts are flying forward now.
But have you put yourself in the position to maybe be counter-attacked? Not quite. Movistar Riders have possession of the ball. They smell blood in the water. Back to Marquinhos. Mbappe now moving forward, clips that forward. Is R9 going to get a touch? He is. Is that pass going to be across the ball? Oh, he can't quite get there. It just about goes out of play. And with 3 minutes of in-game time remaining, can you smell that? Smells like penalties. Stinks of it, some would say.
I like the pressure though. Look how many red shirts are high up the pitch here. They're going for it. They're going to get a chance to win the game.
Final chance to win the game for one of these two teams. Movistar Riders can stick this in the back of the net within the next 15-20 seconds. We head to a bracket reset. Hakimi must find a forward pass here in a second. He finds it. Vinicius Jr. now. What's he got in his back pocket? It's a pass to Lionel Messi. Oh, and the rebound! My goodness me! It's the scrappiest, it's the least sexy goal I've seen all weekend, but Messi sends us to a bracket reset. Oh, and Casa Esports. Oh, that hurts.
I said they needed to go for the game. They threw bodies forward. Messi, somehow, I don't know what he did. He managed to throw his body into the ball. Incredible scenes as Lionel Messi just throws it over the line, off the rebound. We're going to a bracket reset.
There's members of staff running around trying to get ready now. We all thought it was penalties. We were ready for it, and everyone was like, oh, okay, we got a couple of minutes. Yeah, no. Lionel Messi and the Movistar Riders say absolutely not. On the base of what we've seen, I would say if either team were to deserve to win that game, you would argue it would be the Movistar Riders, I would say. They went for it. A little bit more.
Final 10 minutes, exactly what we said at halftime in extra time. They may as well go for the game. If they get counter-attacked on, fair play, you'll lose the game, but you know you went for it. They went for it, they were more aggressive, they were more high-pressed up the pitch, and they got the rewards for it. It was scrappy. We're not saying it was a nice goal.
It's just all about that pressure.
But there were a couple of times where Hakimi on the top side of the pitch was winning the ball back. He was pressing high, forcing the mistakes, and that's what it did. When you're in a position like that and you've got a lot of pressure on you, when you've got somebody then who's playing against you, two players for that matter, forcing everything into a mistake, mistakes happen. Nobody's perfect. Ice melts. I don't care how cold you are. If someone's pressing you like that, you will make a mistake.
That smell of penalties mustn't have been penalties I was smelling. It was apparently the bracket reset. Well, wow. I mean, what a sensational game that was. And I just wonder what the second game's going to look like after that reset. Will we have the KG affair that we had last time? I wonder. We will find out very, very shortly. But that one needs to be broken down. I need a breather. Maybe a glass of water. Chill yourself out for 5 minutes. But guys, let us know what you thought of that game.
Brandon and I need a breather as well. We had to run from the other room there because we were like, oh, it's penalty shootout, we're fine. We've got loads of time. It's like, quick, extra time, they've scored. So Brandon and I have just ran back on set here. Graverson was sitting watching that entire thing. Grav, I'll bring you in first, then we'll chat to Brandon about it. But did you see that last-minute extra time goal coming from Movistar Riders there? Or did you think we were going to penalties like Brandon and I and the whole team here thought?
To be honest, I thought it was all penalty kicks. I didn't see that last goal to be I don't know. It was kind of weird, but Andoni has this kind of aura around him. He qualified for the 2 World Cups on penalty kicks. He qualified for the E-Champions League last week on the last minute twice. So I don't know. It's just the Andoni thing to do. It was amazing.
Well, if that is an Andoni thing to do in lastminute.com. It's working out. So he wouldn't have minded either if it was going to go to penalties, you're saying, Gravison. So if it does go to penalties in the reset, we're backing Andoni then to step up to the plate and get that one past the line.
I think we're backing them, yeah, because Tuga is also a really, really good penalty kick shooter. I think he qualified for 2 tournaments last year on penalty kicks, so I think it's on their behalf. And also, if we talk about Casa Esports, Nacho is not known as a really good penalty kick shooter, and Jorge is playing his first broadcast event. So I think if it goes to penalty kicks, it's all Movistar Riders. But I'm gonna say the L1 speed boost on R9 from Casa Esports, it's been amazing. It's been their weapon for the whole first and second leg. So I think they should be careful with that.
Okay, well said from Gravison there. Gravison and Brandon are now going to take us through a couple of highlights, I believe, from that matchup, which has forced that reset. This is leg 2. Okay, guys.
Well, yeah, it was a weird one, as we said. The first leg ended 1-1, as we know. You can see little Messi there trying to get that left foot finesse, as he always seemed to do. And there was another mistake at the back. Unbelievable chance this was for Case to try and bag a goal there. It was a great bit of last-ditch tackling. Corner then came in. This time, another chance for Case Esports. A brilliant save from the goalkeeper. Goalkeepers have been on point. And then this was that moment right at the end that just found its way into the back of them there. Goalkeeper did get the save, Gravison, but Lionel Messi, quickest to react.
Hang on, look at that reaction, though. He was quickest to react. Look at that. He did not see that coming. Gravison, do you like that? We clip up anything that you're doing, so be prepared, Gravison, there, because there's always eyes on you when you're on our broadcast. So, yeah, your reaction said everything. It spoke 1,000 words there, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a big mistake on Militao's behalf, to be honest. But it was an amazing goal. Like, they did a good attack on the wings, and I was analyzing the game. And the thing is, Movistar Riders switch up between 5-3-2 on the back as a formation, also 4-3-1. For many times of the match, it was a mirror formation match, and then when they switched on the last minute to the 4-1-2-1-2, it's when they created this chance. They found the pass to Messi, and they scored the goal. So I think it's a Militao mistake on this goal, and I think what worked out for Movistar Riders in this match, it was all the formation switch. I don't know what you think about this, Brandon, but they switched formation for 4 times, and then they found the goal in the last minute. So I think it was important.
It was, and it seemed like a really sort of deadly time that in terms of when Militao gets pulled out. Yes, it was quite a fortunate bounce back. But the question I've got for you, Gravison, in the mindset of a pro, how does this bracket reset affect you as a pro? You've been in the winners bracket, you've sort of been untouchable. Now you have a bracket reset, and now you've got that doubt, haven't you? That sort of seed of doubt that's planted in your mind. How do you put that to the back of your mind, or sort of get rid of that thought?
It's hard. I think it's hard for Casa Esports, because now you gotta think that you wasted the only chance you had to have like an advantage on your opponent. So I think the momentum is on Movistar Riders' behalf. They've won, I think, 5 straight wins on the losers bracket. This is their 6th win, so they are on a sprint right now. And I don't know. I think the momentum is on Movistar Riders' behalf. I think last year in all the FGS tournaments, I think I just think Heathers won the tournament, losing the first match on the winners final. So I think it's kind of a difficult momentum for Casa Esports right now. Both Jorge and Nacho are really not that much experienced players, so they're against the ropes right now.
Well, let's see then if they can capitalise on that momentum we have been talking about. Movistar Riders going up against Casa Esports. Of course, one more win for Movistar Riders or Casa Esports will see them into the Team of the Season Cup in April. Boys, I believe it is the boys. I believe it is Chris Tunn and Richard Buckley. I got it right that side, Rich.
Oh, Richard. Oh, honestly, I can't believe you would be forgotten about with that blazer of all things.
I don't know what else I can do, to be honest.
I know, he's there. He's just like, look at me. Unbelievable, to be fair. But what was unbelievable was the end of that game. What a fantastic finish. And we head into the bracket reset after 2 legs of FIFA. As I said before we sent it over to our lists, I wasn't sure how this game was going to be approached by either team now. Are we going to see the same thing? Are we going to see a cagey affair? Or has that lit the touch paper somewhat?
Well, I think what Gravison was saying about Movistar Riders potentially... Hold on, we've got a chance here. Kylian Mbappe, deep inside the box.
I mean, that's the most basic attack I've probably ever seen in a pro game of FIFA. Give it to Kylian Mbappe, run, shoot, see what happens. And, well, it ultimately didn't end up in anything, but... Are we going to see maybe a little bit more from Esports now? They've had that one they're allowed, that loss they're allowed. Movistar Riders have already lost the game this weekend, but it's that run through the losers bracket. Casa now have that. We're on a level playing field.
Yeah, the momentum is heavily in the court of the Movistar Riders, and I also think what Gravison was talking about, the experience, is so heavily in favour of Andoni and Tuga. These are 2 players who have been around the block. They've been in knockout games. They've been in do-or-die situations where you must win to progress to another tournament. You must win to earn a huge amount of money. They've been in those scenarios before. Whereas Nacho and JRG, they're quite inexperienced to this level and this sort of stage of FIFA esports. You can't prepare yourself for this pressure.
Now, is that pressure going to tell? So far, Esports haven't necessarily seemed sheepish. They haven't necessarily seemed passive. They have been the team that has been getting forward in this first 10 in-game minutes. Ginola is somebody who will invite that. He moves forward. The green time for finesse! Oh, and they are the chances you sometimes don't take, but when you take them with a man like Ginola, they find the top corner. My goodness me. That's a little bit more like it from Casa Esports.
Talk about a nerve settler. David Ginola. Right foot, green timed, sailing over the goalkeeper. And just from the start of the game, the first attack, Kylian Mbappe just sprinting straight at the defence. That right there shows me that they're not phased. You're taking long shots, you're getting at your opponent. You're not trying to play 6-7 passes to settle it and maybe work a chance. What a strike.
Opportunity for Movistar Riders now to twit towards the back post now. And it was timed. R9 now inside the box though. Can we find something from him? Not quite. Albeit another corner is going to come up. Now to be whipped in by Ginola. Short to Messi. Now it's whipped in. Back post. Marquinhos is there. Movistar Riders starting to bring a little bit of pressure themselves. They've lost the ball though. Kylian Mbappe, space to run into. Plenty of space. He's on his bike in. Yeah, he does have runners. Pass inside now to Lionel Messi. Cordoba in the way, ever present.
He's been a rock, hasn't he? Cordoba. If there's one player who I've thought, you know what, I need to get Cordoba on the team. Cordoba and Petr Cech. They're the 2 that have just been like incredible this weekend so far.
R9. We know he can produce as well. Kessie into R9, shooting position potentially. Maybe looking for that pass inside. Ginola is there. Ginola has it. Pass inside now to Messi, looking for the room. It seems like it's about to just open up and then the door gets shut. Ginola again. Back to Kessie. Has men over on the right-hand side, but he also has R9 on his team inside the box, trying to bully his way through. Casa Esports will survive.
There's a few opportunities there where it looks like there was a chance to potentially get through and maybe open up a little bit of space, and every time it just shrunk up. And they managed to get bodies behind the ball, managed to get a midfielder to block the passing lane, or a defender to step in front of an attacker. It was very well defended, but I also think there was a little bit, just a tiny bit of hesitancy on the attacking end from Tuga and Andoni.
Sometimes you see the opportunity after it's already presented itself, but I tell you what, there's a massive opportunity here. Ooh, the cancel comes in and Ronaldo Sanchez is just about in the way. Back to that point, it is, isn't it? You see that opportunity, it comes after it's already been there. You need to have that foresight to potentially see it. Think to yourself, is the room going to open up? Well, the room may well open up here for R9. to save Renaud van der Sar. And the touch was just not the best from the Brazilian, but ultimately the shot gets off and it has to be a good save. The ball's whipped in towards Marquinhos now. And this one will be played away. Counter-attacking opportunity because Kevin De Bruyne finds those passes. Lionel Messi steps it by. Needs some support. Needs some support quickly. Finds it. R9. This one will go backwards to keep a hold of it, but it will go into the hands of Hakimi. Mbappe now got a runner in front of him. This one's a little bit more fiery. R9. Keeper's covering the cross. He's going to lose the ball as well. It feels frantic. It feels just that little bit more intense at times, but the ball's being given away. Mbappe. Ginola now finds Messi. Men over. Can he find anything else? Though it's eventually going to fall to R9. Not quite going to get it through. Just about surviving if you're Casa Esports, but Movistar Riders are starting to knock on the door.
This is frantic. This feels like a regional final right now. Both teams just going back and forth. There was 3 or 4 chances on either end that was blocked, that was green timed, that on another day you make an extra pass.
Oh, I tell you what, he's got runners. He's got runners. Look at Ginola, look at Mbappe. Mbappe's surely going to try and cut this one back across. Well defended by Casa Esports, and Movistar Riders will not get the corner either. Must have taken that final little touch. That's a tough one, isn't it?
Mbappe was the right play. He looked like he was running into danger. Ginola was sort of peeling at the back post. But then you play the chance. Mbappe is quicker. He might be able to take that heavy first touch and get away from the defender. Ginola isn't going to be able to do that. He just doesn't have the acceleration to instantly knock the ball away from a defender. So it's a tough one. It was defended well.
It was.
Because they didn't commit. They sort of 50-50'd it. Really good first leg.
Messi. Into Mbappe, and now what can he do? Looking to find that space. Reverse elásticos, the ball rolls, the little movements, the left stick dribbling just to find that little bit of space that Hakimi has now found. Pressure's now on, ball in. Doesn't get much further though than the ever-present centre-backs, of course, on the side of Casa Esports. Or on the Movistar Riders, I should say. Just about to defend that, and this will be the final opportunity. It's just lumped forward, and I feel like that's just completely given the ball away.
I feel like I'm watching Barnsley again.
Casa Esports will not get the opportunity to find another attack in the second half. We go. First leg has been entertaining so far. I would say there was probably more shots in that 45 minutes of FIFA than the majority of the full game before we reset and find ourselves here.
Yeah, just don't look at the XG. I mean, that shot right there, the one inside the box for Casa Esports was the one inside the first 3 minutes. That actually went out for a throw-in, believe it or not. And just look how far the David Ginola finesse was out, just inside the box, but right on the corner of the penalty area. The 2 shots for Tuga and Andoni were inside the box, but no real intention on either strike to hit the back of the net as we do go into the second half. Great game though.
Fantastic game. A little bit more like what we kind of expected, wasn't it? We thought it would be tight, but it was maybe a little bit passive in that first one. Nerves were in the way. Now it's just like, yeah. Well, here we go. The Movistar Riders from left to right. Casa Esports from right to left. Opportunity from kickoff maybe here for somebody. Messi. Movistar Riders with that little bit of pressure from kickoff. Or has he managed to actually wriggle through? Yes, he has. Hakimi across to Kessie, of all people. You kind of want people like R9, Ginola, who are running forward right now for Casa Esports to be in those positions. De Bruyne. Back to R9. This is going to take some building. Messi into the feet of Mbappe. They'll have to work this chance as best they can, but it has been given away. R9, can he break? Messi, can he find the pass over the top to R9? Chooses to go wide. Davies pushing forward. A half-time sub that's been made once again. Look at the runners through the middle, though. Lionel Messi's taking a wonderful touch inside to Kessie.
Just not the play you want.
No,
He's
not
had
even
2
remotely.
chances. 2 chances have fallen to Kessie inside the first 7 minutes here. The one inside the box where he hits it across, does somebody with better attacking positioning there, get in front of your player just to sort of knock it over the top of the defender and into the back of the net. And on that one right there, if that's any other player, you're taking a touch before you're hitting it, and you're sort of settling it and then finessing it or hitting near post.
De Bruyne.
Offside? Oh, I was so confused for a second there.
Switch sides, switch sides. Hakimi now. We'll try and play this one out for the Movistar Riders as Esports now. Not quite turtling up, but setting themselves up to deal with this attack, which is going to continue. He looked offside initially, and that pass from Lionel Messi will, in the end, result in Esports getting a hold of it. Paul's going to be coming in from the Movistar Riders, so changes potentially afoot. Maybe they want them a little bit earlier with the fouls that are coming out. And we could see, again, same story. The formations are being mirrored on either side of things, so these teams struggling to maybe break each other down that little bit. But the passing routes here, Richard, anything in particular standing out?
Not too much, to be honest. I think you can see the passing distribution on the side of Tuga and Andoni a lot through the middle of the pitch, especially from the right centre mid. They've played a lot into the left-sided player, which is David Ginola, whereas on the side of Case, everything's gone to the right-hand side, which is number 7, which will be Kylian Mbappe. Not a lot has gone to Ginola, so a lot of the time, you favour one particular side of the pitch, even if you don't know that you're doing it. You find yourself playing to the left-hand side loads, maybe in the first half, and the right-hand side in the second half, and you don't realise that you're doing it. And I think those passing distributions show.
It's a big chance for Mbappe. Oh, he's right-timed it. I can see on the screen, Graveson's got his hands behind his head. He's not sure how that one's not in, and neither am I, but we all know the answer to it. The red time.
I don't think that's the case of him trying to time the shot. I think it's more about he didn't think he was going to get there. He's pressed the shoot button, and then as the ball's coming in, he's pressed it again. And it's counted as a timed shot. Big miss, though.
It is. It was a big opportunity. Fantastic ball.
We were saying this same thing yesterday in the regional finals. Sometimes it can be a great save. Sometimes it can be sort of really good defending. But sometimes, even if all those things are apparent, you have to score.
Oh, 9. Movistar Riders moving forward. Vinicius Jr. now on the pitch as well. He's managed to wriggle clear of Hakimi as well. It's brilliant skill inside the box. Can't find the pass, can't find the end product. I'm wondering if we have seen any player of the month, Vinny's. I haven't had a chance to even see on the pause screen who comes in as, but that ball has been given away now. Kylian Mbappe. Back to Ginola, has somebody with equally as long hair and equally as big in the middle alongside him, and around Fellaini, and he's going to be playing out the pass wide to eventually Vinicius Jr. He had some luck there before. Back inside to Kessie. What a ball that is. He is offside. Unbelievable pass, by the way, but nonetheless, here we go. Changes of foot. It says 80 Vinicius Jr. It's absolutely not, obviously.
As you can see, all the tackles dotted around the box. You see how many tackles they've actually had to make. 6-yard box, 3 there, 7 or 8 inside the box as well. And the sort of all the average tackle starts, the blocks, the aerial duels. I just want to go back to when the ball actually got turned over. Esports, they just played a ball hopelessly into the middle of the pitch. There was no real passing option on. And they just launched it into the middle of the pitch. And instantly they're on the back foot again. Right there, you just need a little bit of composure. And I think that substitution that we've just seen come on there sort of goes to show where their mind's at in these final 10 minutes.
The potential to shut up shop. Movistar Riders are starting to maybe get a little bit more luck, especially down that left-hand side. Kylian Mbappe, I tell you what, he's had a free run down this right-hand side. The ball in to Kevin De Bruyne. It's an unbelievable save by Pericek. If that's on the head of R9, I would say maybe doesn't keep a hold of it, but it's Kevin De Bruyne that the opportunity is presented to.
That's a ridiculous save, though, nonetheless. Kevin De Bruyne, I didn't know if we were going to try and take a touch.
Similar to that case, that chance we seen yesterday, maybe. Marquinhos looking for the head down to the player making a move through the middle of the pitch. Ginola, he can see the runs. He can see them. Can he find the pass? Yes, he can. Alphonso Davies down the left-hand side. It's a good opportunity for the Movistar Riders. R9 now. Out wide now to Vinicius Jr. He's got a little bit of room. Does he have the options? Does he have the availability of his teammates? He does not, and it's even still a goal kick. I want to see sometimes just hit it. It's a difficult angle, yes, but It's one of those, isn't it?
It's
Hindsight.
a catch-22.
Yeah, hindsight is a wonderful thing, of course.
If you hit it, and then you think, what could have been if I'd have passed it, or if I'd have kept on dribbling. But if you keep on dribbling, you're thinking, oh, I might have got a deflection off the goalkeeper, I might have got a rebound, maybe even a corner. You play the percentage game. And the percentage game there, the chance of scoring on the angle with Vinicius Jr., 10, 15%.
If I was playing weekend league, somebody would shoot from Vinny with there and score.
She's not got checking goal, that's why.
Hakimi now. Sanchez and Fofana out wide to Ginola. This is really well worked on. I'm with a little bit of space. Goes for the shot, and well, maybe that's the scenario where you sort of say, yeah, the shot's maybe on, but is it going to result in much really from that? Strange effort. Ball out wide though. Is there anything here in the final few minutes from the Movistar Riders? Vinicius Jr. once again. There's the pass back all the way to Mulaney, and that's a really good ball out wide now to Hakimi. Crowded out, if anything, by De Bruyne, but he has been turned in the end. Mbappe now looking for the room for Ginola, who's just about to get in the way with a little speed boost. Oh, the pass is just a little heavy for Ginola, but even then the angle would have been steep.
Again, it's one of those, great work inside the box to get into the area, to get into the chance.
No way.
I think Cordoba's just going to see that out. And it's the 50-50 again, isn't it? I think in that area, when he got inside the box, a shot might have been on. Even if it's just a shot across goal, you get a rebound off the goalkeeper into the path of R9. It's all if, buts, maybes. Again, we're going into the second leg with really not too much to know where the game's going. The story can go in one of 17 different directions.
It's been a difficult one, hasn't it? It's been very, very difficult for these teams to be separated by much, but the analysis presented by PlayStation, of course. Here we go. Here's the goal. Richard, talk me through it.
Yeah, so you can see on the top side here, David Ginola picks it up, and he's the man that you want to watch. But just look at where the yellow icon is right there. 10, 15 yards away. He should be a lot tighter towards the player. He should be closer towards him. You're sort of giving Ginola the opportunity to go score a worldie. If you're a little bit tighter to him, the block probably from the AI comes in. You also play into the mind of your opponent, and they say, I'm not going to take this because it's going to be blocked. Just a little bit naive not to be closer to him. And when you're giving players like David Ginola, R9, that sort of room, expect to see finesse shots flying to the top corner.
Yeah, you can't let a card like that, 1.6 million, something along those lines on the PS. It's difficult to give him those opportunities, and when he does find them, he will take them. Nonetheless, we are going to go for a quick breather. We'll go in for a break for just a second before we head into the second leg of this bracket reset. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the FGS Open. My name is Chris Dunn, joined by Richard Buckley here for the Madrid Regional Qualifiers. 1-0 to Casa Esports after one leg of the bracket reset. It was Movistar Riders that had to do that reset. They just about did it in the end. It was very, very late. They got there, but in the first leg of this winners bracket grand final in the end, it's now down to the stage where Casa Esports have that lead and Movistar Riders have to come back again.
Yeah, and I think given that now the bracket's been reset, they've already shown that they can come from a trailing position to win a game, have the Movistar Riders. They've also shown that they have a real good ability to press and almost take the game to Casa Esports. It was almost a bit of a case file, that first game for them. They can show what they can do. They can show how they can do it.
That was a stretch, I'll be honest.
It's getting late in the day.
Oh, I mean, you put me off now. Anyway, Movistar Riders from left to right, taking on Casa Esports from right to left. Of course, in the blue. Portuguese kit from the left to right as well. And interesting to see that this first opportunity will fall to maybe Kylian Mbappe. Does it? Twisting, turning. Lionel Messi looking for that little bit of room once again. We know he can unleash a finesse, but it will be Theo Hernandez to get in the way, and maybe a counter-attacking opportunity here. R9 will send Ginola on his back. The Frenchman moving forward. He's actually managed to shrug off the defender. This is a huge opportunity. I want to say the pass wasn't the best idea, but the defender's been dragged across, and he just about gets in the way. Messi, he's picked out Mbappe nearly.
I just don't think the pass needed to go there. It went towards the top of the box, and on the edge of the box there was a player in so much space waiting for it. He did so well, David Ginola, as well, to get the better of Marquinhos.
Somebody else who's done well is Messi to find the pass to Hakimi. That will go out now for a corner ball. Which way is this going? You'd imagine short is usually the case, or is it to the edge of the box? Yes, it is. Whipped in. I think that was Cordoba with the strike. It looked decent contact. It looked to be heading remotely towards goal, at least anyway. And
came off R9. Came off the attacking R9.
Marquinhos now to Hakimi. Casa, of course, have the lead here. They may well try and add to it here now as Theo Hernandez gets away from Lionel Messi. Back to Hakimi. What on earth is that?
Keeping possession.
Yeah, that was intentional. Oh, well, it might have opened up room for De Bruyne. Doesn't quite get his shot away. The defenders closed it down. The forward touch comes in from Ginola. Just escapes by, and skilled was that his skilled bridge coming out, I believe?
A little bit of a, I think it might have been a hocus pocus being pulled out inside the box from David Ginola.
That would have been something. There's the switch on here for Kessie. He looks to try and turn it. There it is. Spoken into existence. Hakimi, Messi's on and Messi's in! Oh, what a save from Van der Sar!
Lionel Messi! What a header! The switch of play was immaculate to get the room for Hakimi. He delivered a ball right on the money to Messi. Great attack, great save.
There he is on the other side. R9 with the finesse! You can't give him the room! It's happened again in Casa! They're like, you want to give me the room on the edge of the box? Well, bang! There's the top right corner.
Two defensive mistakes. Not closing down quick enough, not getting to the player quick enough, and maybe not recalibrating the defensive sort of switch on after nearly scoring. They've got at one end, hit the post. 15 seconds later, R9 whips it into the top bins, and they find themselves 2-0 down.
Plenty of FIFA left to be played. There is time yet for the Movistar Riders to find themselves some goals here. They have had opportunities. They have been knocking on the door, and they may well knock here as well with R9. Didn't quite get the contact.
We've seen two big chances now. That one from R9's a half chance. Messi was the big chance. It's all come from Hakimi. Getting the ball out wide. We spoke about it in the first game. I'm going to mention it now again. The fullbacks are getting really high up the pitch. Hakimi and also Theo Hernandez expect Alphonso Davies at half-time.
Now Casa can settle down a little bit themselves. They've got that cushion now. 1-0, you'd never rest on your laurels. You never really think that that's going to be enough. But 2, sometimes it can be. But if you lose the ball there, the man that has been causing the problems for Casa Esports as well now just caused a problem for his team, because the counter-attack is now going to turn into Casa Esports once again retaining this ball.
And how do Casa play this? You're 2-0 up. You're in a very, very cosy position. Typically what we'll see is a team try and keep possession, try and play the long game, and as soon as your opponent starts pressing high up the pitch, that's when you can pick them off. That's where we've seen 6-7 nils.
He's on. Mbappe gets the good touch through. It's Militao just about to the rescue. I think we've seen Casa play passively. We've seen them play defensively well. And maybe we'll come back to that in a second. A foul from Hakimi, yeah. Will force that free kick to come through. We've seen them play passively, but at the same time, the Movistar Riders weren't necessarily the ones making those final pushes until around the 115th minute of the second leg. So, look, I'll let you discuss the formations, but Casa have defended well, but only when Movistar Riders haven't necessarily been fully going for it.
Yeah, when they've pressed them, they've crumbled at the back. 10 minutes of evidence of that, and they couldn't deal with it. You can see the stats there from the passing so far. They're in a 4-1-2-1-2, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. This is typically their pressing formation. This is typically where they'll apply a little bit more pressure in the final third. I think Gravison was explaining in the break as well. They've played it like 4 different formations, a 4-3-2-1, a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, and the 5-back, alongside another formation as well. However, it's when they go into this 4-1-2-1-2 where they can create danger.
Yeah, the press comes through, and then all of a sudden Mbappe and Messi, they're running, but they're kind of running on their own there. Yes, they get the break, they do get a hold of the ball, but it doesn't result in what looked like it could be something dangerous. Mbappe now. Casa are back in numbers. That pass is wayward, but wayward enough to find Renato Sanchez here. Hakimi again. He's been causing an issue, and look at all this room for Ginola.
Could it be?
Hell of a challenge. I don't know if the players just kind of ran into the ball there. I don't even know who it was. Anyway, Hakimi skipping by. Oh, now he finds Mbappe in the middle, and it's a corner ball. Movistar Riders are putting the pressure on because they need to. Is this going to go short to Messi, or are they just playing with them a little bit here, Movistar Riders? Are they looking for that little bit of room?
The edge of the box, maybe.
Mbappe.
Oh, that's a mistake. That's a counter-attack.
That is a mistake, and there is a potential counter-attacking opportunity. Does R9 now have help? No, he does not. He's running the ball out of play. Nervy moments here, Richard.
Yeah, very nervy. As mistake from the corner. R9 runs the ball straight out of play. I'm intrigued to see, obviously we've seen the formation change, but in the sort of the style of the play as well now for Movistar Riders. Has it changed? They're certainly more aggressive and they're leaving more gaps.
Oh yeah, Casa now starting to stretch a little bit here. Oh, that's not the pass we wanted. There was better ones on than that, but nonetheless, that will suit Casa at the same time. They're in no hurry. Renato Sanchez now says, yeah, that's fine, you can press me. De Bruyne. Can he find the ball in here for Casa Esports to maybe put this one to bed? It's going to go towards the back post to Ginola! Oh, it's just an honest sixpence from Kevin De Bruyne. Ginola punishes Casa Esports. Driving seat.
What a delivery. You can see David Ginola there. 86 heading accuracy, 90 jumping. He is a great asset in the box. I don't know if we've got it. Kevin De Bruyne's crossing stat. That was unbelievable delivery from KDB. One of the best crosses of the ball in real life to have ever played. You can see the stats. They've only got 1 XG and they're 2-0 up in this second leg.
3 shots. I think maybe 2 of them were on target. And both of them have went in. Brilliant stuff from Casa. Where's that? Yep! That makes sense.
96 crossing, 91 curve, 95 long passing. You give him room out wide, he'll punish you.
But they did well to work it, didn't they? He was twisting and turning. He just found that little bit of room, and it's the 5-star weak foot as well. Because you're like, well, obviously you want to be whipping in rather than going, swinging out from goal. But found the room well.
I also think because it was the 45th minute, they might have not have thought they were going to go for it. I think when you're defending and you see the 45th minute come on the 90th minute, you sort of mentally just switch off a little bit and you think, oh, they might just kick it out of play. They might just launch an attack for nothing. It was a pinpoint cross into the box. They exploited David Janola's height on the fullback at the back post. 3-0 up. It's a mountain right now to climb.
Messi in here as well. KDB, the man of the moment. And Casa are just quite happy to keep a hold of this ball as much as he can. Oh, yes, okay. The normal Elastico is coming out here as well, and this is when you maybe start flexing your muscles a little bit. Mbappe, happy to keep a hold of it. He is going to lose it, but if you're the Movistar Riders now, you've got to go for it. 3. If you're 2-0 down at halfway mark, you've got a chance to maybe pick away. You find a goal, and all of a sudden the pressure's on. But 3,
you throw everything at it. The kitchen sink is on the pitch right now, and it's getting thrown at Casa Esports. And you can just see the entire sort of stress and the weight get lifted off their shoulders as that third goal went in. They're doing skill moves that they weren't doing in the first 3 games of FIFA that we've seen. We've seen sort of more technical ability from them.
That's a good ball in, though. Messi in, onside, no. Offside, the chance didn't find the back of the net anyway, but nonetheless, it could have been a chance. Look at the room that opens up for Casa here. Of course, it is inevitably going to happen. If Movistar Riders want a chance here, there are no ifs, buts, or maybes. The absolute is they need to be the next one to score the goal. Ball in, though. Oh, 9 was lingering at the back. A little deflection, and this is maybe an opportunity to counter-attack, but Casa won't have set many men forward. And that counter-attacking ability that Movistar Riders may have had there in the past is not there now. Vinicius Junior, is he going to beat Renato Sanchez to that on pure pace? Probably. On strength, not a chance.
Yeah, look at all the space that they've got opened up now.
So much now, and Lionel Messi, he may well be able to kill this game off on his own. What does he do? Well, red times it and finds a corner nonetheless.
But that, what we just saw right there, that, I mean, you see the formation 3-4-1-2, and against the 5-4-1, everything back behind the ball. Messi will get chances, Gianola will get chances to kill the game off 4-5-6-0. You can see the shots there coming in as well. Look at where R9 was when he scored that goal on the right-hand side of your screen. Outside the box, and he just curled it into the top corner. David Gianola with a great header from about 6 yards out. But what I was just going to say before we went into that pause, what we just saw, that final attack right there when Messi red timed it, that's going to be, you're going to get that scenario 7-8 times now until the end of the game. How many can you take? How many can you score before you concede? Because you probably will concede when you're playing against the 3-4-1-2 team press, constant pressure.
But the ultimate benefit that you have is a 3-goal advantage. No need to mess around for Casa Esports here now. Mbappe actually escapes by, but Cordoba will win it. But then they keep the press as well, though, don't they? They try to lock them in a little bit, but that ball will be played out. Messi now. Movistar Riders need to start finding goals and start finding them very, very quickly. Look how deep, though, Casa Esports are sitting, and rightfully so, 3-0 up. Why would you try it?
It's 10 behind the ball.
Mbappe. Fellaini now, Mbappe. They need to find something maybe that little bit magical. You know, them 100% chances we talk about. You need to maybe take those 10, those 15% ones, and you need to make them stick. And you also need to not concede again. There's a threat of that happening now. R9, look for this switch, and that was definitely a ball that he meant for the player running through in the middle. I think that's Cancelo from midfield. Doesn't find it. Vinicius Junior, R9 running in. This needs to go in if you're Movistar Riders. Oh, it's just an unfortunate touch. He keeps a hold of it, though. Is he going to get in into the box? Not quite. Can't find the ball across, and now an opportunity for Casa to really kill this one off. Is that now going to find Lionel Messi? Kessie just about gets there. The game is wide open. Ball forward to Vinny Jr. R9. Mbappe looking for some space. He needs a moment of magic. He needs something to just creep up for the rub of the green to run Movistar Riders' way. Mbappe, that touch is not good enough. 73 in-game minutes gone. R9 in the box. There you go. There's your glimmer. 2 goals needed now for the Movistar Riders, and they're celebrating. They know. They're saying to themselves, right, let's have a moment. Let's take our time. 2 goals is needed. 15 in-game minutes. Let's see.
Just finally fell to the right man. It's been forward to Kessie all game long. Falls to R9 edge of the box. green timed, to have the composure as well when you're 3-0 down, to still time it, to still make sure that you add in that extra shot power and accuracy on the strike through the time finishing mechanic. Great strike, great finish. 15 minutes left to play. Now, the question I've got is, what are Casa made of? Because we know exactly what we're going to get from Movistar Riders. It's going to be everything going forward. How calm can Casa be?
Well, they can be calm here, and R9 can just take his time. The defender has to cover Lionel Messi. No need to add more goals here. Oh, Cancelo, I'm not sure about that one. Keeps it in.
Actually, if you've got the chance to do it, you take the goal.
R9, this could be the final dagger. Ginola in the box. Which way is he going to go? Oh, he's managed to find his way through. Only turns one more time. He had the opportunity to shoot, and now Movistar Riders can break. Look at this run down this left-hand side. R9 chooses to not go for it. It's the pass forward, and I wonder what the plan was. You've got to surely play that one wide, but they give it away. Marquinhos will eventually get a hold of this ball. Pass inside now to Fellaini.
Not the man you want.
No, it's not at all, is it? Renato Sanchez is giving it away, though, but that shot, if anything, is... Oh, it's been given away! Mbappe in the box! Oh, you're going to pass it across, and he goes for the shot! Oh!
He's still on. The game's still there.
It's a huge opportunity. They reduce it to 1. And he snatches it at R9 now. Sends Ginola. He's away from the defender. Can the Frenchman finish this one off for Casa Esports? No, he cannot. Check saves. Messi, though. Second bite of the cherry. He says, I'm not playing any funny games here. Get me in that corner. It's a throw into Casa, and with it may well be the game.
Where has all the composure gone from this regional final in the last 10 minutes? That's such an easy goal. You just slide it across. You go 3-2. You've got a chance back in the game.
Frustration from the side of the Movistar Riders, and I do feel for them. They have had chances.
I think more frustration with themselves as well, because they've had big chances to get back into this game. Wow.
As Casa Esports play this one around, I think it's becoming very relevant who's going to win this game. A really, really good performance from the boys from Casa Esports. They will walk away as winners here of the Madrid Open at the FGS Open. What a second game that was. The first one left a little bit to be desired, but we got what we wanted in the end. Casa Esports will find that win, $15,000 richer, and we will see them in April.
And quite a big shock as well. When we came into this Madrid region, we were looking at two particular teams. Looking at the Movistar Raiders, for the simple fact it was Tuga and Andoni. Huge names in Spain and Portugal, where this all this qualifier was played for the Madrid region. And then the other team, Gravison, not Gravison, Ducks, because I'm looking at Gravison. Ducks Gaming with Neat and also Adriman. They didn't make it. So there was a big sort of opportunity for someone to come out and take that spot. And Casa Esports, fair play to the guys at Casa Esports. They might not be sort of the most experienced in terms of LAN events and prize earnings, etc., but they really did well to see that game out, because it was getting hairy, it was getting stressful, and they shut the door.
They absolutely did. And, you know, we talked about these qualifiers. We have the Masters teams there. We know all of those guys. But the qualifiers can sometimes offer up people that we don't necessarily believe could get to that position. It gives them that opportunity now to go to huge tournaments, like the one in April, of course, that they're now qualified for. And the opportunity to win prize money alongside the side of $15,000 as well. It's a huge moment for them. And maybe this is their moment to shine, yes, but come April now, together, what can they do? Because they look a good outfit. They were composed enough in that first game, albeit, you know, they lost that 120th minute. The press had to come in there. It's an awkward one in that scenario, but they produced some good FIFA along the way as well.
And the one thing that all of these players from the FGS Open who have won their regions have got going into that event at the Team of the Season Cup, they're winners. Not all the Masters teams can say that. Nope. Not all those Masters teams have won a trophy, have won a title in the past. I've also just been told that that was the first time where the brackets reset and the team from the winners bracket have actually gone on to win the game. All the other times it was the losers bracket team who reset and then went on to win.
Incredible composure from the boys on Casa Esports. Thank you very much, Richard. That's going to be the final game of the day. But to close out the show, of course, Rachel, Grabson and Brandon.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I think that fact that Richard just says really says something, doesn't it? The first team that's come back from a reset and actually gone on to get the job done. It just shows both of you, Gravison and Brandon, the mental resolve of those youngsters. Again, they came up against a team there that were quality in terms of Movistar riders. You know, Andoni and Tuga, such quality players on the FIFA scene, the FIFA community, who've got tons of experience. For those guys to bounce back in the fashion that they did, 3-1 overall. Gravison, I'll come to you first because you predicted it to go the other way. So I'm going to put you on the spot and say, wow, what did you make of that one?
The lack of professional analysis, to be honest, because
no, I love it.
I consider Casa Esports to be favorite, and then they lost the first final, and then I switched sides and, and said Movistar Riders were favorite, and they lost the final. So I'm not gonna bias anyone anymore.
Gravison, a little bit of advice. Just always sit on the fence. That's what I do. Then you never get it wrong. Brandon, I'm going to bring you both in now because we'll have a little look back at the highlights from those two legs. We'll start with leg one then of the reset.
No, absolutely. As we said, we came back into these highlights, and I just want to pick your mind on it as well, Gravison. These finesse shots that we've been seeing from Casa Esports, I mean, it's normally Messi on that left boot, but some of them have been absolutely outrageous. Some chances were wasted by Casa Nacho, of course, in that second half. But as a pro player yourself for Ducks Gaming, are you taking a finesse shot from 35 yards? Because it seemed like that's what they wanted to do every time.
I think it's a good way to create chances, because in these 2v2 kind of situations, I think it's difficult to score goals inside the box. So it's a good way to score goals. You can see, I think both goals were scored from Jorge's side, so his green time finesse is obviously in point. But this cross, man, like we saw Kevin De Bruyne's stats, I thought it was a random cross, but I'm starting to think it was all deliberate, because it was an amazing cross, to be honest, with that from the green side, man.
That's your chance in the spotlight again now, because your reactions are just something else. So we had to just clip them up and roll them out for you and everyone else to watch again.
I think that's just a man that lives and breathes FIFA, isn't it?
And obviously, you know, Madrid as well, teams close to his heart, possibly friends as well. So he gets really involved. Please tell me you have no one else in your apartment. They're going, what on earth is going on upstairs, Gravison?
My brother is in his room, so maybe he's freaking out about me. But, you know, I just love FIFA. Just like Brandon said, FIFA is my life. So I really like being a part of this commentary team and enjoying the matches.
But do you think that shows as well how exciting 2v2 FIFA is this season and what we are set to enjoy as the season progresses?
Yes, I think it's the natural step of the scene to be playing 2v2. I think it's going to be even more entertaining. And to be honest, looking forward to the LAN event on April. I think it's going to be one of the best FIFA events we've seen in FIFA esports scene, because I know Brandon commentated a lot of events, and if you talk about the E-Club, the E-Nations, they're just basically the best tournaments out there in the FIFA community.
No, I mean, in terms of reactions, Gravison, they're absolutely incredible. I just want to get your thoughts as well on this next part of the analysis for this, presented by PlayStation, mainly from the second leg, to be honest, Gravison. And it's that finesse shot from distance of Arnon. I think you said it was it Jorge that was having these shots, these time green finesses. Talk me through this one.
Yeah, the thing is, in this first one, I think they're covering both the passes to De Bruyne and Mbappe. So you cannot do that against R9, because he will basically destroy you from outside the box. And in the first chance, I think it was the Ginola green time finesse. The thing is, I think Movistar Riders covered the cross to the second post, so it just created enough space from Ginola to score. Even he's a left-footed player, and he scored with the right foot, but he's a 5-star weak shoot player. So I think just they kind of analyzed the game really well. When the Movistar Riders thought they were going inside the box, they just didn't think for a minute. They scored the green time to the back post, and it was 2 goals.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Gravison, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join in with us today at the FGS Open. Loved having your insight, and we're very excited to see how Team Ducks, you and Daniel, get on in that April event. Obviously, you're one of those Masters teams, and now you actually have to go and face, don't you? Maybe Casa Esports themselves, who you've just cast your eye across and watched do so awesomely. But Gravison, thanks so much for your time today, and we'll see you soon, mate.
Thank you. See you in April.
Yes, we will indeed see Gravison in April, part of that Ducks team, of course. Brandon, should we just catch up on exactly who's qualified so far over the course of these last 2 days? There we go. So Casa Esports from Madrid join a whole host of awesome teams. Let's quickly run you through them. Kawasaki Fontal, Saf and Goliath, RF Esports, Timbers Esports, Lou times Joe Sway, Dire Wolves, 01 Esports, Creparreto, get that one right in the end rate, Stockholm, Mkers, and then of course, Casa just went through. Brandon, 6 more tomorrow?
Yes.
Wow.
26 spots have already been booked for this already, and we've got 6 more to find ahead of that April tournament, joining us, as we already know, the 16 pre-mastered teams. I think the biggest story for me to come from today, Rachel, is Team Mkers having 2 teams in that tournament come April, which is massive for them. They've got double the chance, and they've got 2 unbelievable rosters as well. So Team Mkers, for me, are certainly going to be ones to watch in April.
Yeah, let's have a little look again at who already qualified then for last time. So, I mean, yeah, Dire Wolves, I think, did the job early doors as well, not having to go to that reset, which was awesome to see them doing it in epic fashion, as did 01 Esports. 2 of those teams we thought, you know, we might get a reset, and we didn't, and they just got the job done really quickly, which again, we hadn't seen much of in day one. So for them to kind of keep in that winner's bracket was great to see their composure.
Absolutely, and I think that was a big one for them, because it was DW Dillon, who used to play for Dire Wolves. He went to Order Army, and technically it might have been a little bit of revenge for Dire Wolves. But the biggest shock of the day, we have to say, was Team R10. Probably the biggest favourites to go and win from that São Paulo regional final. In the nicest way, they just did not turn up, did they?
That was a bit like New York City FC from yesterday. And talking of New York City, should we bring in the man himself, who lives there in the Big Apple, Mike LaBelle. Mike, welcome back. It was great to have Gravison on, wasn't it, giving his insight. We've just kind of gone through, Brandon and I, of our favourites so far today. Brandon was just saying upset there with R10. Mike, what's been your highlight of day 2?
I think the most valuable performance would be that upset with R10. You wouldn't have even guessed they were on the same wavelengths just based on how good Creparreto was in that matchup, in terms of coming up from that lower bracket and being so dominant between, especially the secondary matchup there. Also very impressed with Mkers, not only because they have the second team that's made it through, but their roster of players. I mean, these are all top tier players. And I think Brandon brings up a really interesting point too. It's the first time that we've seen the double dip, and maybe this will be the only time that we see the double dip. I don't know if there's anybody that's got a chance really to make this happen, where they can have 2 teams submitted into the next portion of the 2v2 competition. I think that has to be said. And those are the more entertaining storylines. I mean, you have people coming from the bottom bracket and making the reset. There's a lot of guys that got the job done. We could just talk about that. But I think it's fun sometimes to focus on the tension and what's happening that maybe you didn't expect. A lot of us had to eat our words a little bit today, myself included.
Even Gravison did, so it happens to the best of you, Mike LaBelle. Do not worry. Okay, let's just quickly bring you guys at home up to speed on what's happening tomorrow on day 3 then. Here is the schedule for you. So we'll kick things off at lunchtime at 1 o'clock GMT time in Singapore for the Singapore Open. Then we'll head to Milan, followed by Paris, Frankfurt. Then we go over to Buenos Aires, and then we finish out the day with the Portland Open at 8:30 GMT. So 6 more tomorrow, boys. Already 10 teams have booked their spot in the team of the season in April. Quickly though, do you think now those 6 teams have seen what's happened over these last 2 days, and they've seen all the tweets going out, they've seen how excited these 10 teams are now to qualify, that actually the pressure just goes from here to woo, well up here?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be ridiculous tomorrow. We've got 3 sets of European FIFA tomorrow, plus we've got a bit of Asia in there, plus we've got South America, and then we conclude the day with North America too. So it's a bit of a worldwide trip more than ever tomorrow than anything. But European FIFA, we know it's probably up there as the most competitive. We had a taste of that today, not only in Stockholm, but in Madrid. Tomorrow we get 3 more sides of it, so I can't wait for it.
Yeah, Mike, which one's getting you excited for tomorrow?
Well, I got to lean towards North America a little bit, but I'm thinking if you're a competitor, if you're a competitor and you're watching, you now have hope too. If you lose the first round, if you were in that upper seed, we finally saw a reset that didn't go to the lower bracket. Were you able to take that momentum and really carry that into a result? Because it just hurts you so much mentally if you were sitting in this commanding role and the tables kind of flip.
I know, tomorrow is going to be awesome. 6 more opens coming your way. Mike, Brandon, thank you so much for joining me and the rest of the crew as well on day 2 of this FGS Open presented by PS5. Lucky us, lucky you, we get to do it all again tomorrow. So we'll see you then. Take care, have a good evening. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the FGS Open.
Neymar, which way is he going? It's left. It's the Brazilian short for the Dire Wolves.
Dubai is where we are heading.
Oh, it's the 92nd minute.
Sao Paulo.
They will be absolutely loving every single second of this.
We're getting into the nitty-gritty now.
That's great there. Oh, wowee.
Heading to Madrid.
Tar9 with the finesse. Oh, bang, there's the top right corner.